Football Podcast. Croncy, how you doing today, my man? Welcome to the Daymar Rally, baby.
I'm doing fantastic. This is going to be my first time doing anything with the Daymar Rally. I've always been, around the racing circuits and whatnot, but the Daymar Rally was always a bit too intimidating for me. So I'm glad I get to watch other people go through just this brutal endurance race, and I just get to, stay here at home. Feels good.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, Croncy, most of all, man, you've been casting with us now for a little bit, like over a year. So thank you so much for jumping on. Hey, a lot of love to Salty Mike. I mean, Croncy is the better half of Answer the Call, but hey, Salty, love you, man.
I agree.
And then big shout out to Detox, miss you, man. But Croncy, before we jump into all of this, before we jump into what the Daymar Rally is, before we jump into everything, man, I just want to say that the team here at Apple Esports have been non-stop working since December, putting on this show for everybody, man. We have some incredible things happening today, and I cannot wait for you all to see all of the stuff that we got going on. The Daymar Rally, the race is going to be starting here in about an hour or so. We got a lot of great interviews from our sponsors, other citizens, and orgs from the Star Citizen community. But before we do that, Croncy, we have a special video because this is our 6th year Daymar Rally. So let's take a look back at just the past. So we'll be right back.
Unfortunately, after a round of fuel,
we're back to Polish Space Marines. So breathtaking. I can probably.
Whoa!
There he blew. I
ladies
can
and gentlemen, Corona Racing.
They hit the podcast. Oh, did he blow up or is he rally racing?
So that is fun. Love to see it. Did we get a final update on this? Keep it kind of straight. Without 1 minute.
They have 1 minute, 60 seconds, man. They need to go to the double doors right now. In audio.
Man, Croncy, there's a little bit to be emotional about how long we have been doing the Daymar Rally for 6+ years, man. I started, this is where I started my journey here. Not only, obviously, with the Star Citizen community, I started way before the rally, but honestly, I can say that this game, this community has really changed my life. And I just appreciate that history that we just saw all the way from the beginning 6 years ago. And, just like it said there's everybody to be minted, Croncy. I'm going to say, to you, welcome to the Daymar Rally once again, because just glad to have you here, my man.
Yeah, it feels good to be a part of it. Watching that clip back there, it's going to be hard to fill Detox's shoes, or rather his hair. But I'm going to do my absolute best.
Oh man, it's a beautiful thing, man. Some things to go along is that when we started the Daymar Rally right in the beginning, like, the first Daymar Rally, not many people finished, but now over the years, it's only getting bigger and better, and more people are joining in. This year we had 320, signups. We obviously only had around 212 teams confirmed, but hey, like, we are just continuing to do this, and as more vehicles get into the game, as more mechanics get into the game, the Daymar Rally is going to come more realistic at some point. But Croncy, before we jump into our first interview, and I love this next guest with the bottom of my heart. Tell me a little bit more about what you've been up to in Star Citizen, and what have you been doing lately and enjoying in the game?
Yeah, well, ever since December, every time period around the year, it gets a little bit quiet. We don't have many patch releases or anything to do. So this is sort of the time of year that I try to do some hardcore runs, or I try to do challenge runs of that sort. So we've been doing a little bit of that, and I decided to actually do a couple of runs of the Daymar Rally myself, and it's going to be interesting this year. That's for sure. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Well, for everybody that's watching at home, welcome to the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by Equinox. Again, we have an incredible show for you guys today. We're going to start kicking off with some interviews, and then we'll go through some of the paces of what the Daymar Rally is about, go over the rules, go over the maps, and educate those people that may not know what the Daymar Rally is. But before we jump into that, myself, Croncy, I also went into the game, did a little bit of Daymar Rally run, and every time I actually run it, the terrain changes so much every single time. But you know what? I'm actually happy because it doesn't make it the same race every year, and there's still things. So there's a million things that still need to be in the game. Outposts. There needs to be, if animals are going to be on the game or whatever it is. There's still so much that they have to put in game that's going to really make this race go lively. And when everybody thinks about the Daymar Rally, the first thing they think about Croncy is pod racing in Star Wars. So,
yeah.
but I'm not sure. I'll ask you, Croncy. Did you race Daymar Rally in the past, or no?
No, while I've participated in the System 7s and whatnot, the Daymar Rally has always been a show that I've really enjoyed just sitting down and watching,
Gotcha.
because it's such an endurance factor, right? It is the people that commit themselves to the Daymar Rally are just such a different breed among other races in Star Citizen, purely because of the time commitment. It is huge. We're looking at people completing this race between like 3 to 7 hours, right? So there's only so much I personally can do in that aspect, but I love to watch them.
Yep, I totally agree. Well, yeah, this year the terrain is a little bit tough, and obviously, vehicle speeds. We'll talk about all that later on today. But before we jump, when we get into the next segment here, we have an incredible host, Croncy, that has really came into the Star Citizen community. Not as only a fan of the game, but also has been really making an impact. We saw them at CitizenCon. And we're gonna tee it up. So we're gonna play this a quick video and then jump right into our interview with CLX Gaming.
Going to you, all up.
All right, welcome back, and here we have George from CLX Gaming. George, how you doing today, man? A pleasure to have you back on the show, on the biggest event or community event in Star Citizen. How you feeling?
Good going. Pleasure here. It's awesome to talk to you guys again.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, I mean, we'll kick it off here because I know that, I kind of did a little bit of introduction and talk about how CLX Gaming, since coming into, sponsoring Atmo Esports, sponsoring things like CitizenCon and doing so much, different things. I, for the people that may not know at home, let's talk a little bit about like your experience in Star Citizen and what got you into the game.
Yeah, man. Always been a fan. Definitely followed a lot of what was going on with the game, the development, but never really jumped into it till probably just before 316 is really when I got really into it. I definitely heard you talk about it a lot, so there was a lot of that. But really started kind of jumping into it. A lot of friends started talking about it and really got more into it in 316.
Awesome. So yeah, so with that, you've been playing for a couple of years now, or at least you've been following a lot more in the last couple of years. What's the most exciting thing that you've experienced or that you've heard of from the game?
That I've experienced personally.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely there was a lot of, the entry level stuff, just learning how to do cargo runs, learning how to do mining. Kind of went through the steps there, and then really got into what I enjoy more, just piracy gameplay.
Awesome.
Sorry
Sorry,
for
we're
that.
just having a couple. We're
good.
trying to fix a couple of audio things.
Yeah, we have
But yeah,
some
go ahead,
people
Chris.
coming
Can you guys
through.
hear me?
Yeah, no, you're good. But anyways, George,
Okay.
I know that you have some, we play together in the game and we have some incredible time together. But you talked a little bit about piracy. But what, like, is that your favorite thing in the game right now to do, or is there something else that really piques your interest within Star Citizen?
Right now it's definitely piracy gameplay. I think that's for me that's the most fun. So many different elements that came when you have to do that. So it's what I've mostly focused on, besides mining. But I think the aspect of having to work so closely in a team related environment to successfully pull off a piracy hit is what I've enjoyed the most.
Gotcha. Well,
And as
makes
far as
total
like
sense.
my favorite moment, boarding a hammerhead, like actually fighting an org that came in and we actually boarded a hammerhead, and we did the whole transition from fighting, from space to disabling a hammerhead, and we had the of taking out the hammerhead, but the Marines that they wanted an opportunity to board the hammerhead. We boarded the hammerhead. It was fully crewed, and the org that was there actually shouted us out in global and said, thank you for not just blowing up the ship and giving us this like that moment. And I think that was really awesome.
Yeah, a lot of people understand that some experiences in the game is just kind of makes that day for somebody, and there's some instances where I would see that a random streamer would just start talking to somebody in VoIP, and it's just the funniest thing ever. It's like they're all of a sudden becoming best friends, and it's so cool to watch anytime. But let's switch gears here really quick, George. CLX Gaming has been super involved within the Star Citizen community. You guys, were involved with us last year. For those of people at home that don't know exactly who or what CLX Gaming is, can you give us a little bit of a rundown on that?
Yeah, we're a system integrator based out of North America. Custom computers is, our main focus. Custom gaming computers at that. And we've been CLX as a brand has been around for the last we're going on 9 years, and
Oh, wow.
The parent company is Cybertron PC, which has been around for 20 plus years. But CLX is our gaming division.
Awesome.
Easy.
Yeah.
Are there any special services that CLX? Go ahead. Yeah. Are there any like special services?
I mean, event focus.
Yep.
That delay is killing Crossy right
Sorry.
now.
The delay when you live in Australia can make interviews really awkward a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when to pause. So I'll wait.
When?
And then you can go. There we go.
Wait.
I'll wait.
Go. Wait. But yeah, no. Like, what would be the most popular build, at least at the moment, that you're seeing, or that you guys are organizing?
Set system. You can definitely find our set at Amazon. You can find it at Best Buy. It comes in multiple configurations. You can go as low as like $6.99, and then as high as sky's the limit. Right. Mm-hmm. So some of the stuff I think Crucian touched on earlier. We obviously did CitizenCon. So some of the stuff that was there was we were using a lot of at least for Pyro, it was very like middle of the road. I think those builds were just a tad over $1,500. For like Pyro, and then obviously the stuff that ran Fight or Flight was a little bit higher end.
Awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. And to be honest, when I tried Pyro, like that stuff ran pretty smooth. So, and honestly, I'm gonna say that a lot of the new tech coming out, is really helping the next generation, not having to spend 4K to be able to play the game. They can spend $1,500 at CLX Gaming and be able to run the game just fine. So, which is awesome. But I'm gonna jump in here. And I was there at DreamHack Atlanta. We had that kind of experience, that partnership with Intel where I believe it was CLX and Intel. They brought Star Citizen out, the DreamHack. I just really want to know, like, are we going to get some of those more experiences, throughout the year at events this year, or what's it, or you're not sure yet, or what's the plan for like having a Star Citizen experience at another external show that's not CitizenCon?
The plan from our side, I mean, we do probably somewhere north of 60 events a year. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities of where we could do something like that. I would love to, say that yes, that's in the cards right now. It's definitely there, but it would be up to whether CIG has the whether the bandwidth is available and it's something that CIG is interested in. I think Dream successful for us. And I think there was a lot of information that was gathered by both parties, by ourselves and them. And it was awesome to just see new players that are not really part of the Star Citizen community really be introduced to the game. We know how awesome the game is, but I don't know if many people understand the breadth and the scope of the game, right? And we were able to give them just enough of the game while they were there to really get them kind of started. I think a lot of people really did enjoy the game and potentially, were probably playing it shortly after that weekend.
That makes total sense, and I would love to see more of definitely more of those experiences. I think what George said hit the nail on the head. Having new people play the game, and I think George, we got a lot of like, oh, I didn't even know this was playable. Like I didn't know this was even like out. And even though they only had an Arena Commander version of the game, I think people still had a good time. Whether it was racing or doing Pirate Storm, I think it was a great experience for everybody. Well, is there George? Is there anything else about CLX gaming that's coming up that you want to kind of touch base on or talk about to the Star Citizen community that's currently watching right now?
No, definitely just want to thank the community for supporting us. Thank you for all the praise and outs that we've gotten since we've been a part of the Star Citizen community. This isn't the last that you've heard of us. We definitely have a lot of cool things coming up, and yeah, man, just can't wait to see what 2024 has to bring, and waiting for CIG to make their announcements in February and kind of know what that roadmap looks like.
Awesome. Well, we're definitely looking forward to it. Croncy, any last questions here for George?
So no DreamHack Australia? Not coming to DreamHack Australia?
um we've been asked, so we definitely want to be a part of it. We just opened up our UK side, so CLX is international, so we it makes it a little bit easier. So hopefully we can do some stuff in Australia, and hopefully you guys can start seeing a lot more of us in Europe.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well, George, it's always a pleasure, man. We've known each other for a while, so thank you so much for coming on and telling the Star Citizen community and being involved and playing the game, and just being I think just a great inspiration to people overall. That wants to either get into gaming or getting to the gaming industry. So I really appreciate it. But anyways, I'll let the floor to you. Any last things that doesn't have to be about CLX, but any last things that you want to say to the community before we take off here?
No, the biggest thing is thank you, man. Thank you guys for being so welcoming. Thank the community, and in totality, right? Whether it be a new player or somebody who's been hugely experienced, whether you're a streamer or not, the community's definitely been very welcoming. And I think it's one of the biggest pros that Star Citizen community is definitely a good community. So thank you guys so much for welcoming me in with open arms and teaching me as much as I know now. So, and I pass that on.
All right. Well, George, thanks again so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Enjoy the Daymar Rally once it starts, and we'll see you on the next one, man. Appreciate you.
You guys have a good one.
Cheers, man.
Man, Kranzi is like, come to DreamHack Australia. Kranzi, you want to know what's crazy? I'm going to tell you a quick story. When I went to DreamHack Australia, right, I was more I was more impressed that I was actually standing on the same place where Rafael Nadal played because I'm a big tennis fan, rather than
Yeah,
being
yep.
at Dream Australia. I'm like, wait, I'm on the tennis court where he played. I'm over here just freaking out, but it was a good show. I did enjoy myself. We
Yep.
did that big Star Citizen in at that what's it called, that land Fortress
Yeah,
Melbourne.
Fortress. Yep.
It was absolutely awesome. We had around 80 something citizens come out.
Mhm.
It was actually a great time. So, good call out. But something I'll say real quick though is that when like when we bring in partners to the Star Citizen community, these are partners that we vet, right? Like I said, I've known George for a while. He only has good intentions, really loves the game, really wants to, give people that opportunity. And I think CLX Gaming does a great job at kind of representing the citizens, or representing the Star Citizen brand as a whole. So love to have him, being part of the community. Love that he was at CitizenCon. Hopefully we'll see him at
Mhm.
CitizenCon wherever it's at this year. And last thing I'll say is that there's a panel down below if you're looking to, get something. Click the link. Probably save you 3 to 5% on depending on what it is. But hey, we're here to help. We're here to support each other. So, but Kroncy, your any quick thoughts or summary on that interview with CLX Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just fantastic to meet more people from the industry proper who have been really enjoying Star Citizen and been getting in with the community, because it's something that you and myself have known for ages, that the Star Citizen community is one of the best in gaming for now. Let's try and keep it that way. Uh, you never know what'll end up happening, but it's awesome to see them just connect with the community so well. And yeah, it's been great.
That's awesome. Well, glad to hear. Well, while we wait for our next interview here, we're going to be interviewing someone that came into the community that really wants to change how sound works, right? We've been, posting them on social media, posting them on our Discord. Right now, where people, are you can sign up for the beta for free. But Init Audio, I'll talk about that a little bit before we jump into our interview. But Init Audio is trying to change the way that you put on a headset and listen to the sounds within, Star Citizen, right? So Kronzy, to think about like things that you normally can't hear, they're enhancing what you're already hearing, and then hopefully you can hear things that are further out, hearing that better, directional sound that your headset is supposed to give, and they're doing all
Mhm.
that and more. So, they've been great so far. Really great people that we've already, that we've been working with, that we've known for a minute. Working alongside Toby as well. So, Francie, without further ado, let's take a look at Init and bringing our guest here, which is going to be Mari. He's is the COO of Init Audio. All right, I'm excited here. We have Martin lingering here from Init Audio. Martin, how you doing today? Pleasure to have you.
Thank you. I'm fantastic. How are you guys doing?
Well,
Doing
I'm
well.
good, and he's in Australia, so I'm
yeah.
not sure about him.
What does that mean, crew? What does that mean?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to do that a little bit. Cross, I love you, man. But no, I think we're doing good. I know a lot of people are very excited for the show, and a lot of people are probably you're gonna see a lot in chat like, when's the race starting? But hey, we still got some time before that. But Martin, a pleasure to have you here. First off, let's just kick it off. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Your role as chief operating officer at Init, and what kind of drew your focus towards like audio technology in gaming overall?
Absolutely. So first off, thank you for having me. And like you mentioned, my name is Martin. I work as the chief operating officer at Init. I've been working with technology in games for the past 10 years or so. And before Init, I was actually the head of gaming at another Swedish company that has been working a lot with the Star Citizen community, which is the Toby and Toby eye tracking. So I've been
Oh, wow.
working with eye tracking for a long time. And then today I am now working with audio instead. And, I've always been a gamer. I love Star Citizen. I'm a tech enthusiast. So to be able to work in in the intersection between games and technology, and kind of using technology to push the boundaries of what we experience and feel in games. That's my biggest passion in life, and I'm very happy to be able to work with that in both with eye tracking in the past and now with audio. Yeah, right now. So
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome.
For those viewers that have come in for the Daymar Rally that might not know what In-It Audio are or how the technology works, yeah, how does it help enhance gaming audio experiences?
yes, on a very high level, what it is, it's a PC software that runs on any Windows PC, right? And it works with headphones or headsets. And if we get a little bit more technical, what happens is that all sound that is played through in it, whether it comes from a game like a competitive game like Counter-Strike or a more immersive game like Star Citizen, for example, or even if you stream music or listen to Spotify or whatever. All of that go through a very sophisticated audio processing in our algorithm. And what it does, it's that it's creating something that's called the time domain coded sound vectors. So it's very technical, but what it does is it's adding missing time domain information that is not present in the sound stream, which in turn then allows us to place or position audio anywhere in a 3D spatial sound feed. So, we can take audio that is typically on your ears and place it anywhere in a spectrum around you. So, what happens is that the sound goes from being on your ears to appear to be originating from anywhere in a real environment. So, much more like we experience sound in real life as opposed to how it is typically when you put on a headset.
That makes a lot of sense. So that's actually really cool. So it pretty much like takes those same sounds that you already have in your headset, but just brings it a little bit more to reality, which is what you guys are calling, that type of oral reality.
Yeah, exactly. I was
Okay.
just going to say
Okay.
that one easier way of describing it is that what we are
Okay.
doing to audio is in some way same as what virtual reality headsets do to visuals. It enables the players to be much more immersed in the experience and blurring the line essentially between what's virtual and what's real.
What's real? Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, but Star Citizen being somewhat of a game of like massive scale, has so many details within the game. I know how hard that the Star Citizen team works on audio. Why do you think this Init audio is such a perfect match for Init's audio technology in Star Citizen?
Yeah, so for me, right, when I play Star Citizen, it's all about feeling immersed. I want to feel as if I'm in space, flying my spaceship, whether I'm, hauling cargo, doing mining, or dogfighting, whatever it is. It's an immersive game, and I want to feel as if I'm right there. And audio contributes so much to that, and a lot of people don't maybe really think about it, but when you get to experience audio in a way where it actually places you in the environment and you hear all of the sound as you would hear it in real life, then it becomes a much more immersive experience. And I think that's what makes the big difference, for me at least, in a game like Star Citizen.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah.
All great answers. So
Yeah. Now the Star System players that are watching want to know what can they possibly expect from you guys in the future? Where does this go?
So right now we are in open beta. It's free to download and use for anybody. You can just head over to init.audio and press get init, and then people can test it out for themselves. We have been in beta for a few months, and we are progressing very nicely towards launch. And one of the few first things that we're going to do here in hopefully in a couple of weeks is that we will have a brand new website up and running, which will describe much more what Init is about, and people will be able to test Init in various different games and so forth. And then hopefully launch Init 1.0. After that, we have a ton of different things planned, all centered around the audio experience and making audio in games as good as it can be. It's we are all about using that or using our technology to make sure that the gameplay experience gets elevated in any game, really.
That's awesome. And I know that right now people can definitely download the beta, try for free. You know, it's all right down below in our Twitch panel. So make sure you guys click. I believe we have some of your team here. We have 4PW Demon and Cello who's in chat. I think they should have that VIP mark. If you guys have any questions, anybody in chat have any questions about Init Audio, they'll be there to help answer any questions, any feedback as well. I know that Martin, you guys are very active on Reddit as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So, like you said, those guys will be able to answer. Yeah, not going to say any question, but hopefully any questions surrounding it.
Gotcha. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Martin, it's such a pleasure to be able to meet you. This is the first time that we're talking, which is awesome. I love it. I really appreciate you taking some time out of your day to come on during our biggest event and kind of show off this new technology. I think it's awesome. I hope that you guys get all the feedback that's needed to kind of improve, make it better during your beta, and I'm looking forward to what you guys come out with next to it in audio as well. So. Any last words you want to say to the community that's currently watching the Daymar Rally, Martin?
Just thank you to you guys for letting us be on the show, and good luck to all the racers that are racing here in a little while.
All right. Well, Martin, we'll see you here very, very soon. And please have a great rest of your day and enjoy the show here at the Daymar Rally 2954.
Thanks, Martin.
That was awesome. I actually and here's Kroncy. You know what? I'll let you start off. I start off every time. Kroncy, how do you feel about that interview and obviously bringing something different to Star Citizen that can hopefully make you feel like you're in the game a little bit more? How do you feel about Init Audio there in that interview?
One of the most used words in Star Citizen all the time is immersion, and audio is obviously a big part of that. So it's really cool to have an ally on that side for that. So very excited to try out Init Audio and see what it does for me for Star Citizen for sure.
I mean, like I said, it is free to try right now. Click it on the panel links below. Make sure you guys it's a couple click setups, and you can literally test it. Give the Init Audio team feedback. All right, make sure it's constructive criticism because that way they can improve on what needs to be improved, especially in games like Star Citizen. But just like you said, Kroncy, to try it out, to try out this oral reality to see how I feel. I was trying it, while I was racing the Daymar Rally, and it feels really cool. You can kind of hear I'm not saying you can, but you can kind of hear a little bit more of when because I always race in a Cyclone RC. When you hear that Cyclone RC kind of being that jumpy because of the gravity on Daymar, you can hear it more clearer on those little jumps or when you're it's the intricate details that work out so well. So that's super awesome. But Kroncy, now time for our first announcement of the day, because I mean we haven't done any announcements. We did some great interviews here with CLX and Init Audio, but something that people have been asking us for, you may have seen it during when we released the prize pool, but everybody's been asking us, why haven't you released the Daymar Rally merch yet? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here you go. The Daymar Rally merch is now finally live on the .x website, and you can get this customized to however you want it. And Kroncy, I'm going to ask you for your opinion here on these jerseys, but the details, all I'm going to say is that my man Victor knocked this out of the park so hard. I was so excited for it. But Kroncy, give me your thoughts on the new designs this year.
At this point, I think Atmo Esports should become a shirt designing organization with the just amazing merch that comes out every single time. Like every time, it's significantly better than the last. It's crazy. It's absolutely wild how awesome the merch always ends up being. And this is a great design for this year. I love it. The little tire marks that go across the sort of stomach of the shirt and everything looks absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I love it.
Yeah. The one thing that I want to mention is that, which you don't see here, behind the T-shirt, you have katakana, right? In Japanese, katakana. It says Daymar Rally behind the T-shirt. On the sleeve of the windbreaker, it says Daymar Rally in katakana. And you see a lot of different katakana pieces on that right sleeve of the jersey as well. Kroncy, I love the concept so much. It says Daymar Rally, it says truck, it says bike, it says buggy. Anything that has to do with the Daymar Rally, it's in there in katakana. And I just want to say a big shout out and thank you to all the sponsors for this year's Daymar Rally. Icon City, NFED, Seven Hills, Delta Blue, Init, Equinox, and especially Star Citizen, providing those digital prizes, for the rally that really made, I mean, this, I think this is one of our best designs yet, Croncy. So
Yeah,
I think
it's
we're very happy. Sorry, go ahead, Croncy.
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely fantastic. It looks great. I'm hoping to, when I see you at CitizenCon, I hope I'll pick one up. And maybe a free one. Who knows?
I bought my last night, man. I bought my last night. Like, believe it or not, I like, even though, yes, like I work on getting this merch out there, I still buy it. I still want to make sure that I do my due
Yeah, of
diligence at Mo Esports myself. But guys, you guys can grab the merch now. Exclamation mark merch in chat. Go check out the .x store. Go grab it, man. I'm not here pushing anybody to buy merch, but it does help support all of our physical trophies and other physical items that we do give away throughout all of our events in 2024. So that's what, a lot of this merch does. It literally goes right back to the community, along with a couple things that we've been hinting that is supposed to be releasing later in the year with things like the new website and things like that. But we won't reveal any of that stuff just yet. But I think that, again, Victor, I love you. You did it, killed it. All the designs with the merch, man. I'm really happy. So y'all see Victor, y'all know who he is. Make sure you guys give him some love and some shout out here. But Croncy, we're gonna jump in to our next interview here, which is gonna be with our presenting sponsor. Is gonna be Equinox. Equinox came on this year. They want to be able to participate a little bit more within the community. Obviously, they have their own LAN event going on. Croncy, do you know anything about Equinox at all?
I don't. This is one of the ones where I had to do a little bit of research and look them up. So I'm excited for when we can get to the interview and ask them a couple of questions.
Yeah, Shadowkin, who does Equinox, is usually takes place in, I think it's in Ohio, but let's take a look at the video, and then we're going to bring Shadowkin in here to talk a little bit about Equinox and what they got going on this year.
One rolling in on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by Equinox. I am going to be your host here, Crucian Gaming. And then we have the incredible Concierge, the better half of the Answer the Call podcast. Croncy, how you doing today, my man? Welcome to the Daymar Rally, baby.
I'm doing fantastic. This is going to be my first time doing anything with the Daymar Rally. I've always been, around the racing circuits and whatnot, but the Daymar Rally was always a bit too intimidating for me. So I'm glad I get to watch other people go through just this brutal endurance race, and I just get to, stay here at home. Feels good.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, Croncy, most of all, man, you've been casting with us now for a little bit, like over a year. So thank you so much for jumping on. Hey, a lot of love to Salty Mike. I mean, Croncy is the better half of Answer the Call, but hey, Salty, love you, man.
I agree.
And then big shout out to Detox, miss you, man. But Croncy, before we jump into all of this, before we jump into what the Daymar Rally is, before we jump into everything, man, I just want to say that the team here at Amo Esports have been non-stop working since December, putting on this show for everybody, man. We have some incredible things happening today. and I cannot wait for you all to see all of the stuff that we got going on. The Daymar Rally, the race is going to be starting here in about an hour or so. We got a lot of great interviews from our sponsors, other citizens, and orgs from the Star Citizen community. But before we do that, Kronzi, we have a special video because this is our 6th year Daymar Rally. So let's take a look back at just the past. So we'll be right back.
Unfortunately, after a round of fuel,
We're back to Polish Space Marines. It's so
I can probably Rotor Racing.
They hit the broadcast. Oh, did he blow up or is your rally right now?
So that is fun. Love to see it. Did we get a final update on this? Keep it kind of straight. They got 1 minute.
They have 1 minute, 60 seconds, man. They need to go to the double doors right now.
In audio is yours.
Man, Kronzi, there's a little bit to be emotional about how long we have been doing the Daymar Rally for. 6+ years, man. I started, this is where I started my journey here. Not only, obviously, with the Star Citizen community, I started way before the rally, but honestly, I can say that this game, this community has really changed my life. And I just appreciate that history that we just saw all the way from the beginning 6 years ago. And, just like it said there's everybody to me minted, Kronzi. I'm going to say, to you, welcome to the Daymar Rally once again, because just glad to have you here, my man.
Yeah, it feels good to be a part of it. Watching that clip back there, it's going to be hard to fill Detox's shoes, or rather his hair. But I'm going to do my absolute best.
Oh man, it's a beautiful thing, man. Some things to go along is that when we started the Daymar Rally right in the beginning, like, the first Daymar Rally, not many people finished, but now over the years, it's only getting bigger and better, and more people are joining in. This year, we had 320, signups. We obviously we only had around 212 teams confirmed, but hey, like, we are just continuing to do this, and as more vehicles get into the game, as more mechanics get into the game, the Daymar Rally is going to come more realistic at some point. But Francia, before we jump into our first interview, and I love this next guest with the bottom of my heart. Tell me a little bit more about what you've been up to in Star Citizen, and what have you been doing lately and enjoying in the game?
Yeah, well, ever since December, every time period around the year, it gets a little bit quiet. We don't have many patch releases or anything to do. So this is sort of the time of year that I try to do some hardcore runs, or I try to do, challenge runs of that sort. So we've been doing a little bit of that. And I decided to actually do a couple of runs of the Daymar Rally myself. And it's going to be interesting this year. That's for sure. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Well, for everybody that's watching at home, welcome to the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by Equinox. Again, we have an incredible show for you guys today. We're going to start kick it off with some interviews, and then we'll go through some of the paces of what the Daymar Rally is about, go over the rules, go over the maps, and educate those people that may not know what the Daymar Rally is. But before we jump into that, myself, Kronzi, I also went into the game, did a little bit of the run, and did a little bit of Daymar Rally run. And every time I actually run it, the terrain changes so much every single time. But you know what? I'm actually happy because it doesn't make it the same race every year. And there's still things. So there's a million things that still need to be in the game. Outposts. There needs to be, if animals are going to be on the Daymar, whatever it is, there's still so much that they have to put in game that's going to really make this race go lively. And when everybody thinks about the Daymar Rally, the first thing they think about Croncy is pod racing in Star Wars. So,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure. I'll ask you, Croncy, did you race Daymar Rally in the past or no?
No, while I've
Okay.
participated in the System 7s and whatnot, the Daymar Rally has always been a show that I've really enjoyed just sitting down and watching,
Gotcha.
because it's such an endurance factor, right? It is the people that commit themselves to the Daymar Rally are just such a different breed among other races in Star Citizen, purely because of the time commitment. It is huge. We're looking at people completing this race between like 3 to 7 hours, right? So there's only so much I personally can do in that aspect, but I love to watch them.
Yep, I totally agree. Well, yeah, this year the terrain is a little bit tough, and obviously, vehicle speeds. We'll talk about all that later on today. But before we jump, when we get into the next segment here, we have an incredible host, Croncy, that has really came into the Star Citizen community. Not as only a fan of the game, but also has been really making an impact. We saw them at CitizenCon. And we're gonna tee it up. So we're gonna play this a quick video and then jump right into our interview with CLX Gaming.
We are live. Sorry, I'm watching we have been having some issues in the back end. All these racers, all these participants are ready, but what's up? I forgot I had my browser open. What was that? All right, so you just heard me twice. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we are having some trouble getting into the game by team. The team that I'm on, they've tried to launch the game.
All right, welcome back, and here we have George from CLX Gaming. George, how you doing today, man?
So,
a pleasure to have you back on the show, on the biggest event or community event in Star Citizen. How you feeling?
Good going. Pleasure here. It's awesome to talk to you guys again.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, I mean, we'll kick it off here because I know that, I kind of did a little bit of introduction and talk about how CLX Gaming, since coming into, sponsoring Atmo Esports, sponsoring things like CitizenCon and doing so much, different things. I, for the people that may not know at home, let's talk a little bit about like your experience in Star Citizen and what got you into the game.
Yeah, man. Always been a fan. Definitely followed a lot of what was going on with the game, the development, but never really jumped into it till probably just before 316 is really when I got really into it. I definitely heard you talk about it a lot, so there was a lot of that. But really started kind of jumping into it. A lot of friends started talking about it and really got more into it in 316.
Awesome. So yeah, so with that, you've been playing for a couple of years now, or at least you've been following a lot more in the last couple of years. What's the most exciting thing that you've experienced or that you've heard of from the game?
That I've experienced personally. I mean, definitely there was a lot of, the entry level stuff, just learning how to do cargo runs, learning how to do mining. Kind of went through the steps there, and then really got into what I enjoy more, just piracy gameplay.
Awesome. Sorry, we're just having we're trying to fix a couple of audio things.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, you're good. But anyways, George,
Okay.
I know that you have some, we play together in the game and we have some incredible time together. But you talked a little bit about piracy. But what, like, is that your favorite thing in the game right now to do, or is there something else that really piques your interest within Star Citizen?
Right now it's definitely piracy gameplay. I think that's the most fun. So many different elements that came when you have to do that. So it's what I've mostly focused on. besides mining. But I think the aspect of having to work so closely in a team related environment to successfully pull off a piracy hit is what I've enjoyed the most.
Gotcha. Well,
And as
makes
far as
total
like
sense.
my favorite moment, boarding a hammerhead, like actually fighting an
Yeah.
org that came in and we actually boarded a hammerhead, and we did the whole transition from fighting, from space to disabling a hammerhead, and we had the of taking out the hammerhead, but the Marines that they wanted an opportunity to board the hammerhead. We boarded the hammerhead. It was fully crewed, and the org that was there actually shouted us out in global and said, thank you for not just blowing up the ship and giving us this like that moment. And I think that was really awesome.
Yeah, a lot of people understand that some experiences in the game is just kind of makes that day for somebody, and there's some instances where I would see that a random streamer would just start talking to somebody in VoIP, and it's just the funniest thing ever. It's like they're all of a sudden becoming best friends, and it's so cool to watch anytime. But let's switch gears here really quick, George. CLX Gaming has been super involved within the Star Citizen community. You guys, were involved with us last year. For those of people at home that don't know exactly who or what CLX Gaming is, can you give us a little bit of a rundown on that?
Yeah, we're a system integrator based out of North America. Custom computers is, our main focus. Custom gaming computers at that. And we've been CLX as a brand has been around for the last we're going on 9 years, and
Oh, wow.
the parent company is Cybertron PC, which has been around for 20 plus years. But CLX is our gaming division.
Awesome.
Easy.
Yeah.
Are there
We're
any
definitely
special
more event
services that
focused.
CLX? Go ahead. Yeah. Are there any like special services?
I mean,
that,
event focus.
Yep.
That delay is
I'll
killing
wait.
Crossy right now.
The delay when you live in Australia can make
I-
interviews really awkward a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when to pause. So I'll wait,
When?
and then
Pause?
you can go. There we go.
Wait.
I'll wait.
Go. Wait. But yeah, no. Like, what would be the most popular build, at least at the moment that you're seeing, or that you guys are organizing?
Set system. You can definitely find our set at Amazon. You can find it at Best Buy. It comes in multiple configurations. You can go as low as like $6.99, and then as high as sky's the limit. Right.
Mhm.
So some of the stuff I think Crucian touched on earlier. We obviously did CitizenCon. So some of the stuff that was there was we were using a lot of at least for Pyro, it was very like middle of the road. I think those builds were just a tad over $1,500 for like Pyro, and then obviously the stuff that ran Fight or Flight was a little bit higher end.
Awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. And to be honest, when I tried Pyro, like that stuff ran pretty smooth. So and honestly, I'm gonna say that a lot of the new tech coming out, is really helping the next generation, not having to spend 4K to be able to play the game. They can spend $1,500 at CLX Gaming and be able to run the game just fine. So, which is awesome. But I'm gonna jump in here. And I was there at DreamHack Atlanta. We had that kind of experience, that partnership with Intel where I believe it was CLX and Intel. They brought Star Citizen out to DreamHack. I just really want to know, like, are we gonna get some of those more experiences, throughout the year at events this year, or what's it, or you're not sure yet, or what's the plan for like having a Star Citizen experience at another external show that's not CitizenCon?
The plan from our side, I mean, we do probably somewhere north of 60 events a year. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities of where we could do something like that. I would love to, say that yes, that's in the cards right now. It's definitely there, but it would be to whether CIG has the whether the bandwidth is available and it's something that CIG is interested in. I think Dream successful for us, and I think there was a lot of information that was gathered by both parties, by ourselves and them, and it was awesome to just see new players that are not really part of the Star Citizen community really be introduced to the game. We know how awesome the game is, but I don't know if many people understand the breadth and the scope of the game, right? And we were able to give them just enough of the game while they were there to really get them kind of started. I think a lot of people really did enjoy the game, and potentially, we're probably playing it shortly after that weekend.
That makes total sense, and I would love to see more of definitely more of those experiences. I think what George said hit the nail on the head. Having new people play the game, and I think George, we got a lot of like, oh, I didn't even know this was playable. Like I didn't know this was even like out. And even though they only had an Arena Commander version of the game, I think people still had a good time. Whether it was racing or doing Pirate Storm, I think it was a great experience for everybody. Well, is there George? Is there anything else about CLX gaming that's coming up that you want to kind of touch base on or talk about to the Star Citizen community that's currently watching right now?
No, definitely just want to thank the community for supporting us. Thank you for all the praise and outs that we've gotten since we've been a part of the Star Citizen community. This isn't the last that you've heard of us. We definitely have a lot of cool things coming up, and yeah, man, just can't wait to see what 2024 has to bring, and waiting for CIG to make their announcements in February and kind of know what that roadmap looks like.
Awesome. Well, we're definitely looking forward to it. Croncy, any last questions here for George?
So no DreamHack Australia? Not coming to DreamHack Australia?
We've been asked. So we definitely want to be a part of it. We just opened up our UK side. So CLX is international. So it makes it a little bit easier. So hopefully we can do some stuff in Australia, and hopefully you guys can start seeing a lot more of us in Europe.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well, George, it's always a pleasure, man. We've known each other for a while, so thank you so much for coming on and telling the Star Citizen community and being involved and playing the game, and just being I think just a great inspiration to people overall. That wants to either get into gaming or getting to the gaming industry. So I really appreciate it. But anyways, I'll let the floor to you. Any last things that doesn't have to be about CLX, but any last things that you want to say to the community before we take off here?
No, the biggest thing is thank you, man. Thank you guys for being so welcoming. Thank the community, and in totality, right? Whether it be a new player or somebody who's been hugely experienced, whether you're a streamer or not, the community's definitely been very welcoming, and I think it's one of the biggest pros that Star Citizen community is definitely a good community. So thank you guys so much for welcoming me in with open arms and teaching me as much as I know now. So, and I pass that on.
All right. Well, George, thanks again so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Enjoy the Daymar Rally once it starts, and we'll see you on the next one, man. Appreciate you.
You guys have a good one.
Cheers, man.
Man, Kronzy is like, come to DreamHack Australia. Kronzy, you want to know what's crazy? I'm gonna tell you a quick story. When I went to DreamHack Australia, right, I was more impressed that I was actually standing on the same place where Rafael Nadal played, because I'm a big tennis fan, rather than being at DreamHack Australia. I'm like, wait, I'm on the tennis court where he played. I'm over here just freaking out, but it was a good show. I did enjoy myself. We did that big Star Citizen in at that what's it called, that land Fortress Melbourne.
Yeah, Fortress.
It was absolutely awesome. We had around 80 something citizens come out. It was actually a great time. So good call out. But something I'll say real quick though is that when when we bring in partners to the Star Citizen community, these are partners that we vet, right? Like I said, I've known George for a while. He only has good intentions, really loves the game, really wants to give people that opportunity, and I think CLX Gaming does a great job at kind of representing the citizens, or representing the Star Citizen brand as a whole. So love to have him, being part of the community. Love that he was at CitizenCon. Hopefully we'll see him at CitizenCon wherever it's at this year. And last thing I'll say is that there's a panel down below if you're looking to, get something. Click the link. Probably save you 3 to 5% on depending on what it is. But hey, we're here to help. We're here to support each other. So, but Croncy, your any quick thoughts or summary on that interview with CLX Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just fantastic to meet more people from the industry proper who have been really enjoying Star Citizen and been getting in with the community because, it's something that you and myself have known for ages that the Star Citizen community is one of the best in gaming for now. Let's try to keep it that way. You never know what'll end up happening. But it's awesome to see them just connect with the community so well. And yeah, it's been great.
That's awesome. Well, glad to hear. Well, while we wait for our next interview here, we're going to be interviewing someone that came into the community that really wants to change how sound works, right? We've been, posting them on social media, posting them on our Discord right now where people, you can sign up for the beta for free. But Init Audio, I'll talk about that a little bit before we jump into our interview. But Init Audio is trying to change the way that you put on a headset and listen to the sounds within, Star Citizen, right? So, Cronzy, to think about like things that you normally can't hear, they're enhancing what you're already hearing, and then hopefully you can hear things that are further out, hearing that better, directional sound that that your headset is supposed to give, and they're doing all that and more. So they've been great so far. Really great people that we've already, that we've been working with, that we've known for a minute, working alongside Toby as well. So, Francie, without further ado, let's take a look at Init and bringing our guest here, which is going to be Mari. He's is the COO of Init Audio. All right, I'm excited here. We have Martin lingering here from Init Audio. Martin, how you doing today? Pleasure to have you.
Thank you. I'm fantastic. How are you guys doing?
Well, I'm good, and he's in Australia, so I'm not sure about him.
What does that mean, crew? What does that mean?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to do that a little bit. Crossy, I love you, man. But no, I think we're doing good. I know a lot of people are very excited for the show, and a lot of people are you're gonna see a lot in chat like, when's the race starting? But hey, we still got some time before that. But Martin, a pleasure to have you here. First off, let's just kick it off. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Your role as Chief Operating Officer at Init, and what kind of drew your focus towards like audio technology in gaming overall?
Absolutely. So first off, thank you for having me. And like you mentioned, my name is Martin. I work as the Chief Operating Officer at Init. I've been working with technology in games for the past 10 years or so. And before Init, I was actually the head of gaming at another Swedish company that has been working a lot with the Star Citizen community, which is the Toby and Toby eye tracking. So I've been working with eye tracking for a long time. And then today I am now working with audio instead. And I've always been a gamer. I love Star Citizen. I'm a tech enthusiast. So to be able to work in the intersection between games and technology, and kind of using technology to push the boundaries of what we experience and feel in games, that's my biggest passion in life, and I'm very happy to be able to work with that, in both with eye tracking in the past and now with audio right now. So
yeah,
awesome.
For those viewers that have come in for the Daymar Rally that might not know what Init Audio are or how the technology works, how does it help enhance gaming audio experiences?
Yes, on a very high level, what it is, it's a PC software that runs on any Windows PC, right? And it works with headphones or headsets. And if we get a little bit more technical, what happens is that all sound that is played through Init, whether it comes from a game, like a competitive game like Counter-Strike, or a more immersive game like Star Citizen, for example, or even if you stream music or listen to Spotify or whatever. All of that go through a very sophisticated audio processing in our algorithm. And what it does, it's that it's creating something that's called the time domain coded sound vectors. So it's very technical, but what it does is it's adding missing time domain information that is not present in the sound stream, which in turn then allows us to place or position audio anywhere in a 3D spatial sound feed. So, we can take audio that is typically on your ears and place it anywhere in a spectrum around you. So what happens is that the sound goes from being on your ears to appear to be originating from anywhere in a real environment. So much more like we experience sound in real life as opposed to how it is typically when you put on a headset.
That makes a lot of sense. So that's actually really cool. So it pretty much like takes those same sounds that you already have in your headset, but just brings it a little bit more to reality, which is what you guys are calling, that type of oral reality.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that one easier way of describing it is that what we are doing to audio is in some way same as what virtual reality headsets do to visuals. It enables the players to be much more immersed in the experience and blurring the line essentially between what's virtual and what's real.
What's real? Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, but Star Citizen being somewhat of a game of like massive scale, has so many details within the game. I know how hard that the Star Citizen team works on audio. Why do you think this Init Audio is such a perfect match for Init's audio technology in Star Citizen?
Yeah, so for me, right, when I play Star Citizen, it's all about feeling immersed. I want to feel as if I'm in space flying my spaceship, whether I'm hauling cargo, doing mining or dogfighting, whatever it is. It's an immersive game, and I want to feel as if I'm right there. And audio contributes so much to that, and a lot of people don't maybe really think about it, but when you get to experience audio in a way where it actually places you in the environment and you hear all of the sound as you would hear it in real life, then it becomes a much more immersive experience. And I think that's what makes the big difference, for me at least, in a game like Star Citizen.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All great answers. So
Yeah. Now the Star System players that are watching want to know what can they possibly expect from you guys in the future? Where does this go?
So right now we are in open beta. It's free to download and use for anybody. You can just head over to init.audio and press get init, and then people can test it out for themselves. We have been in beta for a few months, and we are progressing very nicely towards launch. And one of the few first things that we're going to do here in hopefully in a couple of weeks is that we will have a brand new website up and running, which will describe much more what Init is about, and people will be able to test Init in various different games and so forth. And then hopefully launch Init 1.0. After that, we have a ton of different things planned, all centered around the audio experience and making audio in games as good as it can be. It's we are all about using that or using our technology to make sure that the gameplay experience gets elevated in any game, really.
that's awesome. And I know that right now people can definitely download the beta, try for free. It's all right down below in our Twitch panel. So make sure you guys click. I believe we have some of your team here. We have 4PW Demon and Cello, who's in chat. I think they should have that VIP mark. If you guys have any questions, anybody in chat have any questions about Init Audio, they'll be there to help answer any questions, any feedback as well. I know that, Martin, you guys are very active on Reddit as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so like you said, those guys will be able to answer, not going to say any question, but hopefully any questions surrounding Init.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, Martin, it's such a pleasure to be able to meet you. This is the first time that we're talking, which is awesome. I love it. I really appreciate you taking some time out of your day to come on during our biggest event and kind of show off this new technology. I think it's awesome. I hope that you guys get all the feedback that's needed to kind of improve, make it better during your beta. And I'm looking forward to what you guys come out with next to it in audio as well. So, any last words you want to say to the community that's currently watching the Daymar Rally, Martin?
Just thank you to you guys for letting us be on the show, and good luck to all the racers that are racing here in a little while.
All right. Well, Martin, we'll see you here very, very soon. And please have a great rest of your day and enjoy the show here at the Daymar Rally 2954.
Thanks, Martin.
That was awesome. I actually and here's Croncy. You know what? I'll let you start off. I start off every time. Croncy, how do you feel about that interview and obviously bringing something different to Star Citizen that can hopefully make you feel like you're in the game a little bit more? How do you feel about in the audio there in that interview?
One of the most used words in Star Citizen all the time is immersion, and audio is obviously a big part of that. So it's really cool to have an ally on that side for that. So very excited to try out Init Audio and see what it does for me for Star Citizen for sure.
I mean, like I said, it is free to try right now. Click it on the panel links below. Make sure you guys, it's a couple click setups, and you can literally test it. Give the Init Audio team feedback. All right, make sure it's constructive criticism, because that way they can improve on what needs to be improved, especially in games like Star Citizen. But just like you said, Croncy, to try it out, to try out this oral reality to see how I feel. I was trying it, while I was racing the Daymar Rally, and it feels really cool. You can kind of hear I'm not saying you can, but you can kind of hear a little bit more of when because I always race in a Cyclone RC. When you hear that Cyclone RC kind of being that jumpy because of the gravity on Daymar, you can hear it more clearer on those little jumps, or when you're it's the intricate details that work out so well. So that's super awesome. But Croncy, now time for our first announcement of the day, because I mean, we haven't done any announcements. We did some great interviews here with CLX and Init Audio, but something that people have been asking us for, you may have seen it during when we released the prize pool, but we haven't. Everybody's been asking us, why haven't you released the Daymar Rally merch yet? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here you go. The Daymar Rally merch is now finally live on the .x website, and you can get this customized to however you want it. And Croncy, I'm going to ask you for your opinion here on these jerseys, but the details, all I'm going to say is that my man Victor knocked this out of the park so hard. I was so excited for it. But Croncy, give me your thoughts on the new designs this year.
At this point, I think Atmo Esports should become a shirt designing organization with the just amazing merch that comes out every single time. Like every time, it's significantly better than the last. It's crazy. It's absolutely wild how awesome the merch always ends up being. And this is a great design for this year. I love it. The little tire marks that go across the sort of like stomach of the shirt and everything looks absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I love it.
Yeah. The one thing that I want to mention is that, which you don't see here, behind the T-shirt, you have katakana, right? In Japanese, katakana. You have, it says Daymar Rally behind the T-shirt. On the sleeve of the windbreaker, it says Daymar Rally in katakana. And you see a lot of different katakana pieces on that right sleeve of the jersey as well. Croncy, I love the concept so much. It says Daymar Rally, it says truck, it says bike, it says buggy. Anything that has to do with the Daymar Rally, it's in there in katakana. And I just want to say a big shout out and thank you to all the sponsors for this year's Daymar Rally. Icon City, NFED, Seven Hills, Delta Blue, Init, Equinox, and especially Star Citizen, providing those digital prizes, for the rally that really made, I mean, this, I think this is one of our best designs yet, Croncy. So
yeah.
I think we're very happy. Sorry, go ahead, Croncy.
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely fantastic. It looks great. I'm hoping to, when I see you at CitizenCon, I hope I'll pick one up. Maybe a free one. Who knows?
I bought my last night, man. I bought my last night. Like, believe it or not, I like, even though, yes, like I work on getting this merch out there, I still buy it. I still want to make sure that I do my due diligence to Atmo Esports myself. But Guys, you guys can grab the merch now. Exclamation mark merch in chat. Go check out the .x store. Go grab it, man. I'm not here pushing anybody to buy merch, but it does help support all of our physical trophies and other physical items that we do give away throughout all of our events in 2024. So that's what a lot of this merch does. It literally goes right back to the community, along with a couple things that we've been hinting that is supposed to be releasing later in the year with things like the new website and things like that. But we won't reveal any of that stuff just yet. But I think that again, Victor, I love you. You did it, killed it. All the designs with the merch, man. I'm really happy. So y'all see Victor, y'all know who he is. Make sure you guys give him some love and some shout out here. But Kroncy, we're gonna jump in to our next interview here, which is gonna be with our presenting sponsor. Is gonna be Equinox. Equinox came on this year. They want to be able to participate a little bit more within the community. Obviously, they have their own LAN event going on. Kroncy, do you know anything about Equinox at all?
I don't. This is one of the ones where I had to do a little bit of research and look them up. So I'm excited for when we can get to the interview and ask them a couple of questions.
Yeah, Shadowkin, who does Equinox, is usually takes place in, I think it's in Ohio, but let's take a look at the video, and then we're gonna bring Shadowkin in here to talk a little bit about Equinox and what they got going on this year.
Hello, everyone. You may notice that this person next to me is unfortunately frozen for the moment. So now you've got me, and I'm here. We're having a couple of issues here in the background, so we're just trying to get this sort of thing so we can get back into with Equinox. I have to say, that looks like an absolute amazing amount of fun. So where's my Equinox Australia? Hmm? Hmm? What's going on here? What's going on here? Hope you guys are all having a fantastic time at home. The rally is not too far off getting all of our teams situated and organized before the beginning because we have a lot of players this year. We continue to break records for this race. The biggest race in Star Citizen, the biggest event in Star Citizen. So if you haven't participated if you haven't participated before in the Daymar Rally, today's going to be a big one to watch. It is a very long race, but it's also a ton of fun. So hopefully we get this sorted very soon. Very, very weird. Myself trying to stall as we try to get crew back. You really realize just how much he carries this room. So we are going to be talking to Equinox later on today. We're going to be talking to Icon City. We're also going to be talking to Delta Blue Aerospace and Seven Hills Industries. So we've got a couple of previews there that we're going to be participating in. And during the race itself, we have a little treat that we're going to be showing you guys over the course of the entire race. We're going to get to hear from a couple of people that are participating this year and have participated over the course of the last 6 years, which is kind of wild. Looks like Christian is almost back. I'm running out of things to rib on here, so hopefully we get that soon, and hopefully we're able to get you. While I've got you here, let me know in the comments, who are you guys excited to see today? There he is. He's moving. I see him.
Oh, that I froze? I'm sorry. Anyways, when is it not the Daymar Rally when I start freezing and doing all this other stuff, man? You know, like, I don't know. Every time we got the biggest, most important show of the year, and all of a sudden, you know, PDR5 doesn't like me today. So, you know, sorry about that, man. Sorry about that, guys. Apologize. Anyways, what are you talking about, Crumpsy?
Everything. Every topic.
Every every topic. Well, I mean, while we're getting Equinox ready, because right now Equinox is having a little bit of technical difficulties getting into our interview feed. But for right now, we'll talk about one other announcement that we'll shut it out right now. Something that Atmo Esports for the past 6 years we've been doing Daymar Rally. We've been doing a lot of different shows and events, and something that we haven't done yet is a charity event. So, without further ado, on April 20th, the Atmo Esports team is going to be partnering up with Avenger Squadron to host the AVS Flights for Kids charity tournament. We're going to pop it up on screen here in a minute. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to that. Croncy, I mean, it's charity, right? Shouldn't it be? It should be a good time. And I'll talk about the format here in a little bit, but is going to be benefiting Sick Kids Children's Hospital, which I believe is located in Toronto, Canada. And it will also be benefiting Gamers Outreach, who's going to be donating some video gaming go-karts over to Sick Kids Children's Hospital. And, we're just excited to kind of, do something a little bit different, Croncy, and, partner up with some charities that can hopefully bring some happiness and some, normalcy to these kids that are hospitalized. So,
Yeah, I love to see it. It felt very much so like over the last couple of years, especially with some of these events, we're starting to get into that route that we can do these charity events, and it's awesome to see them because it's something that hasn't been really a thing in Star Citizen very much. So it's gonna be a great event.
So, Croncy, I'm going to talk a little bit about what the tournament is going to be about. So, the tournament, we've did a little bit of testing. We've did a little bit of kind of messing around in the game. But so this is going to be a PvP 3v3 tournament, but it's going to be a little bit different, right? Each team is going to consist of one heavy fighter and a turret gunner, and one light fighter. How do you think that's going to play out for all these teams in this kind of combination of tournament and ships?
I mean, it's going to be interesting to say the least. These sort of formats certainly they tend to evolve into some type of meta, and this means that there's a little bit of change to that. You know what I mean? So, not sure how it's going to work out yet.
Well, I mean, I'm excited to see something different. I know we've done a lot of 2v2 dogfighting. So guys, please make sure that you're at the lookout for our socials on at Atmo Esports, Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, X, all that good stuff, because when we have signups here, you will be able to sign up. We'll have the Tiltify link for everybody to donate directly to the cause. And like I said, this is just going to benefit, Sick Kids Children's Hospital and Gamers Outreach, where we're going to be able to kind of, bring some video games to these kids that are being hospitalized, bring that sense of normalcy to them. And this is a great cause, something that I've, bringing a charity together, something I've been wanting to do. So shout outs to Avenger Squadron, partnering up with them and Avenger One. And this is something that we'll have some more information on here in the near future. So April 20th, we're going to be right back here, on twitch.tv/Atmo Esports or on YouTube at Atmo Esports, where you guys will be able to watch the tournament, able to also, donate and give some money to the cause, and hopefully we can do this as one community and hopefully bring some good vibes into the world, which is what I'm looking for, Croncy.
Yeah, it should be great. Very excited for it myself as well, and yeah, we'll see.
All right, well, let's see if Equinox is almost ready. If not, let's jump into a little bit and talk about the Daymar Rally. Croncy, obviously, We have a bunch of teams. And something that I really want to talk about is the significance of how many teams are in the rally, how many vehicles we're using, how many countries are involved in the Daymar Rally. So if we can look at Daymar Rally in the figures, uh, we can take a little bit of a peek at all the craziness that is going to happen here in about an hour or so. But Krusty, tell me about how do you feel about so the diversity about so many. I just love seeing so many countries um, that are here representing from all around the world. I know Krusty, you're are you still rooting for Australia or are you are you
Yeah,
rooting
of
for a
course.
different country? Okay.
We got 2 Australian teams this year, so of course I'm rooting for
Okay.
them.
Rossi, you gotta hype it up, man. You need more Australian teams. We've had we've had some champions that have won like 2 years in a row in the truck division. We got Jed Heller in there. That's from Australia. Any other teams that you're kind of looking forward to seeing compete in this year's Daymar Rally, Croncy?
Yeah, I mean, as always, my home team, as in my community team, Team Punch Buggy. Always very excited to see what they're able to do in
Okay,
every
okay.
different type of race that exists. So, yeah, we'll see what they can get up to today. And also, I don't remember the team name, but I do know our friend Red Monster SC has a team that he has brought this year. Um, yeah, I'm excited to see what they do as well.
Gotcha. Well, looking at the numbers here, we have 778 racers that are going to be competing. That makes up 212 teams in this year's Daymar Rally 2954. We have 90 rookie teams, 122 veteran teams. Francie, I'm very happy to see that rookie teams that are trying the Daymar Rally every year it's almost there, just as high as the veteran teams, right? A lot of people tend to not want to do the Daymar Rally because maybe the Ranger's not in yet. But I'm telling you, man, just come and experience the Daymar Rally. It's going to be the most fun you've had in a game, especially with a team that you bring together. So, love seeing that number there, Croncy, where we have 90 rookie teams this year. So, what are your thoughts if you see a rookie team ticket this year? I mean, do you think that's a possibility?
I mean, it's almost guaranteed at this point that with the amount of new teams that we get every single year, that there's going to be a rookie team that's going to crush it, right? So, only a matter of time. I'm sure we'll see it this year with just how many people we've got. But unfortunately, I'm still rooting for my experienced teams.
Gotcha. Well, with that 212 total teams, we have an incredible vehicle breakdown. We have 62 bike teams, 105 buggy teams, and 45 truck teams. Now, usually the buggy teams, Croncy, is like they have like 200, but we actually saw an uptick in bike teams, which is actually pretty awesome. But bikes this year, and I'll let you talk about that, Croncy, is not as fast as the previous year. So can you tell us a little bit about why bike teams are not are going to be as fast as previous years in the Daymar Rally?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things that have been happening to vehicles over the course of the last year. A lot of the wheeled vehicles, for example, have had their speeds completely changed. The Cyclone RC no longer has boost, which is a really, really big one for that division. But for bikes specifically, I think the biggest thing is that the removal of shields has made it a little bit more dangerous to be operating a bike now. So it was already quite dangerous to use bikes in this event anyway, but you really wanted to be pushing that 200 meters a second or close to for some of those bikes as much as you could over the course of the entire race. And it's just there's way less spots now across the track that you can do that safely. So it's sort of more of a self-governed slowing down of those vehicles just so you can complete the race.
No, that makes total sense. And I know that a lot of people have been saying like they have to take it a lot easier. Bikes don't have shields right now. There's just so many different aspects. Even though ground vehicles are not in that spot that we would all love them to be. The second RC gets that boost. All that, all the above. I'm still happy that people do not let that stop their experience. Don't let it stop them from racing a Daymar Rally. And that's exactly the spirit we need to have every single year because we're not always going to have everything perfect. We've been doing this for 6 years, Croncy, and it's never been perfect, right? Like the entire goal of the Daymar Rally towards the end is for people to manage one vehicle. They have to repair, refuel, all of that stuff with that one vehicle, and take that one vehicle from the beginning to the end of the finish line. And that's where we're looking at once the game gets more pushed forward and developed. But look at this stat here, Kroncy. 2,600 plus vehicles. We got staff ships, camera team. We got spares. That's a lot of vehicles, my man. That's a lot,
Yeah,
Kroncy.
we're going to be testing the servers today. That's for certain. It's going to be great, though. It's going to be great. Every year, right? The whole thing with the Daymar Rally is because there's so many people playing at one time. It's sort of, it gives us a bit of an idea of how Star Citizen has improved in the previous year, right?
Yep.
And the fact that we even have this many is sort of a testament to that. So, yeah, it's a lot of vehicles. For reference, some of those are going to be inside some Hercules that are following their teammates along so that they have spares. But, yeah.
I mean, to kind of jump in here, a team can, in the Daymar Rally can consist of anywhere between 2 to 4. You can race solo, but that deems a massive risk, and here's why. So the way we kind of plan it out in game is that you have, checkpoints. So you have that Shubing mining facility to Eager Flats, and then from Eager Flats to Kuja Ore, not Kuja Ore mining. It's not Kuja Ore mining, so make sure you guys know that. But the thing is that in between Eager Flats and Kuja Ore mining, you have the Betty. And you have to find that without any checkpoint marker on there. You have to be able to find that, and that's why the support ship is so important to be able to, look for the Betty, see where it's at, and guide the racer where he needs to go, because you don't want to be racing on grounds with too many mountains. You want to find that flat area where you can maximize your speed and hopefully finish. But Francie, bikes are gonna last anywhere between, I would say, 2 to 3 hours this year. Give us your thoughts about how long the buggies and the rovers are going to be finishing up this year in the rally.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one because of the essentially nerf to the Cyclone RCs. Their speed is a lot closer to the rovers now. It's only a couple of meters a second faster. So one of the big things is the rover is a lot better at climbing mountains than the Cyclone can be. So depending on where we see people take their routes this year, we're going to be seeing them finish at roughly the same time, most likely, right? We're going to be getting to about that 6-hour time, and we're probably going to see them almost at the same time cross the line, which is a first. Usually the Cyclone RCs, it only takes a couple of hours after the I was going to say the Dragonflies, the bikes, but not this year.
I mean, I'll add a little bit to that. Obviously, the most experienced racers that we're going to see, and I'll call them out, we see a Herbie, we see a Sanji Sama, a monster on Daymar with the Cyclone. I think he's running trucks this year. He wants to. Oh no, Sanji Sama is running bikes this year. He's trying to go for for the hat trick. He's trying to win the Daymar Rally in all the divisions. He'll be the first one to do it if he wins this year in bikes. But I think those very experienced racers that are going to be racing buggies will finish faster than the trucks, but those experienced truck racers are going to finish faster than some buggies. And I really hope that after this whole dilemma with the ground vehicles, those racing vehicles or racing variants do get a percentage of that boost back or get that boost rework, because it was so important on honestly, like that little boost, Croncy, whether it was a lot or a little, really made the difference on your experience racing in Star Citizen. And it the way people used it, it really maximized and could cut down up to 30 minutes into a race like the Daymar Rally.
Yeah, I still remember the Daymar 141 qualifiers. I still remember exactly where I boost on every single part of the track with the Cyclone RC. So hopefully it does come back. It's a great fun mechanic.
Yep, we're still trying to get Equinox on here soon. Really want to talk to them about the event and everything. But one last thing here is we are representing 30 plus different countries. And this is something that I'm super excited. And one thing that is not shown here that I want to call out is that we have so many incredible women within the Star Citizen community that are going to be racing the Daymar Rally. So look, it doesn't matter who you are. Grab a team, come join us, and come be a part of the best event, the biggest event, the community event in Star Citizen, the Daymar Rally. And we do it every year, guys. So, 30 days from now, we'll open up registration once again, and you can already start signing up for the Daymar Rally 2950 29.55. Man, that's
Yeah.
okay. That
It
kind of
is. We're
hit
starting to get
it
close.
kinda,
Yeah,
I
starting to get
know,
close to
man.
10
I
years.
know. I
It's
know.
a
That's
little happening.
scary, man. Jeez. All right. Anyways, but just want to call out some countries that are not listed on here, and I want to call out There's a team from New Zealand, 2 teams from
Mhm.
Australia. We got a few teams from Austria, Brazil, Bulgaria. We got 7 teams in Canada. We got teams from Catalan, which is in up there in Spain. We got a team from Colombia, Czech Republic, Finland, Hungary, Iceland. Well, that's Saji Sama by himself, but but we even got teams from Israel, man, like Jamaica, Lithuania, Mexico. Like I absolutely love the diversity that we have there, and it doesn't matter the barrier, the language barrier. Everybody's here to race and have a good time to experience what the Daymar Rally is all about. So shout out to all the teams out there, Panama, dude, Norway, Poland, like an incredible lineup here of countries. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Now, we should have. Let's take a look at the vehicle speeds this year.
Mhm.
Francie, we should have that up there. So if we can get the vehicle speeds up there, let's kind of hit that. We'll hit on that a little bit more because um, one thing that people need to understand is that we banned the hover quad this year. Crossy, do you want to hit on why we banned the hover quad this year? Because obviously you can see it on the screen, but just kind of elaborate on why we got rid of it this year for the Daymar Rally.
Yeah, it's so fast. It's a bit insane. You want to sort of avoid everyone just choosing the exact same vehicle, right? You want to make it so there's a little bit of a sort of fun bit around it because of the way that the Graveler vehicles work, where you've got different height speeds, right? So here on this graph, you can see the left side is at the highest height, so the safest height, and then
Yep.
the right one is at the lowest height, where it's very dangerous for where you go. And so it's just a little bit too fast. Not to mention, there are some things with it as well, where sometimes you can end up hitting some of the different corners of
Yep.
the hover quad, and then it can end up being way too resilient as well. So that's why, for the most part, that one is gone. The biggest thing here, though, that I sort of touched on a little bit earlier, the Cyclones, very, very close in speeds. The no boost and the Rovers are also at 37 max speed. And the biggest difference between them is their handling. The Cyclone handles a lot better on flat. The Rover handles a lot better on mountains. So we're going to see a lot of changes in there as well.
Yeah, Karasi, I think you froze, but I mean, it's okay. You look great there. Hopefully we get you back in. You got that like thinking face, like, yeah, I look good. But anyways, no, very good points and all of that. And a lot of people think that the Spartan, because it has that higher speed, is gonna be, hey, this is the vehicle that we need to pick. Look, man, remember that in the game, the ground speed now, acceleration is different. Sometimes the Spartan, the weight makes it different as well. So even though that max speed is at 44, that doesn't mean that it's the fastest because it's not going to have, enough acceleration. The Spartan, though, if it catches that flat ground the entire way, which is not because this is the Daymar Rally, this ain't a road. You're going to be dealing with a lot of difficulty going up hills, doing different things. But yeah, all I'm going to say is that I know that, the CIG team's working very hard on these vehicle speeds. And I'm not worried about it. Hey, I know they're gonna give us the best experience that we can, and I know this is just where we're just in the middle of it. But it's never gonna stop us from, doing the Daymar Rally no matter what. So shout outs to all of the dev team. And by the way, we haven't talked about the X1, man. The X1 finally in the game. It looks incredible, by the way. So great job to the vehicle team. The X1 is in here and people are gonna be using it this year. So I'm excited to see the F1 in action. They're gonna you have a lot of people with the X1 Force. So people are going to be using those weapons if they're able to try to get some other members out, other members of the race out. So that's going to be a definitely dangerous look. But I mean, I think the Dragonfly, no matter what, Croncy, to me, is still going to be that OG Graveler vehicle or that bike that, is just going to always, kind of never go away. We'll always see it. So I hope to see some Starkins out there. So looking forward to that.
One thing I'm hoping to see today, if you end up, you're on your Dragonfly, you accidentally crash into a hill or into some rocks or something, and you mess up your front engines, it can reverse at the same speed that it goes forward. So I'm really hoping at some point we see someone just head over their shoulder, going as far back as they can in the Dragonfly.
Yeah, for those people that don't know, Daymar Rally is the filthiest race in the verse. People will be able to shoot each other as soon as they leave the armistice zone. Every checkpoint does have an armistice zone of around 500 meters, depending on whether it's an outpost or not. Like the Betty is not an outpost, so there is an armistice around that to make sure that people can check in and go through those legs under the Betty. But there is, if people can take each other out and be able to end their race early, so it's going to be an interesting one this year. But I do have one of my favorite vehicles that have recently been released, and this vehicle, GIG came out with an incredible video of this. It has an incredible song, music, everything. I asked GIG, like, hey, I would love to play this again for the community, and maybe some people haven't seen it, but hey, for one more time, let's take a look at the RSI Lynx release trailer here that CIG allowed us to kind of play for you guys. So we'll be right back.
I can't count the ways that you've lost my faith. You caused me pain. Feels like yesterday. You made your first mistake. Wasn't your last mistake. All the things you say, lies that infiltrated my bed, and I believed them. Nothing left. But the heart, it rules the head. You've been gone for so long. My heart breaks, but I can't get enough. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. In a world of make-believe, denying everything we don't wanna see. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. Now the storm has passed. I can see clearly, even though you don't hear me. You haunt me in my dreams, but I'm waking up. I found a way to breathe. You've been gone for so long. My heart breaks, but I can't get enough. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. In a world of make-believe, denying everything we don't wanna see. 'Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. Cause the taste of you is bittersweet. Cause the taste of you is bittersweet.
All right, and we're back there. Croncy, that has been one of my favorite trailers since it came out, and they also did all of that in Pyro, so an incredible trailer. So again, shout out to CIG for allowing us to use that for this year's rally, since it's so, since it makes sense, ground vehicles, Daymar Rally, but I mean, not to be in sellout mode either, but hey, remember that, right now you can go onto the RSI page, and they do have, all those vehicles from 2023 back, which means that I had to pick up another F8 currency, but don't tell anybody that. Another FA Lightning for the pockets. I got a couple now. It's my favorite ship of all time. But Croncy, give me your thoughts on like that RSI video, which is just top notch, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's very different to a lot of the other videos that they've done for like sort of ship commercials, sort of thing. It's not my favorite. My favorite is the one that we were in.
Oh,
But other than
that was like
yeah, no, it's fantastic. It really sort of just gets you in the mood to just drive around a random moon for no particular reason in the back of a Lynx.
I mean, hey, right now that the RSI Lynx is the fastest rover, has great acceleration, speed. That's why we keep saying that a lot of these trucks are gonna get there just as fast as the buggies. Is because the RSI Lynx is yeah, they put some, they gave that thing some love. That's all I'm gonna say right now. But let's jump right in. We do have I think Equinox, unfortunately, they're still working with him. But we we're gonna jump into our next interview, which is somebody that actually very loved in the community, which makes me excited. This guy is more excited than me. Came on as a sponsor and the Daymar Rally, and this guy is an absolute beautiful soul. That's all I'm gonna say. He's a beautiful soul. Before we jump in here with James from Icon City, let's jump right into the trailer.
Wanted to. I just wanted to connect.
All right. Everybody, welcome back here. We have James from Icon City. That smile is brighting up my day already, James. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm just hoping you can hear me.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can. We can hear you. You're good.
Fantastic. Okay, good.
Dude, like
Technical
every
issues
year is
over.
always some technical difficulty, but hey, this is what it's all about, man. We're just having fun, having a good time. But James, man, a pleasure to have you. It was a pleasure to meet you for the first time last year.
Sure.
Jumping in all 10 feet into the Daymar Rally with us, man, and we really appreciate that. But before we jump into all about Icon City, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Tell us a little bit about your experience with the Star System community before we jump into the rest of the good stuff.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, my name's James. Obviously, I'm from Shropshire in the UK. A very cold place to be right now. I'm married. Now I've got 4 kids. We adopted 2 children just at the
Wow.
end of last year. So now I've got four children for real. Some,
Wow,
so yeah,
awesome.
a 6 or 7-year-old girl now running around the house, which is just brilliant. We've been in foster care for about 5 years, so it's an absolute joy to have them around us. And yeah, it's keeping me busy. It's keeping me awake early in the mornings. But family, it's all good.
That's awesome, man. That's
Awesome.
oh man, I'm getting emotional. Hey, that's awesome, man.
Hey,
That's already tells me you're an incredible human being, man. Yeah, I got that's awesome, James. Anyways,
hey,
Frosty, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, as with Star Citizen, I've been playing since sort of 2019. I think I may have jumped in a little bit earlier, got stuck in the hab, didn't know how to get out, and that was kind of my first experience with Star Citizen. But yeah, 2019, I think I bought my first sort of starter pack. I think it's Mustang Alpha. And as always, you kind of
Hey.
quickly looking to upgrade to the next one. Yeah. And it was like Avenger Titan was my choice to jump to next. But obviously, I don't really want to talk about how many ships I've got now because apparently you don't do that in public.
Oh
As we all
man,
know,
that's
we don't talk about that. Yeah.
yeah.
So,
We don't.
so
We
yeah,
don't.
let's say
We,
I covered cargo, mining, and all the other stuff, so I'm good to go.
yeah,
The
yeah.
hangar's ready.
The motto is don't buy and tell. That's what the
I
motto
know,
is.
right?
So yeah, you've been playing for about as long as I have. That's when I hopped into the game. Have you had any experiences over those years that have just made you go like, "Wow, Star Citizen"?
Well, I think it's one of those first experiences that you really can't tell people about because they've just got to do it, right? They've got to buy that starter pack, jump in the game, and just kind of hopefully amble their way through it and find out. I think my first kind of one was with a box mission. I took my little my Adventure Titan, which I was so proud of buying because it's like my first sort of digital purchase, which is really strange for me to do. But landed on this little planet, had to deliver this box. I think I opened up the sort of the airlock, went in, and the box just disappeared. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. I was like, what happens now? I've spent this time flying here and it's disappeared. But then I heard this massive thunder come from like nowhere, and I kind of looked out the window of that sort of little outpost. I just couldn't believe the size this ship that just landed. It was one of those Constellation Andromedas at the time, and next to my little Titan, it just looked incredible. But the thunder that was coming from it, and of course, as I left the hab, this guy running with a box. And yeah, the same thing happened to him. So I kind of watched his disappear. He kind of looked around and say, "Where's that gone?" And then he just kind of said, "Well, look around the ship." And I was like, "Oh my god, can I?" And I think he took me aboard an Andromeda, and I think I was just blown away by the scale. I mean, we talk about scale a lot with Star Citizen, but I think genuinely it's something to behold. If you've never played it and you do have a starter ship and you jump into Andromeda within hours of kind of playing the game, it's just phenomenal. And it just blew my mind to let me fly this thing around this small bit of area of the planet. And yeah, that's my first experience, and that kind of shows me really the community's all very happy if you do experience that, and I love that. I love that part of it all.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of us that have come into the game in the last couple of years all have a story like that. Of someone just saying, look at this really cool ship that's way cooler than yours.
Yeah, I can't afford that. Can't afford to buy that.
So funny enough, back then you for like 3 hours on stream, I would get like my moderator's account. He had like all the ships. He was Legatus, and I would literally for 3 hours just spawn ships and give a tour on stream for like 3 hours straight, and that was my stream for that day. So so that was to kind of get that experience though, to get somebody else to be like you're in VoIP and you're talking. That's I think that's experience is something you'll always remember every single time. So, which is what we're doing here at the Daymar Rally too. And some of these rookies, something's gonna happen in one of these races that they're gonna remember for the rest of their life and continue coming back. And that's what we always appreciate about the Daymar Rally. But James, let's switch gears real quick, man. Okay. I want to talk a little bit Icon City. You've been involved in the community for quite some time. Can you tell us about Icon City and how that idea, came to life, and tell us everything, little details about Icon City and what you do, what do you guys have product-wise, all that good stuff.
Well, I'm just, you know what, it's that thing that I'm purely thankful. If it was a Star Citizen, Icon City really would not be here, and that's some tell really, because as a dad and all that, very tired but enthusiastic PC gamer, and I was deep into Star Citizen. I'm loving it, but obviously, like every sort of tired dad, you kind of trying to find that time where you can jump in the game and play the game. And I just found that because obviously the keys that you needed just to even take off at that point was just so varied, and getting out your seat and checking your ammo and all that sort of stuff, it just become a really a bit of a bind, and it almost put me off playing the game. And I remember just picking up an Elgato Stream Deck off Facebook Marketplace for like next to no money. It was just like covered in dust. I think a lot of enthusiastic streamers out there, I think they're going to rule the world, and suddenly they're not, so they chuck these devices away.
Are you trying to
But
say
for me,
something about me, James? Are you trying to...
no, definitely not. Still one viewer. Damn, what am I doing wrong? But no, genuinely, it's kind of like I had the Stream Deck and sort of plugged it in, and I was kind of using it for lights and sort of microphones like most people do. And suddenly it just occurred to me, maybe just assign a key to get out the seat, for example, or turn on my torch. I mean, that was the hardest thing, being somewhere and you just can't see because you can't remember which one was the torch icon to light up what you're looking at. And it really did start off there. I kind of just put the words down on the Stream Deck, and then I kind of made it a little bit prettier, and then I kind of built up a kind of an amount of maybe 30, 40 icons. And then I was on I think it was the Reddit for Star Citizen. I ended up just posting it, going, "What do you guys think of this?" And that was it. It was kind of like exploded from there. People were like, "Whoa, have you key binded that?" And I was like, "Yeah, all the keys done." Well, I'll throw you a few dollars for that. And before I knew it, we're up to 150 icons. Built the whole thing, and try to use that whole design language thing where if you're on foot, the icons are yellow. If you're in combat, they're green. and then if you're just in the ship, they're kind of the same kind of color as the Moby glass. And I'm just so passionate at making sure everything makes sense as you're rolling through, because we're up to sort of 590 icons now, which is just crazy. I know a lot of those
Wow.
have sort of on-off states when you're clicking through them, so you kind of know where you are with the landing gears up or down, etc. But if you, but yeah, so kind of. Reddit kind of helped me realize that the audience was out there, and they were willing to sort of pay, a little bit of money to help them, like me, a tired dad, to play the game. And again, it's just grown from there. It's just incredible. My background was with Apple for just under 10 years, doing motion graphics and video editing for Apple. So a lot of my kind of design and how I like things come from them, the simplicity in design and making sure that the key kind of represents what you want to do within the game. So that's it, really. Like I said, and of course, as always, people then said, "Hey, I've got Microsoft Flight Simulator. Do you do any keys for that?" And I was like, "Wow, okay." And so then that was 400 icons, and then we're now into Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator, which coming, and of course, farming community. I've just been to a farming expedition, and here in the UK. Over 20,000 attendees, and it felt like I'd been a bit of a rock star, rocking up.
Wait. Farming Simulator with 20K attendees? Yo, hey, CIG,
wow.
let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's go, CIG. We gotta plug that up.
Well, maybe we start making the habs, and maybe we could grow our own food in Star Citizen. Maybe we'll all be farmers anyway, right?
Farming Simulator, 20K attendees, man. Watching people rake corn. That is incredible. That's what I'm talking about, man. Hey, I'm not bashing him. I would be super proud. So Farming Sim, hey, shout out to you guys. Anyways, go ahead, Crunchy.
So you mentioned a couple of games there. You said Flight Sim, Farming Sim, Truck Sim. Are there any other games that you guys support and have created stuff for? And also, sorry, just as a second thing, how easy is it for people to get that stuff? How can they do that?
And you know what's great is I've got one of those Discords that everybody tells me what they want, and Zul's one of those people as well. So whenever a game comes out, like Ready or Not, it's such a great game, Ready or Not. You're a team of 4, SWAT team jumping through windows and killing people. So on my Discord, try and every Wednesday night get together with people and play those games, and we have such a great time. I'm just blessed to have people all around the world, Germany, America, say UK, coming in and want to play games with us. It's just brilliant. And those people really dictate what they want. I mean, a lot of game ideas have come from them. Baldur's Gate 3, for example, that came from the community. Love to see that. And the idea is with all these things is it's got to be easy. So luckily for me, Elgato have made it really easy with something called profiles. So if you've got a sort of 15 key Stream Deck or a 32 key, what you can do is you just basically double click on our profile and it populates the keyboard for you. So all the keys are pre-done, pre-hotkeyed for you. There's nothing to do other than maybe rearrange them how you want to see them. But I supply all the icons separately as well. So if you've got a loop deck or maybe you're using Touch Portal to use that device, you can sort of just use the icons and move them where you want, and obviously keep on them yourself through loop deck or through Touch Portal. But if you've got Elgato Stream Deck, the profiles are already done for you, so there's no sort of hassle. It's just double click the profile and it'll populate and you're good to go. What's also great, obviously, as we know, Star Citizen changes so much over the years, is that with the help of again, the community, we're able to offer those free updates. So anybody who sort of downloads the icon pack, they join a Discord, we get them verified through the Discord server, and then what we do is offer them their free updates, which is just brilliant. I mean, I think our last update through sort of the cargo and kind of all that reclaiming stuff was a 14 new icons to the pack, which is obviously we've seen it grow from 130 to sort of 590 now. So yeah, the game's getting big, and we might need to buy a bigger Stream Deck, or maybe 2.
You want a 64-button Stream Deck just taking the whole thing, like
yeah. Watch your space. I mean, the beauty is I've seen people like download the iPad app for Elgato, and they've had them like across 2 iPads, and it's like 150 buttons in front of them with an iPad. So yeah, Elgato do an app that you can download and to your iPhone or iPad, and you can sort of run the icons from there as well. So it's great. I feel really supported through all these channels. It's just brilliant. And of course, there's no delay. It's kind of USB 3. It's straight in, so there's no delay to the whole thing.
Well, what I love is that while in turn the Star Citizen community supports you, or other community support you in turn come and support us, which you're literally supporting the community back.
Oh man!
Because everything that we get literally goes right back into the community. So Just want to say thank you for that. And last question here from me. What James? What can we expect from Icon City? Throughout 2024, and is anything that you want to say to the Star Citizen community? I'll give you that moment as well.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, I mean, obviously this year, a big year. We've got 50 games earmarked for this year alone that could possibly need
Wow.
our attention, which is great. And of course, Star Citizen forever training this year. Hopefully, as you know, I'm based in the UK, so we're only about a sort of a short drive to Manchester. So I'm kind of hoping CitizenCon will be at Manchester this year. In which case, I know a lot of the Discord will be booking rooms and hopefully getting ourselves down there where we could all actually shake hands and meet up. And I'm just dying to meet the community even more. So, as I said, I would not be here if it wasn't for Star Citizen. Icon City would have just been, just a memory, a thought. So I can't thank you guys enough, and the chance to sponsor you for the whole year, obviously going forward, for me is I feel really blessed that I've had the opportunity, and you guys are just rocking it. I've watched Daymar Rally over the years, and I've been a huge fan. So
Wow.
I can only thank you and the team because again, when I think about my family, I've been able to, adopt the children who were initially fostering. So that's helped us massively. And again, there's no words really. Icon City, Star Citizen, it changed my life, 100%.
That's
So thank you.
that's awesome, man. Same thing for quite a bit of us here in chat. By the way, what were your thoughts seeing Icon City on that Daymar Rally jersey? What were your
Oh,
first initial reactions?
hey, I think and even Corsair knows what that means to me. I think when we're talking about sort of funding and how it's going to work, I said, look, just tell me my icon's going to be on the shirt. I don't care what you do the rest with it. You can put it on the channel at the bottom. That's absolutely fine. But am I going to be on a shirt? And I think I was probably was the first person to order this shirt
Yes,
via
you
the
were.
website today with the icon sitting on the back because guys, you can have your gamer tag on the back of the shirt. It's a true story. So if you
That's
want the
awesome.
shirt with your name on the back, you can do that. And of course, I hopefully have Icon City printed on it. So I'll be waited with bated breath to actually finally get my hands on one of those shirts. And hopefully, when it comes to CitizenCon this year, and if it is Manchester, I will definitely be wearing it.
Awesome. Well, James, I just want to say, man, you're such a energetic. I don't know, man. I just love you. That's all I'm gonna say, man. I just love
God
you,
bless
man.
you.
Like your
The feeling is
personality is
mutual, man.
incredible, man. So,
Thank you.
hey, I got, but I'm gonna switch it up here, and guys, make sure you guys go follow at Icon City 3 on X, Instagram, where wherever
Twitter,
James
whatever.
is at, man. This guy is you're an incredible person, man, and we're
Bless you.
happy to
Thank you.
be here with you
Thank
and do this interview. So, but thank you so much for being here with us, James, and we'll talk to you again very very soon. So take care.
Sure. Hey, best luck everybody playing today, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Cheers, guys. Number one fan.
Cheers, James.
Take care.
Oh, I love him. I love that guy. I love James, bro. Like, you don't like. Look, look. I'm not bragging that the other interviews were. Look, it's just the energy that when somebody brings it, you just feed off of it, right? Like when I'm over here energetic about the Daymar Rally, like people at home are like, dude, what's wrong with this guy? But I love the energy, like it's okay. But anyways, quick thoughts here before we jump over here. I think Equinox is ready. We'll jump over here to talk to Equinox, but quick thoughts about Icon City for you, Croncy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. First off, that's my first time talking to James, and like, wow. Anytime we have someone
That was
that
mine
positive
for
in the
my.
community, yeah.
Oh, that was like
so,
mine first in in this kind of setting, like other than
Yeah.
Discord. But dude, incredible guy, man. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. The product itself as well, amazing. There are Star Citizen has a lot of buttons, just so many buttons. and so, I mean, am I wrong? So like, yeah, it's a great way to utilize these tools, these bits of hardware to make Star Citizen more enjoyable and easier to play.
Yep. No, that makes total sense. But once again, thanks, James. Really appreciate it. And guys, check out Icon City down in the panels below, or type exclamation mark Icon City in chat. And check them out, man. Use code ATMO and get that 10% off. We got zero kickback is all for the community to be able to just, y'all want some. If y'all got a stream deck, you don't know how to use it, that guy just click it once and you have all the buttons. So, hey, that sometimes like to like integrate a stream deck with all the buttons, it takes forever. So to be able to just buy something for 10, $15 and click a button, it's all there.
Yeah. Very
It's
easy. Very convenient.
it's worth it. But yeah, anyways, let's jump right in here. We're gonna play the Equinox trailer one more time for you guys because I love Shadowkin, and we'll play it a second time for you guys. So after the trailer, we'll be right back with Shadowkin, who runs Equinox, and we'll be able to talk to you about that event coming up here shortly. We'll be right back. All right, here we are here with my man Shadowkin. How you, bro? What's going on with your stuff, man?
Dude, I have no idea, man. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you
can hear you.
perfectly, man.
Okay, perfect. All right, yeah, no, it's something with my network. I run a really strict network, so it was hilarious because, like, but I gotta say, Enigmatic, Cryo, your team is freaking awesome. So we're on Plan B, so great to be here, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think you're on your phone, right?
Yeah, I'm actually on my laptop. My phone's upstairs, hotspotted. I'm on my laptop.
Oh, I mean, hey, look, it
Go
looks good.
technical,
You
right?
sound no, it looks good. You sound great. Well, anyways, let's jump right into it before you cut out or do anything like that. Hopefully, it can hold. But look, man, I just want to say first of all, Shadowkin, thank you so much for being the presented sponsor of the Daymar Rally. I definitely want to jump in and get to know more about Equinox. But before we get into all the details, we know you've been part of the Star Citizen community for a long time, but other people at home that are watching right now may not know. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the background of how Equinox, just kind of came to life?
Yeah, well, you'll personally love this. So, like, way back in '96 when I got my first gaming PC, I've literally been doing LAN parties like once a month since
Oh, wow.
then. No joke. We do it all the time.
Wow.
It's just something that, like, I just always do. So it was like, I'm at CitizenCon, right? And I'm hanging out, I'm doing volunteering, and every single CitizenCon, I'm like, I hear somebody say, "Man, I wish you could be playing Star Citizen right now." And I'm like, so as soon as I was like, I got to do something. Like, we got to do something about that. So, I kicked together a bunch of things. We started a small one. I got some great connections with the community because, I mean, there's so many awesome ones. We got JRDF involved. We got a bunch of just great sponsors involved. Now you guys. So it's like, it's just growing like a weed, and it's doubled in size. We've run 5 events now. So it's just about, like doing something I love with the community I love, and we all just get together and be awesome. So it's just something special.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Bouncy?
Yeah, so Equinox Prime, if any special announcements about the location, the date, or anything like that, and a little added thing, Equinox Australia.
Well played.
You know where we're going. No, Corsair, I promise Corsair, we're going to come down under one day just because
Nice.
why not? I've been back in 20 some years. But anyway, no, yeah, we have a huge Equinox announcement. We just launched ticket sales last night. Equinox Prime is on June 1st, 2024 or 2954. It is at one of the coolest science museums in the world. It's called COSI. Columbus, it's Center of Science and Industry. It is an absolutely amazing facility. So we've got fully booked in there. We've got a great after party. We've got some new perks with a really big storm wheel ticket. No perks on that, but I'll tell you, go look at the site. You're put up in a nice hotel. We really try to listen every single time we run an event. We run full, we do our surveys, we listen to our community, we love hearing feedback, we change, we adapt, we make things better. And this is just the inception of that. Everything just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So COSI is on board. That's going to be awesome. We've got a great, huge bar citizen plan the night before the same way. Come for the weekend. Check it out, eqnxsc.com. There's also a special giveaway that we're doing just for Daymar Rally. Four things we're giving away. Ticket to Equinox and 3 ships. So check it out, eqnxsc.com. All the information's there. We will. That's basically kind of where we're old school. We go back to the website because it's so hard to track a social.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
yeah, it works really well. So like eqnxsc.com, all the details are there. Jump in the Discord, get active. We love hearing from you.
That's absolutely incredible. Wait, and then you also said you're gonna be the land is at a science center, right? Like a science or a
That's
science
right.
museum. That's pretty cool. So
Yep, it's a
are we gonna
huge
be like
science museum.
are we gonna be like in land event and like we're like a shuttle, a space shuttle behind us?
There's one better. So the VIP after party is going to be held in the science wing. They've got a shuttle simulator. They've got where you can actually dock the Apollo
What?
module. They've got a full
Wow.
planetarium, a 300 plus foot IMAX screen that's going to be streaming live stuff from the ISS and such. So you're going to be like right there. The after party is going to be sweet, but here's the really cool thing. If you come to Equinox and you get a ticket, you have the opportunity to get a $30 ticket to the museum. Come back the next day. That's like a 70%. It's like a $100 ticket. So, you're
Wow.
set up for the whole weekend. So Barstone's on Friday, Equinox on Saturday, go to the museum on Sunday. We're trying to like kind of cover it all. So it's exciting.
That's actually that's actually a very cool experience. So and coming to these land events is all about the the attendee experience and all that. So good to know that you are currently always trying to get that feedback, make it better every time, which is super awesome. So I know we saw Equinox
Absolutely.
West take place for the first time in San Francisco. So is that something that you guys are going to start planning every year, or trying to do like East West, or is it just both? Only like Equinox West and Equinox Prime, so that way you are at least hitting 2 sides of like the U.S.
We got a lot of plans. This started as Equinox as one. Like we started as a main event, and as soon as we hit the floor at CitizenCon, I got bombarded with people who were like, "Hey, is there an Equinox close to me?" I'm like, "No, but there could be." So Apollonaut from Soul Armada reached out. He's like, "Hey, could we do an Equinox West?" I'm like, "We got some criteria, but." And sure enough, they fit it in. They had a nice 32, I think it was 32 PC LAN party. All the perks, CIG was on site, which was great. It's really about Equinoxes. It's just bringing all the awesome pieces of the community together and just let it happen. We've got booths and vendors, we've got giveaways, and it's all community driven. Like everybody comes together to make this thing awesome. So yeah, there definitely is going to be an Equinox West last year. There's also talks of an Equinox South, and there may be an Equinox Germany. I don't know, but we'll stay tuned. We'll definitely be doing that as much as we can. So yeah, we're trying to branch out and have fun with it, and it's all based on feedback. If somebody really wants it there and they want to jump in, we'll jump right on board with you to build one. So if you really want to do one in your area, give me ring us up, figure me out. Well, we'll chat it out because I'd love to do that because that's what it's all about. It's getting the community close together and doing some awesome stuff. So. Very exciting.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
that's all great news. That's fantastic news. Is there any other special events that you guys might be running soon, or any other details about Equinox you might want to mention?
Yeah, actually, so we're going to be, like I said, we got the giveaway open right now. That'll run through the end of the day. We'll do the pick at the end, but we're also going to be running some contests and things as we bring on our sponsors. You're going to be looking for that through our socials. So there's going to be things that are going to be happening when they come on board. So stay tuned to the socials, jump in the Discord, get connected. There's a lot that's going to be happening over the next few months. That's really exciting. And by the way, I'm working specifically with JRDF on something really, really special.
Ooh.
Like even for a tech guy special. So
If it's not a rideable
you're
X1,
not gonna
I
want to
don't,
miss
I don't want it.
this.
If it's not a rideable, I'm
Real
just going-
grav effect coming to Equinox Prime.
Look, we love the
Right?
Dragonfly, but we want something else that's right. I want to be in a Cyclone RC.
There you
So
go.
I'm trolling.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
trolling.
you
But
might be
hey,
able to
no,
ride it.
seriously, man, I I love the details. You mentioned June 1st. I'm definitely gonna be there this time around. Representing hopefully Atmo. Maybe we do some tournaments there. I know there's more details that we'll be announcing as well on social media. But guys, make sure you guys are staying very close to at Equinox SC on X on Instagram. We're to the race details here soon.
The biggest thing is thank you. I mean, this like the community itself is freaking amazing. I mean, every time you turn around, it's something just blows your face off. You're just like, I cannot believe this community. It's one of the kindest, most ability to help others. It's just everybody that brings their energy, just like you guys. Like with Corsair and how he started so small, and look at you guys now. It is awesome. Look at JRDF. Look at all these, all the orgs that are involved. It's just so freaking cool. So just thank you. Keep being awesome. I really hope to see you. Just any ideas you have for any of this, just talk to me because I love this stuff. I'm like an idea guy. I don't sleep much. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep because I got all that stuff. So I'm a little crazy, and I'm also Italian, which is probably what I'm talking with my hands. But anyway, no, just thank you. You guys do an amazing job. I mean, it's truly an honor to be a sponsor for the greatest race series I think there is, because I'm a longtime racer in real life. So it's super cool to be a part of it. But just thank you guys for just doing an awesome job, and I'm really looking forward to the race.
I love that the music got, like, as soon as you were ending there, like the music just getting higher and higher. I'm like, yo, this is a perfect moment here. But hey, Shadowkin, always a pleasure, man. Always happy to to chat with you. We saw your booth at CitizenCon. I'll definitely be there at Equinox this year, supporting it any way I can. So it should be an incredible time with the Star Citizen community. But yeah, thank you so much, man, and we'll talk again very soon. And once again, guys, those of you guys that are watching at home, make sure you guys are following Equinox on their socials at Equinox SC. And maybe we'll see you guys on June 1st in Columbus, Ohio for that event. So thanks, Shadow.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a great show.
Thank you, man. Hey, another, like, honestly, man, yes. I love that the interviews evolve because Croncy, like, we kicked it off with CLX Gaming, who has such an impact in the community. We showed, a little bit about Init Audio, and about how, their new aural reality technology is bringing those, soundscapes and bringing those real life sounds to your ears with their technology. And then just having both Equinox and Icon City in here that were born from the community, which is like, this is what the show is all about. This is what the pre-show is all about. Before the race, highlighting these communities and these people that really bring something unique to Star Citizen that can really just help you change the way you're playing into a more immersive experience. So, I mean, what are your thoughts there on that interview with Equinox, Francie?
I need to go to one. For sure. The event sounds absolutely fantastic, and if you are someone out there that's within range of one, why would you not go? Absolutely love LAN parties in general, and a Star Citizen LAN party sounds absolutely fantastic. So, awesome person, Shadowkin. Always great to see him around, and yeah, very cool event.
I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be my first year attending. Hopefully, because it lands in a good spot for me, right? June 1st doesn't land around all the normal events that I normally go to and work at. So definitely, Atmo Esports will be there this year. So make sure you guys are supporting the community and also coming out. So, which is awesome. But before, right around the corner, we got just a couple more interviews left. But what I like about what's we're bringing on Star Citizen organizations that are sponsoring events like the Daymar Rally, and it's not because they want more people to join. It's because they really want to support the community as a whole, and the way they do it is through our events. Again, everything that we do, whether you buy merch, whether you join an event, it's all free, right? Everything goes right back to making those Daymar Rally trophies, making those System 7 trophies, making sure that people have those championship jackets and that merch. that they earned by getting that top 3 in each division. So, so thanks for all their support. We really appreciate it. It really means so much, to us and the team. So, before we jump into the next interview, though, we are going to take a quick break, and we should be right back here very soon. While we're getting set up here for the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by Equinox. We're going to get the race started here in just a little bit longer, guys. Just stand with us, okay? Teams are getting prepared. So thank you guys so much for your patience and hanging in there with us. We'll be right back.
Whether it's practice day, race day, or just Saturday, always demand the best.
At Ultima Energy, we always challenge ourselves to give our best. Through our technical partnership with Tumbra Land Systems, we developed Ultima T-Fusion Hydrogen Plus Premium Fuel with unbeatable protection against wear and corrosion and superior reduction in radium nuclides. Go with the best total engine protection you can get.
All right, welcome back here to the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by Equinox, and we're still in the pre-show. Got a couple more interviews to go, and then we're going all into getting ready to look at that start line and hopefully get the race started here very, very shortly. But Francie, wanted to talk about one more time about Init Audio, if we can get that that banner popped up here. But guys, just mentioning it right now, the Init Audio team is currently in chat right now, in Twitch chat. They have some VIPs, so if you guys want to try it out, whether while you're racing, and you have some feedback for the team, they're right now in Twitch chat. Go talk to them, or if not, they do have a Reddit page where you'll be able to to talk to them as well, to talk to any staff from Init Audio and give any of that feedback. So you guys can try it now for free at init.audio. So. But for right now, we got our next interview, Croncy. Croncy, I'll let you bring them in, man. You bring them in. Okay, we got an awesome Star Citizen organization, Croncy. Tell us who they are.
More important than in my opinion, than the organization itself is the person who I've had to race against many times and have been beaten by many times. He is Checked Leak from Delta Blue Aerospace. So yeah, let's bring him in.
All right, here we go. We got Check Leak. My man's ready. Daymar Rally jersey on hand. How you feeling? Welcome to the show, man.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm feeling good, man. It's been a long time coming, but we're ready for some racing.
Awesome, man. Just hey, glad to see you. I know we were able to, chat a little bit at CitizenCon, even though we were busy like crazy. But to talk a little bit about Delta Blue Aerospace, thank you guys so much again for sponsoring another event for Atmo Esports. But can you tell us a little bit about Delta Blue Aerospace as an organization? How long has it been established in the Star Citizen community?
Yeah, we're going into our third year as an active org. We're an organization focused on more of the industrial sides of Star Citizen. Our biggest focus is being a fleet support for all those orgs out there. The standards with repairs, refueling, restocking of armaments and stuff. But we also offer towing services, refining support, and a variety of logistical services as well. But
awesome.
Yeah, for the most part, we're just kind of space mechanics,
Okay.
Love it. So obviously, org gameplay has become a little bit more relevant over the years and is continuing to with, mining operations and salvage operations and stuff like that. So some of the people at home may be wondering, hey, can I join your org? So are you guys recruiting? And if so, who are you looking for?
Yeah, we're currently recruiting for all three of our divisions: industrial, medical and sciences, and security. We wanted to leave room for all types of citizens in the verse. But we have a keen eye for the citizens that want to fulfill a background role in the verse, an engineer, cargo pilots. We have talks about going into outpost building and stuff in the future. So citizens that are looking to do more the unpopular stuff, I guess you could say, the stuff all that happens in the background that keeps all these ships and orgs moving. But yeah, we're recruiting for all divisions, and if you're a citizen looking to be a part of a group, we got a great group of players over here, and it's been an awesome time, man.
Something that I'll say, yes, Star Citizen is going to have NPCs that you can count on and things like that. But I don't think, this massive scale of a game unless you're that type of person that just wants to be in space exploring and you get lost on your own. But always whether, always being a part of our organization, it makes the game more special, right? Find that sense of belonging into that group and being able to find that group that's perfect for you is always good to find. So, and I know you're a great guy, Check Leak. So just if you guys are looking for people to play with, looking for people to grow into the game with as it continues to develop, I think Delta Blue Aerospace is a good choice. alongside of many other organizations out there. But
Yeah,
uh,
oh yeah.
you know, Czech League, any unique moments that like you've had in your orgs that stand out, whether it was in game or real life? Any unique moments that you can kind of talk about that has happened in Delta Blue Aerospace that brings that that group together?
Well, and yeah, that's one of the biggest things we have in our group is camaraderie. We all the members that have ended up joining Delta Blue, we all kind of see the burst in a similar way. Um, we understand where the game is now in the sense of production and everything, and we all have a similar idea of how and where we want to grow into as a group going into the future. Um,
Awesome.
and it stems into that turns into how well we work as a group, and that's the biggest standout for me.
Awesome. So Daymar Rally here today. We're going to be doing it. How does your org prepare for events like this?
Well, it's our third year back, second year as an official Delta Diatus team, but for us, it's always been about consistency with the Daymar Rally. The structure of it's a bit different than a typical race. As a racer, you always look to be the fastest out there. Goes hand in hand with racing, but we took extra preps to get a jump on practice this year and just learn to kind of tune out anything that's going on around us. I know personally I have a habit of finding out if someone's ahead of me. I'll try to start pushing my speed to either match them or get ahead, and sometimes that's not the greatest option. Croncy, I kind of took a page out of your book from Stand 7 the first year on the river rapids run. You played that scenario perfectly, and it worked out for you in the end. So we've learned to adapt a little bit more of that racing style for the Daymar Rally. Again, as a racer, I've found it most important to not leave practice till the last minute, because there is a lot more to know about racing and tracks than you'd ever assume. You have to kind of dive into it to really get the full gist of it. But yeah, just getting a jump on early practice and learning to find that groove that we're comfortable with and stay in it, stay focused all the way to the end.
That's awesome. Czech League, any advice that you would give? This is a little bit of an extra thing, but I know you said practice early, but is there any other advice that you would give to maybe some of the rookie teams that will be racing in the Daymar Rally 2954 this year?
Yeah, the biggest advice for me is don't worry about anybody else on the track. Go out, race the race that your team has prepared for. Race it the way you guys race the Daymar. In the end, for me personally, I found that if you just race your race, you'll end up with a better result than trying to actually go out there and beat a certain someone or certain team. Other than that, just stay focused and do what you guys have been doing throughout your whole practices.
Awesome. Well, any last words you want to say to the Star Citizen community about anything at all, Delta Blue Aerospace, about Daymar Rally? Anything you want to kick it off with some last words here, Chickly?
Yeah, feel free. Delta Blue Aerospace on rsi.com. Check us out if you're looking for an org that tries to do things a little different, tries to be a little bit more involved in the verse itself. To the community, thank you all for being here watching the Daymar Rally this year. Another huge year for the event, and I appreciate you all watching at home and hope you guys enjoy the race.
Awesome, man. Well, Czech League, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Everybody at home, I'm not sure if you can, but maybe, give us a round of applause here for Delta Blue Aerospace. Appreciate you coming on and talking about the org and talking about, you as an org. We really appreciate it. And, hey, man, I hope to see you again soon, brother.
Hey, perfect. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks, Atmo, and all the staff for all the hard work you guys have put in to make this happen. And let's go racing.
All right, let's go racing. All right. Something that Croncy, something that I'll talk about real quick is that like we just did an interview with Delta Blue Aerospace. We have some awesome surprises. If you have been a fan for the Daymar Rally for a long time, once the race begins, you're gonna understand what kind of surprises I'm talking about, and it's gonna be a lot of fun for you guys. Kind of experience and watch how we are going to be highlighting some of these teams going into the Daymar Rally this year. But Croncy, any thoughts about just just being a part of an organization, maybe Delta Blue Aerospace, but do you have your own org? And like, I mean, because I mean, sometimes it just makes the game more fun being with a group of people than just kind of doing things solo. So tell me a little bit about like org gameplay in Star Citizen and how it's developed and how fun it's been throughout these past few years.
Yeah, I think it's a really important aspect to sort of become a part of the community. This game is significantly better with friends, and so being able to make those friends is always great, right? Not to mention, we have things like engineering coming just around the corner. We have things like I mentioned. We have salvage ops are becoming more of a thing. Mining ops are becoming more of a thing. Even from the pirate side, people organizing their org into these large groups of fighters and cargo runners and whatnot. It's really evolving in that sense. And so these orgs that have proven themselves to be just fantastic communities like Delta Blue, it's awesome to see them.
Yeah, a lot of orgs that I'll call out. Obviously, Delta Blue Aerospace. We have NFED, who's also sponsoring the Daymar Rally this year. They do a lot of different events. I know Delta Blue Aerospace, they do their own events. So like, it doesn't have to be one org, right? Like, you could actually be part of multiple orgs. Like the entire PvP community, a lot of these guys really talk to each other. I mean, there's drama over there, but we'll leave it over there. But like a lot of them talk to each other. Everybody's always friends. Everybody comes together, just like the racing community, right? Like you have Sanji Sama, Herbie. They're all parts of different orgs, but they're always like, "Yo, let's jump in the game. Let's test this out together. Let's test how fast we can beat each other." Like, they're always going against each other, but that makes each other better, right? Having that friendship to push each other his limits within this game is absolutely incredible. So same thing with an org, right, Croncy? So kind of like what Chickly just said. Like he took a page from 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 the System 7 when you raced and gave him some pretty good results, so which is awesome, Croncy. I love that.
Yeah. One of the ways that I first got into orgs was in that first System 7, doing practices with Diplomat and even a couple with Netherthil, I believe, at the time, and then meeting people through them in orgs, and it's just a great way to join the community.
Well, while we're here, let's take a look at the Daymar Rally 2954 prize winnings for top 3 divisions that we're gonna be giving away. So let's take a look at that prize pool, Croncy, because this race is I mean, I love having bragging rights. I can't lie to you, okay? I love bragging rights. But, you also get some incredible digital prizes, again, sponsored by the incredible team over there at Star Citizen. Really appreciate it. But, Croncy, I mean, we have it stacked, right? Each division, first, second, and third place, will get some awesome items for the whole team, right? So you got that first place bike division. You got that, that C1 Spirit to be able to put your Ranger in there. All right, you got the championship jacket, right? So if you come out to the next Citizen Con, you can wear that, and people will know that you're a Daymar Rally champion because you have that jacket on. But so I'm very excited. Croncy, any other items that stand out to you here for our winners this year for the Daymar Rally 2954?
Yeah, just again on the first place bike division, I just want to mention that Ranger, probably the most anticipated vehicle outside of the BMM in the entirety of Star Citizen, right? People constantly obsessed with that one, and me too, because it's a vehicle that I can't wait to see in the Daymar Rally, right? So that'll be a very, very cool one there.
Yeah, I'm very nervous. Here's why, right? We talk about the Ranger. I'll talk about it here real quick. Very nervous because if the Ranger is like is fast, faster than the buggies, faster than, obviously it'll be faster than Rovers, but it's not as fast as Gravlev. Now we're in the middle between Gravlev and a buggy. So at some point, if that, the Rangers are gonna, have to end up with its own division, and maybe we create a new bike division where it's just Rangers, and then we create something called the Gravlev division. But I feel like the year that the Ranger comes out, like, I'm sorry to all Atmo staff. You guys are going to be like, it's going to be really bad. I feel like we're going to get like 300 teams just for the Ranger, man. It's going to be absolutely wild. But I'm hoping by then we do have, at least, hopefully the servers we're in one, man. Our goal is to all be in one server, boot one server up and compete in one server, having the biggest start line you've ever seen in the history of Star Citizen. That is what our goal is. But Croncy, you know, for second and third place, yes, you don't get the championship jab, but you still get that awesome jersey that we just released today. So, I mean, can't complain on that one.
Yeah, for sure. Moving on to the buggy division as well. Now you might be inclined to say, "Hey, look at that MSR," but really, the cool prize there is that G12. Cannot wait to see that one on the ground. Sort of like, we just got the Rover Lynx, right? And the luxury racing is becoming its own little brand, which I really enjoy.
Yeah.
So that one would be a treasure.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the X1 at DreamHack Atlanta, seeing that they had that bike mode there was actually very cool, where we were racing over that water. So, it was funny because somebody was like reminded of Wave Race, but I know we talked about it on during the last practice, Kronsky, but I think it's so cool. Once vehicles are fixed, ship racing is already in Arena Commander. Hopefully, we start putting some ship racings in there as well that I'll definitely love to be a part of. It's gonna be so cool. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. But the truck division, they're getting that very hulky Hercules C2. But what I like about this Croncy though is that for the future of the Daymar Rally, as I talked about it again, is that the goal is to for everybody to only have one vehicle and maintain that one vehicle as a true endurance race to go through the start to finish. And people won't need a 1,000 spares and won't need a big vehicle as a C2. They can do it with a Cutlass Black, or they can do it with a support ship, because right now, right, support ship is a big support ship is needed because you want those spares. But in the future, you're not going to have those spares at all that you won't need. So, which makes me excited about about the future as the game develops, right? So very excited about everything that's coming along, and I hope that the teams that are racing are excited that if you hit that top 3, you're also getting something for yourself. But I think the most prized possession that you will never find here, Croncy, is the experience of racing in a Daymar Rally. So
yeah, very much so. It's an experience I haven't been able to get, but watching it in its own right is its own experience.
Well, you're gonna experience it with me here today, because I would love to race in the rally, but the thing is, I do love being here and bringing the excitement. Like I love these events with all my heart, man. I love the community with all my heart, and I hope my excitement really shows when the race starts, because it's gonna be a very incredible day, and I can't wait. We have some servers already starting to get ready to go. We only have a few left, so we're gonna get be ready here shortly. But before we jump into the race, we have one more here. Our last Star Citizen organization interview is going to be none other than Seven Hills Industries, an incredible org that has been racing in ammo events for quite some time. But before we jump right into it, take a look at their trailer. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. Here we have Vakandi from Seven Hills Industry. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm good. I've been having a great time so far, talking to all the incredible interviewees today, but also very excited, and just like everybody else, anticipating when the race is going to start. So I'm on that edge as well, but I'm just excited to be here and excited to be talking to you, Vakandi.
Well, thank you. Glad to be here.
So, all right. Well, let's kick right into it here, man. Tell us a bit more about Seven Hills as an organization. How long you guys have been established? What do you guys do? How do you guys do it? And how you doing today?
Well, myself, I'm doing good. I'm just getting over the flu, so apologies if my voice is a little weird, but but Seven Hills, we've been around for just over 3 years. Got started in October of 2020, and we have our hands in a little bit of everything from trading and mining to anti-piracy to but yeah, pretty much a little bit about. New activities. We it's an open door to everybody.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I mean, Seven Hills and you guys also have like different divisions. You guys have a racing division, and you guys are also racing in the Daymar Rally this year. But something that I always love to ask is like, does Seven Hill, any unique moments that you've had in your org that has stood out to you, whether it was in game or real life, that really brings that org, sense, that org group together, pretty much.
Sure, sure. One moment that our chairman Banjalorian he mentioned was at the end of last year's Daymar Rally. As a matter of fact, nearing the end of the race, we turned around to assist a member of another org's team in reaching the finish line. So it just goes to show that we like to help out where we can. We're very community driven, and that was a moment that really stuck out when we were thinking of moments like that stand out. So
that's awesome to hear. That's awesome to hear. Every time somebody like picks somebody up in the Daymar Rally, bro, like I think like last year somebody did that, and they knew that even though that they got picked up, that that finish wasn't gonna kind of count, but they still didn't care. They were so happy to finish, so happy to be at that finish line, and man, the way that the community kind of like went crazy when they saw that towards the end was absolutely awesome. But anyways, Kronsky, go ahead, man.
No, yeah, it's such a like a random wholesome moment, right?
I know.
So so your team and your org have been preparing for the Daymar Rally. Hopefully no last minute preparations. How excited are you guys, and what did the team do to prepare this year?
We're incredibly excited. Our team, they've been practicing night and day for a few months now, and they've gone over the course and just day in day out, just practicing for this rally. They're all born with sand in their teeth, so they've been training for this their whole lives. And yes, they were born with teeth, but anyway, yeah, we're pretty excited for this race.
That's awesome. Funny thing that you guys kind of talked about, and I'll make this into a quick joke, is that in the Daymar Rally, if somebody stops, they're gonna either pick you up or kill you. So it's not always the case. It's not always the case. If somebody tries to pick you up, they might try to run you over. So that's not always the case, because if somebody's coming, just jump on a rock or something. You got gravity; it's gonna help you, man.
Right.
Just in case they're trying to, take you out.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
I guess he just whoever we were going to pick up just decided, well, let's see what happens. He was that close to the end, so
let's bring him along. Oh, that's great. Well, Vakandi, man, it's such a pleasure, man. Love Seven Hills, and again, thank you guys so much for really, helping out the community, through supporting Atmo Esports. But is there any last things that you want to talk about Seven Hills, or anything you want to say to the Stars community out there that's currently watching right now?
Sure. One of our racers, he's actually Carlito was one of our racers. He's actually he rigged up it's like a a bicycle.
Carlito,
rig.
I know who's that. Sorry, I got excited.
Carlito, there you go. He rigged up, and he has a YouTube channel called Carlito Tries, and he was actually racing on an X1, I believe it was. I think it was an
Oh,
X1
wow.
or maybe a Dragonfly on this bike rig. So it's a neat video to.
Hopefully the race starts very, very soon. I'm excited to see what these guys get up to today, especially with this many cyclones. And I want to put the question out to you guys in chat while we await for my good friend Christian to come back, which is, what is the best cyclone paint? And why is it the Invictus paint? I think it's the Invictus. Is that Invictus paint? I feel like there's an Invictus paint. Fairly certain there is. I think I used it as much as I could. So reminder, we have cyclones. We have dragonfly. Oh no. Oh dear. We have 30Ks on the screen, unfortunately. Hopefully we can get them back in ASAP. This is the world of Star Citizen sometimes, guys. We know how it can be. Luckily, we've still got some servers up. We've got some servers ready to go. So, like I said, once their countdown has finished, we'll see them kick off. I am very interested as well to hear about the people that chose the STV over the Cyclone, as it's a bit hard to see many benefits to the vehicle. So maybe any of you those in chat who think maybe it might be a little bit better, let us know. Why would you personally choose the STV over the Cyclone? It is a lot smaller, which can be relevant for the start of the race, and it can also be relevant for some of the obstacles. It means you're able to go through a lot sort of narrower paths, especially once you get into the caverns. But for the most part, it's just it feels a bit more rough. Feels a bit more rough. So there we go. Fantastic view from Skyborn TV there of the start line. Those wonderful looking yellow cyclones. So it looks like the countdown is currently on hold due to that server drop. So we'll get them back ASAP so we can get going once again. And we can start getting this race underway. So we've got a couple of sections that these guys need to go. We've got a little over 90 kilometers from the start line to the first checkpoint. And then it is a long, long run to the Betty. And it's a bit difficult. There's no boxes there or anything. They're going to have to essentially go off of bearings from their teammates, who are flying overhead, as well as signatures, actually scanning for it. You'll hear lots of stories from a lot of the teams that end up, finishing in the top 3 positions, that a good teammate, especially in that section of the race, can really make the difference. So make sure you're looking out for those when we do get into those sections, because there's also, the relevant parts of how fast and safely can you land if you need to swap bikes or cyclones or whatever it might be, you can shave yourself quite a few seconds off that for sure. Looks like Crucian is almost ready to come back. Almost there.
I've been here the whole
Crucian
time.
crashed it. Everyone crashed. There he is. Howdy.
I've been here the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Crucian was just shy.
Yeah. I look, man. It's okay. We're back here. It's all that matters. I believe there's a countdown that's has already started, if I'm not mistaken.
So a countdown. There was one countdown which has been put on hold. They're just double checking now if they're going to be launching with a little bit less servers to start off with. So we'll get confirmation of that as soon as we can.
All right, well, here we go. Well, while we get this started, I believe they paused. Yep, they did pause it, but we're about to get the countdown here soon, so no worries at all. All right, best of luck to everybody competing in today's Daymar Rally. I wish you all the best in the filthiest race in the verse, and best of luck on this start line. So very excited, very, very excited.
So Christian, I need a little bit of advice.
Yeah, what's up?
How are you so good at just talking? Just talking
What
about
do you
things?
mean?
I feel like I run out of things to talk about so quickly.
Well, I mean, I just like to talk, man. Like, honestly, when I don't even know how to explain it. It's just that just the passion that that this community gives me, the energy. I just feel like it's been it just keeps you going no matter what. I love talking about everything about the Daymar Rally. I love talking about, our teams and the different countries that everybody's from. Like, I mean, I could do this all day long, man. It's I don't know. I love it, man. And by the way, if there's if there's a lot of if there's a lot of CIG out there watching today, I just want to say, hey, wherever CitizenCon is next this year, I would love to be a part of it once again. Love to bring maybe a couple more events to the fold for the community out there that that wants to continue watching PvP, that wants to continue watching maybe some ship racing in this year's CitizenCon. So definitely would love to get it going. So, hey, look, it's Salty Mike. Is he in here? Hey, what's up, buddy?
He is. He's insulting me. So, guys, there'll be no answer the call anymore ever again. I'm afraid. It is on permanent hiatus as of 20 seconds ago.
Permanent hiatus. All right, well, race is about to start here. Kroncy, we're about to get this underway here soon. I'm going to give it a countdown here for everybody at home because this is going to be a fun one, man. I'm very excited to see who's going to be on the top of that leaderboard, who's going to come out on top, and hopefully take, a win in this year's Daymar Rally. So, all right, let me close chat now. I was just closing chat because, let me close chat. Nope.
Whoa. You there? Well, I do not hear Kushin. Is it possible we have freezing again? Yeah, he closed the wrong chat, very possibly. Well, I'm still here. I'm still here. It sounds like we are pausing the countdown again, so hopefully we're able to fix that once again pretty soon. Yeah. Now I mean, I just got all of that advice from crew, and now I still don't know what to say. I'm not 100% sure. What I do want to say is this race is pretty wild. It is pretty wild. You may think that Daymar is straight up just a desert planet, or desert moon rather. It's really not. The rocks will blow you up. The caverns will blow you up. Practically everything will blow you up if you're in a bad spot here. So you have to be very careful. In addition, though, there's one really important thing that you need to take care of, or really watch for, with the Gravlev bikes, which is if you are careful and if you are tactical about it, you can get into situations where you're able to fly a good solid 5 to 10 kilometers completely in the air and land flat, going the full 200 meters a second, right? It can be absolutely wild. Those locations that you can do those are very few and far between. But if you're able to identify a certain pathway to do it, you'll absolutely crush it.
I think I froze earlier. Am I back?
Yes, you are back. Hello.
Oh, okay. I was literally talking to myself for like 2 minutes, and then I was asking you, why did you ask me about how I could talk so much? Literally talking to myself for another 4 minutes after that. I'm like, oh, anyways. Anyways, it's normal. It's normal. It's normal. I like talking to myself, so it's no big deal. But yeah, it kind of froze a little bit here, but yeah, we should be starting here soon. We're starting a few servers, and then the other servers will continue to start as soon as they can. But yeah, these we should have a countdown here going soon. But yeah, man, look, it doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter, right? And also, Kroncy, I'll be honest with you. When I was a full-time content creator, when I first started, I started off playing World of Warcraft and Hearthstone. World of Warcraft was my game for like 13 years, all right? I rated. I was, top in Server Gul'dan. I rated for a long time. So I could literally, I talked to like one viewer for like maybe a year and a half, and I could keep talking, and I grew my community that way. So I don't know. Maybe I just talk too much. My wife tells me that. So all good.
Oh no, for sure. I definitely agree that it's a good skill to have. For that, it's just commentating is just such a weird thing in general, and the only person I can sort of talk back and forth with is you, right? There's a little
Yep.
bit of a disconnect otherwise. So it's just a little bit harder, but it's very interesting in general. But who cares about what me and crew have issues with? It's the Daymar Rally. I'm really excited to get
All
this
right.
going. I'm really hoping
Yep.
we're able to get this countdown through.
Oh, the countdown, I believe, is starting. So we're just waiting for the countdown to count down a little bit more, and then I can count down from 10 because
They started
you know
counting up. That was the issue.
it's
They
a
started going
countdown from
one,
countdown.
2, 3.
So it's all good, man. We make things happen. I by the way, that X1 skin too over there looks incredible. Is that the
Yes.
override skin you were talking about?
No, I was talking about the Slipstream, which came out.
Slipstream.
It
Okay.
was like
Okay.
early last year, which I think it was like the blue and white, and it came out on the Cyclone RC, the Dragonfly, I think, and the Nox. I think I don't 100% remember, but it was a beautiful looking skin.
Gotcha. No, I think look, man, if you're racing, definitely go grab a skin. I think some skins are not behind the subscriber wall, but definitely whenever they have some skins, man. I honestly I think I buy more skins now than I do buy ships, which is funny enough, but because all I've been doing is waiting for that FA Lightning. So,
Yep.
but I think the skins that especially the best in class ships skins, those were absolutely incredible. And I know a lot of people
Yes.
were, that's why I said don't talk about the 890 jump because people were salty. That would have looked great on the 890 jump, but I think the 890 jump is so special. It should have its own skin. Maybe next IE.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. It should have its own. To be honest, it should have its own unique skin as the most luxurious ship. In the verse, it should have its own dedicated skin and not share any other skin with best in class.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be kind of cool. But I mean, it's just it's a weird ship, and it needs the gold treatment. If any vehicle needs the gold treatment, it's that. Definitely got to be giving a shout out to our entire team here. It looks like Crucian is gone once again. It's just me and you, ladies and gentlemen, watching this fantastic looking Cyclone. Now, there are a couple of differences between the different Cyclones. For example, some of them obviously have little weapons platforms normally. The TR, the AA, the MT, very different to the Cyclone RC. The RC used to have a boost platform. You used to be able to actually boost with it. And I believe originally it was you would go from 55 meters a second up to 85 meters a second. Pretty damn wild. So, yeah, that was a whole thing in its own right. Hopefully we get it back again soon, as I would love to see the boost there. And maybe also implement it on some other vehicles. I think the STV would be quite nice with a little bit of a boost feature. Maybe we chuck it on the PTVs, and then we can go down buggy racing and with boost. Should be quite fun. Yeah, could be quite nice. Hopefully, we also get a couple more ground vehicle races. We've got the buggy arena, the buggy go-kart racing. I can't quite remember what it's called. Maybe we could have something like that for the Cyclones. CRG? Maybe, perhaps. Who knows? Getting another update on the countdown quite soon, guys. We all getting excited. Who are we all rooting for? Who do we all want to see cross the finish line first, second, and third today? Hit the podium. Grab those prizes. And which prize do you want the most? I think I would want the Ranger. People have definitely got me very, very excited for the Ranger. It's a vehicle that I wasn't super keen on previously, but, it's a bike. It's an actual, thick dirt bike. There's nothing really bad about that, in my opinion. So it looks like we'll probably be starting towards afternoon here on Daymar, which means the bikes may end up, very possibly, with 2 night cycles as they travel around Daymar. We'll sort of see as we get there. They may be crossing the finish line at night, but that should provide for some pretty nice visuals. You get this really good view of all of them with their front lights on as they're traveling through. Lovely view of one of the Hercules back there as well. So a reminder, if you are in a team here at the Daymar Rally, you do have the opportunity to bring a support crew. That support crew will have additional ships. Sorry, not additional ships, additional ground vehicles for you to use if you need to swap them out, as well as they'll be able to make sure that you're going the correct heading as you travel across the way. There's going to be some relevant things there as well, right? Like, you will end up in situations where if you have practice and you've planned out your entire course, which some of these teams for sure have done, you want to make sure you're on the right way and you're going, over 500 kilometers over the course of the race. So those players are going to be saying, hey, look, you went too far left on that last mountain. You're going to end up off your path. We're going to have to improvise here, whatever it might be. The support team make the entire team. So it looks like the stars will be appearing in 32 minutes. We're going to see Stanton fall down pretty soon. So first checkpoint looks like very likely to be at night for pretty much all the teams. I want to go over as well, last year, the winners of the 2953 Daymar Rally, because a couple of them are back here again. So in the bikes division, we had Rice, Mutant Motor Mob, and Legacy Fleet. Some very, very popular teams amongst our viewers here. In the buggies, we had Kuroda Racing, Initial D, Patooch Squad, and Punch Buggy, my personal favorite team. Go Herbie. Big ups, Herbie. We'll see what they can do today. And in the trucks division, we had XGR, the Daymar Dust Devils, and Sire Alpha. So lots of competition last year, even more this year with those returning champions as well. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Hopefully, we're able to see them on camera today as we get through when we begin the countdown. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day at home. Hope everyone's been enjoying themselves, some Star Citizen over the course of the holidays, over the course of the new year. Lots of things to hopefully be hyped about coming up this year, and very excited to see what we get to hear about in the roadmap roundup next, I believe next month, so probably 2 weeks away before we hear about that. Maybe we get a little bit of an idea of what we're going to see in 323. So for you guys at home, what do you think we're going to see in 323? What do we think we're going to get to experience? I'm personally really hoping for 323 that we get to see a little bit of those distribution centers, as they're now called. They just look like a ton of fun. Like, pretty much, I'm imagining, any of the FPS missions that are currently in game, but in that location, just feels like they would be a lot more fun. Of course, racing on water. For those who didn't know, at DreamHack earlier, end of last year, start of this year, time flies by. But at the most recent DreamHack, which I believe was end of last year, we got to see a little bit of a preview of a new racetrack coming to Arena Commander, and that is specifically a water-based race with Gravlevs. And that was super, super cool to see. So I'm hoping we get to see that really soon. I would imagine that that could be one of the things we see in 323. And if it is, you will see me constantly doing it. Another fantastic view there of a 400i. It's a bit interesting. I do wonder if that's a support vehicle. The 400i may not be the best choice there, but it's certainly the best style looking support vehicle, if that is what it is there for. Could be something else.
Oh, hey, Grunty.
Hello.
How's it going?
How you doing?
Me? Not good.
Fair enough. It's just one of those days, crew. It's just one of those days.
Doing what we can. That's all I'm gonna say. Doing what we can. So.
That's what happens sometimes. But you know, we've never had this many people try to participate in this event, so it's still nice and high hopes for me at the very least.
That is not an excuse. I would say right now that, um, it should be good.
Yep. Yep.
But anyways, I believe let's see what happened here. I think that I'm not sure if some servers started, but I believe some servers did begin the race, and we're gonna try to get these other servers underway and ready to go, Croncy, which is okay because each server runs their timers, and we should be able to still keep up with leaderboard and check on them as we can throughout the race.
Yeah, it should be great.
In the meantime, since we have so many new people jumping into the broadcast, then let's give them a little bit of a look back and let's replay that interview with Corsair as he talks about how the Daymar Rally comes, how it came to life.
My name is Corsair, and I'm the managing director at Atmo Esports. The idea that kind of started the Daymar Rally was I was watching a pretty popular event called the Dakar Rally, and Star Citizen was actually releasing a moon that reminded me of that kind of landscape, and also there were some vehicles coming out around that time. Ursa rover was out, and I could test with it. The Cyclone was on the roadmap, and it was coming, so I knew that there was going to be different styles of vehicles. So I kind of, created a course route. I built a rule book around that. I put a website out and then kind of posted it on social media and on Reddit, got a bit of traction. And over the course of 2018, we kind of marketed it a little bit until the very next this rally was on its way. So it was really just an idea based on what was getting released in Star Citizen and what been watching in real world. Watching the Daymar Rally grow over the course of these 6 years, I never imagined that the Daymar Rally would be as large as it is. From looking that information, back in 2018 to seeing where it is now, having it basically become the largest community Star Citizen event in game. I never would have guessed that. It's just grown from strength to strength every year. Spectators have doubled, participation has doubled, and it's extremely humbling to watch it grow into what it has become now. And obviously, we've moved on to work in other tournaments as well, and it's kind of it was the basis of what our esports was before we started doing other tournaments. So it really was springboard for Atmo Esports, and it's amazing to see the Daymar Rally has come today. The Daymar Rally still has quite a lot of evolution to come. So as far as the future of the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of improvements to be made and to be added. When we initially released information about Daymar Rally, it was kind of a futuristic look at what was getting released in Star Citizen and some of the other things that we'd like to have included in the race as well, which we currently still don't have. For instance, vehicle repair and vehicle repair came in as an example. Basically, we'd probably emulate something similar to the car rally where you have a main racing vehicle, spare vehicles no longer exist, and your team now has to maintain this vehicle for the entire course of the race. So as far as game mechanics to still be included and added to the Daymar Rally, there's still a lot of that to happen. So it still has its own kind of evolution happening right now. We've added things this year. We add things every year, every time a patch is released. So there's still a lot more to come, and I just think it will continue to do that. I think Star Citizen is always something that will affect the rally, and I think it will be an ever evolving community.
And change.
If you're looking for something to do
My
in
voice
Star Citizen
options
and
and
you're fairly new to the game, or even if you haven't really got involved in community events within Star Citizen, I think that Daymar Rally is a perfect example of everything that Star Citizen is trying to do with the modern gameplay. So when it comes to getting a team together and jumping in with your friends or mates and something together, something that has a goal in mind and can take up a lot of time. The Daymar Rally is definitely fits a lot of those bills. So, you know, if you want to hang out with your mates for a whole day and do a community event and race against other people and compete against other people for common goal, I think the Daymar Rally is perfect for that. I think it shows exactly what Star Citizen can do and kind of built for. I think it's the perfect thing. I would like to say to everybody that is watching at home and to the community that's helped, you know, make this all happen, and all of the staff. Obviously, it's what I do every year. I thank everybody, and I will continue to do that every year because it takes a lot of people to make this day happen. There's a lot of stuff in the background. We're looking at 300 odd staff, and then obviously we have everybody who wants to involve in the Daymar Rally, upwards of 800 participants racing, you know, 212 teams racing. You know, there's a lot of people involved to make today happen, and without it, it wouldn't be what it is. So, you know, massive thank you to everyone who's involved, everyone who's watching online or at home. It is a spectator experience, and yeah, I can't be humbled enough, but to see where it has come and who gets involved to help. It unexpected people come along, and it's just made this event more special today. I hope everyone enjoys watching Rally today, and we'll see you at Daymar Rally in 2055.
That is a quick look here. That is a quick look at our managing director, Corsair, on how he started the Daymar Rally and how it came to life and how it came to be. For a lot of you guys that don't know, the Daymar Rally is in the lore of Star Citizen, which is awesome. So, again, I hope everybody's enjoyed the race. And while we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, it's okay, man. We are, you know, we're hanging in there and continuing to fight until we get all the servers and racers on their way. So.
Yeah, and in the meantime, continuing to get some absolutely fantastic views from our camera operators. Here we get to see a couple of our awesome bikes, including a Nox, which I don't think has a skin. I think it just has some really, really cool looking desync damage, which is kind of cool, I'm not going to lie.
No, 100% here, Croncy. And look at, I love looking at. I mean, we haven't really talked about support ships here, Croncy, and obviously, you know, the M2 and the C2 are some of the more popular ships here in the Daymar Rally as well, which is awesome. But we also have, you know, other ships like the Mercury. We have the Valkyrie. We have the C1 Spirit. I haven't really had a chance yet to jump on the C1 or the A1 or any of the Spirit variants, Croncy. How have you had a little bit of experience of flying those, and how do you think they would do as a support ship in the Daymar Rally?
Yeah, I think you would only want to bring them as a support ship for a bike team, almost certainly, just because, you know, well, you're not really going to fit, you know, 8 cyclones or anything in there that much. But I will say the A1 in particular is actually quite a lot of fun. The smaller size bombs in a little bit of a smaller ship are actually, yeah, they're quite a lot of fun. I enjoy it a lot. I do think the Valkyrie is also a bit of a weird choice. It's quite nice to drive in VTOL, I guess, but in my experience, it just guzzles way too much fuel. But that is a thing that's not a massive issue here because we do have dedicated refuelers here in the event. So if any of those support vehicles do need a little bit of a refuel, we can make that happen.
Yep, good point on that. We have the best energy org in Star Citizen. We have Ultima Energy, who is doing all the refueling. But if they don't want to refuel with a Starfarer currency, they'll be able to also jump to an outpost as well. So, but yeah, everything's looking really, really awesome. And again, we are just getting a couple fixes in to get these race started for all the citizens participating in the 2954 Daymar Rally presented by Equinox. Looking good. Honestly, while we wait, it shouldn't be too much longer. Our officials are working on it right now. And Yeah, I'm looking forward to it here, Croncy. It's. I mean, honestly, man, I know that a lot of there's a lot of citizens out there that are probably like, hey, uh, this is an experience for all of us, right? This is we always have some type of small issues every year, but hey, we always are going to prevail through it. And I know that a lot of the Star Citizen team is watching and probably are also trying to help as well behind the scenes. So shout out to everybody that is helping put this the biggest event ever to and continuing to help along the way. So hey, man, it's just a matter of time until we get started and we end up crowning our champions. I will cast as long as I need to in order to crown our champions this year, Croncy. If I got to be here till 5 in the morning casting, you will find me here tomorrow. I don't care. I love these events, and I want to make sure that everybody gets gets their praise and their flowers for racing the filthiest race in the verse. So, no problem for me.
Yeah. And it sounds like we've got sort of a confirmation that we are going to be trying a countdown again. So, I mean, we might be back into it in any moment. And one of the things that's honestly got me really excited is when we start the race, we get to start having a look at some of these racer interviews. We got to see Corsair, moments ago, and getting to see just some of the people in this community that really dedicate themselves to the different races, especially the Daymar Rally, just how they feel about it, and how they feel about Star Citizen.
No, totally agree. So let's see how this countdown begins. But I hope that everybody, hey, have a great time. Remember, this Daymar Rally is an experience for you to have. Stay vigilant. Look to your left, look to your right, but don't look backwards. Keep racing, and hopefully you can be one of those top 3 divisions that come out on top. So very excited to see all that stuff. But we should be getting things ready to roll here very, very shortly.
Yeah, we're just getting confirmation, and we'll make sure that we find out what's going on with this countdown. One thing that I want you guys to remember when we do start this and we see this first section as people head towards Eagle Flats is there's like 4 different sets of major terrain here. We've got mountains, we've got caverns, we've got very, very littered rock sections, and we've got flats. And the flats are really, really important, really mostly just for the cyclones and the rovers. If you have driven a rover ever, you may notice going at full speed, very hard to turn. So a lot of those sort of early sections where you are going up and down mountains or through the caverns can be a bit of a death send. About halfway through the first section, that's when the flats start beginning, and we're going to see them start to speed off quite a bit as they don't have to straight up, they just don't have to turn as much. The cyclones aren't going to have the same issue. They're a little bit more stable. Same with the STV, so they're not going to worry as much. But they, as I've mentioned earlier today, they have a lot more trouble actually going up hills and up mountains. So if they find themselves anywhere that they had not planned on, it's going to cost them a ton of time.
Yep, I totally agree. But a lot of the time, these practices are why you need to find that line, right? Whether you're going to shoot an eager, the way you will always want to practice Croncy is, hey, which way do I need to go? Which way can I find the flatter lands? If you're getting air, that's fine. But if you're going through rocks and you're trying to go left and right to trying to dodge rocks, that's not the way that you want to go. You want to find that line that gives you the most flattest land and be able to zoom through. Now, as you get closer to Eagle Flats, you're going to be able, you're going to have to deal with a lot of terrain as you get to Eagle Flats. But once you pass Eagle Flats, after you check in, the way you check in is that you go into the outpost, you got to check in with the official that's there, and then you kind of continue to push forward. Once you pass Eagle Flats, you're going to find that flat land. But what a lot of teams do, Croncy, is they're able to low fly and find what terrain works for them and find what's the best line. And then they talk together with their support pilots. Hey, make sure you're going left. This is the way we're supposed to go. A lot of people map the entire race to find, that flat ground as much as possible. So, you know what I'm saying? So there's so much different things that you can do to practice. And I think we're getting ready here very, very soon, Croncy.
Yeah, it looks like the countdown is going through so far. So any moment now, we should be seeing a couple of races start to head off the pads. And finally get some times for you guys and find out who is the best but filthiest racer of 2954.
All right, here we go. We are about 40 seconds to countdown. Everybody, let's get some hype in the channel. Whether you're watching from Twitch, YouTube, or on X, thank you guys for joining us. But here we go. We're about down to about 25 seconds now. Croncy, here is the moment. If it's time to shine, this is your moment to hit that top 3 in the Daymar Rally. So I'm very excited for this. Here we go.
Yep. Last chance for those of you to give out your biggest shouts for who you think is going to make it today. Who are you going for? Who's going to top 3?
4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Daymar Rally is underway right now. And there's a delay. Nobody's
Christian
moving.
may have jumped the gun just ever so slightly. Here we go. There we go,
Here they
ladies
go.
and gentlemen. We're
Over
off.
here like, go, y'all, go. I mean, if you see somebody move, go. All right, here we go. Oh, look at the buggies at the bottom. Got some explosions already here. That bottom left screen in the multi-view. Francie, you're calling it out way too much, but hey, people are way too close. They need to be able to take pace, but hey, if they have other teammates, they should be able to grab a spare and just continue their race moving forward.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case for any of those racers that did have a bit of an unfortunate start there. It really goes just to show that the first 20 seconds of the race are not important because of where you want to end up at the end. It's not important because of, you want to be in the front. It's important because you want to make sure you survive. That's really, when you've got this many people, this much chaos, it is inevitable that explosions are going to happen right at the start. So that's pretty much exactly what we saw there. Now, we're getting to see these awesome dragonflies heading off now. Sanji Sama, someone who we get to see all the time in lots of different races, giving us a fantastic point of view here of the dragonfly.
Hey, very, very good call there. And right now, our camera team, what they're planning on doing is once we start seeing some of these teams going to lead, we're going to get some officials let us know who exactly we're watching. But for right now, since all the teams are very just spread out, they're going to be, wait until we find that person that, hey, we're going to hit eager flats first, etc. Now, Sanji Sama, I'm going to call him out right now. This is his racer POV. They just started off in the bike division. He needs to be careful, right? He's racing this dragonfly very, very well, but any little bumps or bruise can put this dragonfly on its butt, explode, and he's out of the race. He is going for the triple threat here. And remember, even though we only got some servers to start, he has to worry about other bike servers that are racing alongside him. So he needs to be able to get as the fastest speed time possible. But he is a veteran racer, Croncy, and I think he can do a great job at coming up on top with that, with that W that he really wants.
Yes, what some absolutely fantastic lines there, though, from Sanji Sama. Pretty much on that entire flat. I think they came out and turned right just before the start of a bunch of these little hilly and hilly sections. A couple of other races doing the same thing. These are the jumps that can be a little bit scary, though, as that Nox goes down. Is able to land on the good side, though. If they were going a little bit faster, that may have actually caused their doom. You want to make sure you are, landing on down slopes. Not like this. Oh dear, that is a huge jump and a little bit of a collision with the ground. They are alive for now, but I imagine they sustained some damage there.
Yeah, right now you have to be careful, right? The way grab level works is that if you go too quickly, too high, or land too fast, you're gonna end up, smacking the ground, which you don't want. It does gonna create some of that damage. Remember, your support vehicle can scan your gravel vehicle, your ground vehicle, and then you will be able to see, hey, your durability is at 40%. We don't want you to explode. Let's bring down that support ship. Let's swap it out, and you continue your race moving forward. But a lot of racers, Croncy, will end up doing this with one vehicle, believe it or not. But let's see what happens here in the filthiest race in the verse, the Daymar Rally.
Yeah, they're certainly at the very least going to try with one vehicle, that's for sure. We'll get a sort of idea once we get to the first checkpoint, which is going to take, once again, maybe 30 to 45 minutes for the first section. We'll get a bit better of an understanding of, just how well these bikes have held up. And this is, never mind, that was just a bit of desync. I thought they were about to show something that I was explaining, but perhaps not. Regardless, finding some weird lines in these caverns.
Yep, that is 100% true. But guys, we're already 4 minutes into the Daymar Rally right now, and while you're looking at the leaderboard, of course, you know, while you're looking at the leaderboard right now, that's okay. It's not a problem. It will update, and I think maybe we'll see actual placements maybe in the first, I would say, 20 minutes of the race. So people spread out way too much, so it's very hard to kind of tell those distances, Crunchy. But we should see some good updates come within the first 20 minutes. Already getting some action here.
We got some rovers.
Oh man, we're getting
we have action. We got Neojet, local Aussie, playing for a different team though, not an Aussie team. But
wait, what are you talking about? That's Neojet from Skyer Imperium, already looking at other racers in the Daymar Rally, and they are going all out. They're trying to bring him down. Man, these guys are really I don't know if they want to finish. They just want to take people down.
I mean, that's a win condition in its own right, Christian, surely. But yeah, maybe not the best positioning for that rover there. One thing that we didn't mention, actually, there's been a bit of a change in the last year or so to how vehicles flip themselves over now. So it used to be in the past that the vehicles would flip themselves over in the middle of the air. They would sort of right themselves. So when you do a big jump, you're pretty much guaranteed to land on your four wheels. It was a little bit awkward. Essentially what would happen, sometimes you would just spin out in the air. You would land in a position that like was a little bit worse for you when you were trying to get to some sort of location. So that's all changed now. But what has happened is with vehicles like the Rover, if they do end up, on their back, they will essentially just completely flip. They will just do a full 180 and flip back onto their wheels. So you're still not getting stuck, but it's sort of more punishing if you mess up your jumps, which I think is a good change.
Yeah, so anyways, it's awesome. Right now, I just want to call out that Init Audio is now enabled in the chat. So if anybody has any feedback, remember, we have that Init Audio staff for any questions, but all the game sound that you're currently hearing from the game, it's all through Init Audio. Again, you can check out the panel down below. Try it out for free. Now, Francie, something I want to talk about that we haven't talked about yet is going to be the tractor beams, right? Like, tractor beams are being able to be used. Now, tractor beams, you can't use it on other people's vehicles. You can only use it, right, to flip your vehicle, or if you want to swap your vehicle out, that's when you're able to use tractor beams only on your own vehicles as a team. But I love seeing that tractor beams are now in place here, within this Daymar Rally, which is super cool. But, man, I see Officer Ronda keeping up with his bike, and they are tearing it up here. Great views here from our team. Shout outs to our Officer Rondog and the rest of our camera crew for being our eyes in the sky. Man, that looks incredible.
It does. And look at all those support ships in the distance, right? I imagine that whoever we're watching here, this MSR in front of them is their support ship. I love it. It's a bit of teamwork that we don't get to experience in really any other race series in this game. So, I like seeing them do their thing and steadily traveling along their way.
Yep, right now, I mean, again, we should be around 6 minutes into the race, guys. And, Croncy, like we talked about, bikes are going to finish first around that 3-hour mark, and then we're going to have buggies and trucks finish around that 6 to 7 hour mark, which is going to be cool. Once we get the first top three of each server pass through that finish line, a 1 hour countdown will begin, and then wherever each team records their last location is where they're going to end up stopping. Or if they're able to finish, then that's what you kind of want to do. So, you have to keep up. You have to have a pretty decent speed and kind of, not bump into too many rocks, not bump into too many things. But overall, whoever's racing right now in Officer Ronlock's screen, they're doing a great job at keeping in that flat ground, like I keep saying, Croncy.
They are, for sure. They're also keeping it very slow. You can tell that there's pretty much no instance here, except for maybe just then, that they have been bringing their Dragonfly a little bit lower to the ground. And of course, you're not. There's too many obstacles here to mess around with. You really don't want to be doing that. Now, they will, of course, you do bounce when you're on the Dragonfly. It is pretty much inevitable with the terrain that's here with all these hills and whatnot. And so you will see them speed up quite a bit when they do get, a nice bit of air, or they do find that flat ground. but it is a lot harder to slow down when you're in those jumps than it is to speed up. So you've got to take those opportunities very carefully because, you know, going from like 60 to 200 is obviously a massive deal, but if you're exploding at the end of it, maybe not so much.
Yep, and we'll get. I'm not sure. This could be Sanji. It could be Delta Team Delta Dietis. A lot of these teams are really pulling the gun and win today. So we'll get a quick report on who we're watching right now, and then we'll go through that team. But so far, Croncy, everything has been going very, very well. You know, for these bike servers, and they're on their way. So I'm excited to see who's going to be that first team that reaches Eager Flats. Because I know that's going to tell a lot. And now we have the reclaimers where, remember, they have to look for that reclaimer and depend on their support ship in order to go under it to be able to be checked in as part of that checkpoint system and then get on their way all the way to Eager Flash to finish first. So looking forward to it, and it's already nighttime, which is unfortunate. I think it was a lot of time waiting during the day, but I think that they just need to slow down and be a little bit more careful because there are rocks that they might bump into if they're not going to be able to see. So
yeah, and as I said earlier today, like the nighttime is going to happen. It's likely going to happen another time for at least one more time for the bike division before they're able to get to the end of the race. At the very least, they may end up finishing, you know, at dusk, essentially. So it's something that if you do these races, you have to practice for. You have to practice night racing. You can't just do the first section of the run over and over and over in the day because, well, you're going to be severely disadvantaged.
Well, Croncy, a little bit of an update here, which is pretty cool. So we have Sig Nusion, who we're currently watching right now. I believe that is going to be the driver for Garden Racing, which is cool because that is Garden Racing 2, and that's Space Tomatoes org. So they're currently right now the leader of the pack, from what I'm being told, and then Signusion he's the driver currently. So pretty cool to see that Garden Racing is up there on that position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're still so early days, but nice to see, you know, which teams are starting to come out top in these first 10 minutes.
Yeah, awesome to see. Right now, we should be getting a little bit of updates here on some of the divisions. Obviously, some of the buggy servers did go underway, so that's definitely not a problem. So we got Exodia Racing, Arson's Bacon of Light. So a lot of different teams. Teams are swapping out some truck teams that already started the race as well. So Capcom Ursa, which, you know, they definitely, Team Capcom definitely looking to stamp a win this year. They've been racing almost every year. Team from Catalonia, and I think they really want it. So let's see how they. Hopefully, we'll keep track of them, Francie, and see how Team Capcom does this year.
Yeah, it'll be great to see. So we can already kind of see, you know, like, yes, we're only about 10 minutes in, but all of the buggies very right next to each other, right? They're not going to be able to get much of a lead over the course of maybe the 6-ish hours that they are racing today. We will see that expand, especially because, you know, I've been getting told by people like Herbie that there's a lot of different positions, a lot of different routes that you can take with the buggy that are going to be advantageous to you. So, you know, it's about choosing those routes and hoping that the person behind you chooses a significantly worse one.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, Croncy, I'm getting this whole, like, if people are watching at home, seriously, like, I'm not sure if you could tell, Croncy, but, like, the sounds of the bikes, I feel like I'm in it. It's oh, shit, I just called it out. I just called out the brand. It feels like I'm in it. That's why that's why it's in audio. Oh, my God, how did I just figure that out? That's crazy. I feel like I'm in it. Oh, my God, bro, I just hit an epiphany. I'm leaving. It's all good, chat. You're good, man. Y'all are good. Yo, we made this happen. I'm literally in it. That is wild, bro. That came out like the most natural thing I've ever happened to me. It just came out naturally, which is wild. Anyways, I'm done.
Christian. You know, and I agree. You know, watching this race, it really makes me feel like I'm a citizen of the stars. Wait! Oh, wait! No, wait!
Oh my goodness, man.
Amazing.
Oh,
I think we've already lost the plot, Christian.
I know, chat. We're all in it, baby. I mean, even some people didn't understand until now. Hey, look, I'm good with it, man. Like we're all in it together. But honestly, like with my headphones, it really sounds like I'm in there right now. It feels like I like every time the grab lev like jumps or move. Every time you hear like the spaceship push that throttle or boost or hit shift, you can hear that. It's pretty cool. But hey, man, that was awesome. I can't believe I just
more updates obviously coming
realized
up
that,
there
bro.
for you guys on the left hand side for that leaderboard. So we've got Amarok's Fang have now been recorded, so it's very likely that they are in the lead at the moment, very possibly at the very least. Once again, we'll get a better idea of exactly where everyone's positioned once we start reaching the first checkpoint.
I can't believe that just happened, bro. That was a moment. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That was a moment. That's wild. Hey, look, man. Sorry for my. Look, guys. I just been wanting this race to start. We're you know, we have some servers on the way. We'll get the rest servers going. Like to get the race started is like by far the biggest achievement that we normally end up, you know, going. And I can't thank enough to our entire team in Atmo Esports, man. Like I said, guys. Oh, we got some action here. We got some Cyclone TR action in the shipwreck camera. We are getting some people trying to get gunned down, and that's why this is the filthiest race in the verse. You can shoot. If you see someone, you shoot him. And
yeah, very much so. And it looks like they're going hard, but they're also significantly further behind, and that collision there with that rock is not going to help them. So I feel like their prey, unfortunately, in this instance, is going to escape. But very possibly, based on how quickly they just turned to the right there, they may have found another one.
That is actually funny. It's like, yo, we're getting some awesome action. He's shooting, and all of a sudden, just bumps into a rock. Like, believe it or not, so like, I mean, if people think that they're gonna win by just trying to shoot everybody, man, it's not gonna work out so well. So, but you know, it's I love seeing Garden Racing being up there. Oh, they're getting some good shots on that Cyclone RC right now. If they had boost, they wouldn't even be there. I wonder if the turret is affected by distance. I am not sure if it is, but they're going to try to get a view here as much as they can and get some shots in. If I was that Cyclone, I would try to get out the way as soon as possible, Croncy.
Yeah. Not to mention, imagine what's going on in that team right now, where they've very likely got someone in their support craft saying, like, hey, they're heading off to the right, they're going to end up in a ditch, don't worry about them, go for the target on the left. You know, he's sort of controlling them from above. I very much imagine is what's happening.
Oh, man. Well, I'm loving this race so far. Honestly, Croncy, this is the most action that we have been able to capture within, you know, within really the Daymar Rally. A lot of people are really trying to come in here and trying to take advantage of, you know, shooting people down. But I like that it's not as easy, right? You can't just take anybody down in a Cyclone TR super easy. We see Skyer 01 in that first place spot in the truck division so far, and Amarok's Fang in the bike division, which Amarok's Fang is also another great team that really does have some veteran experience in the Daymar Rally, Croncy.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I'm just going to have a quick look. Let's see who is in Amarok's Fang today, because they do have a bit of an evolving group for the most part. So we are seeing Dark Hour, who we got to see a bunch, I believe, during the System 7 last year. They are the primary driver. The co-driver for Amarok's Fang is Lawn Dart, and then we've got H3D and Big Flex as our support pilots.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit about Skyer 01, right? They're in the truck division. This team is made of Salem Frost, Neojet, Aubin, and Ari Neo. And what I love about this, Ari Neo, he's been a great, incredible Star Citizen creator in the Spanish community. But also, what I love about this, Croncy, is that we have a special interview with Ari Neo telling us a little bit about him and his entire team at Skyer 01 that's racing today. So let's take a quick look at the interview with Ari Neo right now.
Hi, my name is Ari Neo. I race for Skyer Imperium or Skyer 01 or Skyer Alpha. It depends what Atmo wants to register it as. And I usually compete with my colleagues Salem Frost, well known I think in the racing community, is along with Neojet as well, and also as part of the support team with Ethan Aubin. And we've been running at the Daymar Rally since the very beginning, since the first competition. So my favorite division is the buggy division. That's the one that we've been racing, on for since the beginning, really. But this year we're going to be racing on the truck division. My favorite vehicle is definitely the Cyclone RC, although of course the boost is not working at the moment. But yeah, definitely that one. I remember from the beginning, the first competition, when Raider Alexis, he had to. No, I'm just gonna repeat that, okay? I remember during the first competition of the Daymar Rally, we had a Raider Alexis. He was basically on foot, running for miles and miles and miles until he actually managed to get into the finish line. So that was really exciting. That became a meme, a well-known meme in the Star Citizen community. We even had some sneakers designed by A Little Bit of Madness and emojis and everything all around. So that was quite a nice whole Star Citizen community experience, basically. Of course, come and enjoy these events. I mean, if you've never joined an event like this, you're definitely missing one of the best experiences you will find from the competitive gameplay perspective in Star Citizen, and I dare to say even from the whole video game industry in general, to be honest. Thanks to Admo and their team as well. Well, see you around on the track. Hopefully, we'll make it to the finish line, and maybe we'll win as well. Thank you.
Well, awesome interview there by Arineo to talk a little bit about Skyrim Imperium over the years and being a veteran team since the beginning, Croncy.
Yeah. They've been all over the place, and another team that I myself have had to compete against, and one of the teams that it's a little bit scary to compete against. So yeah, very very awesome, and Ari Neo, an absolutely fantastic person. Interacted a lot with on Twitter, and yeah, would love to meet in person. So hopefully, maybe Ari, possibly Manchester. Who knows?
Yep, let's see, man. I mean, I think he lives in the UK if I'm not mistaken, but I don't really remember. But a great just a great person in the community. But look at this view here. Looking at Crusader in the background. This is what I was talking about, right? These breathtaking views that you're gonna see every single time. These shots are incredible. Camera team, you are absolutely amazing. Let's take a quick look one more time at that leaderboard to see where we're currently at. We're probably gonna update you guys probably every 5 to 10 minutes as things change. But as you guys can see, on the bike division, you see Amarok's Fang, Aluminum Falcons, and Garden Racing 2, keeping that strong leader for right now, obviously. And then Delta Dietis, PDQ. Oh, PDQ is a restaurant, a chicken restaurant in the U.S. Croncy, by the way.
Don't make me hungry.
I know. I mean, they make a great chicken sandwich. But Croncy, you want to take over and tell us who's currently on top here in the buggy and truck division?
Yeah, so we've got MOG Nation, no O2 for you. I think that's going to be a nice runner-up for one of my favorite team names of this event. Exodia Racing Team, I'm going to be butchering that. Patrouille Suisse? Please do. I'm terrible. Exodia Racing Team, Turbo again have popped up there. So lots of talent there in the buggy division, currently in the top 6 places. And for the trucks, Catcom Ursa. Catcom are representing hard today, so it's good to see that at the moment they're doing pretty well. Then we've got Poly, SOL Racing, AAWA Era 404, something, Star Citizen Cesco, and Chicago Sir is here. So a lot of teams I'm going to have to look up here, and I'm going to have to try to learn a bit more about, because who knows, we may see them podium today.
Yep. Hey, take a look. But remember that there's so many different servers that things will be up and down. I think we'll see more of a gap, as you see in the progress bar in the bottom left. You're going to start seeing those gaps open up a little bit more. But we should start seeing the bikes roll up here very, very soon to Eager Flats. The way you're going to tell how close the bikes are getting to Eager Flats, you're going to see the terrain getting a little bit more rougher. You're going to start seeing a little bit of bigger rocks that you're seeing right now. That's how you know that they're getting a little bit closer to Eager Flats to be able to check in and then continue moving forward to finding that Betty and on their way to finishing to the finish line at Coudray 4. So, Croncy, a lot of great teams that are currently trying to stay on top as much as possible, but we won't see much until every single server finishes and we tally up those times.
Yeah, very much so. A little development there with Delta Ditus Racing. Yeah, we just interviewed just before the race began the team from Delta, and it's good to see them putting in the reps here as well. Currently in the top 6 so far, from what we can tell.
Yep, and right now we're looking at the truck division, which is awesome. I think Van Doon should be looking at either one of these top 3 teams. This could be Capcom Ursa. We'll get a confirmation of who we're currently looking at by our officials team. But right now, man, I'm loving to seeing the RSI Lynx out there, Croncy. The RSI Lynx, it's a beautiful rover. Once again, I really hope that we can get those final balances of the ground vehicles, hopefully by maybe by next patch, maybe by the next quarter, who knows? But whenever they do it. But I think that I just really enjoy seeing the RSI Lynx out there, and hopefully we'll see some X1s, taken here once we get to Eager Flats. Here we go, Croncy. Our first checkpoint landing here at Eager Flats. I think this is Garden Racing 2, if I'm not mistaken. So the way they need to check in, Croncy, they need to get off their vehicle and get inside it, inside of the outpost, open both doors and check in with the personnel. Once they see that, once they see the checkpoint, they'll be able to come right back out and continue racing. So this is the whole check-in process.
Yeah, very much so. So here we go. We have, at the very least on this server, one bike has reached the first checkpoint. So you can sort of see they're talking about 25 minutes. We may be seeing maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours. Maybe it's a little bit less than the 3-hour mark we may have seen earlier, but that's going to be on the riskier bikes, these people who are able to finish this a little bit earlier. So I'm excited to see what they can do. It's a long road to go. Well, not really road, more like desert's floor.
Desert floor. Well, here we go. Garden Racing, man. If we get a team from Space Tomatoes org to win, that's gonna be a pretty awesome story. I think believe it or not, I did a awesome interview with Space Tomato just about the Daymar Rally, about talking a little bit about esports, and I think what I believe in and the viability of esports, coming to Star Citizen. And a lot of people are like very defensive, like, oh, esports, it's not really about to me, like, even though I say esports, I talk about experience, right? Like I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, what type of events are people gonna want to do events in Star Citizen if they have Death of a Spaceman, right? Who knows, right? Are they gonna wanna, do entire PvP org battle within the verse if they have Death of a Spaceman? I feel like a lot of people are gonna play it a lot, very safely. So I want to give those people that that don't want to have, that don't care about the risk, and play the game to its maximum potential, no matter the risk of Death of a Spaceman. So that's where events like this, the Daymar Rally, come in. So there is a space for people that really want to compete and take the passion of Star Citizen into like dogfighting and ship racing to the next level. That's the only thing, right?
Yeah.
So it can coincide right next to the game.
Yes.
I think Space Tomato is in the game right now. He's actually taking some content out of the Daymar Rally, so I can't wait to see what he comes up with, Croncy.
Yeah, no, me neither. And we actually just got to see, I believe, Team Amarok's Fang. They did the exchange. So essentially what they did is they got their old pilot in the Dragonfly to fly up into and essentially land inside their support vehicle, as the other pilots that they have today, the other driver that they have today, came out of the front of it in a fresh Dragonfly. So, either sustaining some damage, maybe they've got a plan for, taking over certain legs of the run. It's really sort of up to them. But I do remember, at least from the System 7, these guys do come with a plan. So I'd be excited to hear what how they've gone about it.
Totally agree there, and that's Big Flex, who just checked in from Amarok's Fang. That was on Rondog's view and his camera, and like you said, they just checked in 92 kilometers exactly from Shupin to Eager Flats, and now there's a challenge where they need that support ship to not only cover the racer, Croncy, but also look ahead to see where to check in at the Betty. Look at all these canyons, look at all these rocks. They need to be careful because if not, this could be the end of their race. They need to find that line and that flat ground to be able to push that Dragonfly to the metal and go as fast as they can to the finish line.
Yep, definitely. I'm very curious to know, where exactly our where our buggies and trucks are situated at the moment. I've got to imagine they're roughly halfway towards the first checkpoint here. But some of these bikes genuinely going a lot faster than I anticipated. So there we go. So yeah, so the do not worry, the Dragonflies are not at Kudra but it does seem like the buggies and trucks, roughly halfway between our first checkpoints here, and only barely ahead of each other, which is kind of what we were talking about, right? With the speeds that they currently have, they're going to be very close to each other for the entirety of the race.
Yep, it's probably showing like somebody probably already clicked that they're at Kudra Orbit, but they're really not. But it's okay. Again, we got some, Capcom Ursa still holding on strong. Man, I think that the timing this year is going to be super close this year, Kranzi. I think that a lot of these teams, especially with like the RSI links, because, I mean, as much as I would love Boost could be that factor. Like Herbie using Boost compared to somebody new using Boost, it's unfair, believe it or not. Like Herbie times the Boost so well when he's getting air. He does a great job. Like he knows exactly what he's doing. So, but yeah, I'm excited to see how people end up in this race, because I feel like this is the most even playing ground that I've seen in any of the past Daymar rallies.
Yeah, very much so, 100%. I even think, the routes themselves, we mentioned earlier, they change pretty much every year just due to Planet Tech or, whatever might be introduced within that time period. This year, I feel like there's a nice allocation of different terrain. You sort of end up in each different section for a reasonable amount of time. So you may spend 10 minutes on flat ground, 10 minutes in hills and mountains, 10 minutes inside caverns and so on. No, canyons rather. And it makes it, I don't know, it makes it that little bit more interesting that you're not just holding W the entire time,
Hey, what do you got against holding W the entire time? Just saying. I'm just kidding.
Next race is just a straight race on with Noxes on an ice field, and there's nothing about it.
Honestly, like there's different things that we definitely want to do, especially when like Pyro comes out. We got System 7. We definitely want to do an endurance race for the System 7, but we're definitely going to wait until probably until the ground vehicles are currently played. But talking about the System 7, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that the System 7, if is more of a very competitive racing league, and you have to qualify and be top 16 in the fastest times in order to get into the System 7. So all I'm going to say right now, if you're interested in competing in the System 7, signups are currently open. System 7 practices begin in March. So if you go to system7.gg, you should be able to start signing up for that race if you're interested. So a lot of events from Atmo Esports throughout the year. We also have PvP coming up as well. So make sure you guys are staying tuned to our Discord, social media for any information on all these events coming up.
Yep. So here we have a fantastic view from NeoJet of the Ursa links. And I mean, it just feels wrong to not have someone sitting in the back there drinking champagne throughout the entirety of the race. It should be an extra win objective that if you bring a link, someone has to bring champagne and can't spill any.
Yep, well, talking about NeoJet, we also have an incredible interview with NeoJet to talk a little bit more about his team and Sky Imperium. We'll play it right now. Here comes NeoJet.
My name is NeoJet. I'm from Sky Racing Team with Selenfrost, Arineo, and Ethan. And this is going to be my third rally. My favorite division is trucks because it's where the real endurance racing is. And I have a special love for the Ursa. That one is easy. Last year, when I was arriving to the checkpoint of the Betty, I remember was the lights of the sunrise, and then the reclaimers show up on the horizon in the middle of a flat area. Well, that imagine is on my mind forever. yeah, it's. I'm going to say something that always I tell to everyone. Massive community events and racing in special is where the true magic of this game show up. And then my what I can say to everyone is don't miss it. Just go and participate. Just remember that a sire will be there.
Hey, love it, man. I tell you, man, I love these interviews. And something I want to point out is that most of the Skyer team is all from Spain, so they didn't care. They're like, yo, I want to do the interview. I don't care if I don't, if I don't speak the English very well. But man, shout outs to the Skyer Imperium team. Always big in supporting them, and good luck to them in today's race. That's all I'm gonna say, Croncy.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, another person who I've had the pleasure of racing with, and an absolutely fantastic person. So, good luck once again, guys. And like I said, get someone in the back there sipping on some champagne. Don't spill any.
Don't spill any. Wow. Anyways, any moments so far that you've been really just happy with so far in the Daymar Rally, Croncy?
The second we had someone pass the first checkpoint, I got so excited. It's been a bit of a slog today, but it's sort of that cemented to me. Yes, the race is going and we're doing stuff. So that's the biggest thing for me today. I am really excited to hear later tonight, because it's like 8 a.m. for me. So like later tonight, hearing from the racers, any moments that they had that were special today, because we only get to see a very small section of a very small section of the race itself.
Totally agree here. And, again, I'm going to keep giving a shout out to, the entirety of the Ammo Esports staff. Everybody's doing a great job at, staying, having that patience and staying vigilant as much as they can. And I'm super happy that we were able to get, the race started, and we'll get the rest of the other races going as well. So, every time when the race starts, it's always the biggest thing, Croncy. And like you said, just getting the race on the way is absolutely incredible, and I'm just happy to be here. And I can't thank everybody at home watching, but already 36 minutes in. At this rate, Croncy, right, we're at the big stretch where we have the 418 kilometers to go. That is when, some of these bikes are going to take that hour and a half to get to. But at this rate, Croncy, I think we're going to get to that 2-hour mark before bikes finish.
Yeah, most likely for sure. It sort of, once again, depends on where the fastest racers here take their routes. If they are able to find some certain routes that are either completely flat, or honestly, just at the very least, not cavernous. It's the caverns that really get you when you're in these bikes. Like, I thought we were about to see one there. If they can find those spots, then they can... they can just floor it. So we literally may have an instance where we see them just push through, and maybe they are able to sustain their speeds for longer.
Gotcha. it's okay. It's everything's looking awesome. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see. So yeah, if you look on the left there, we can see once again Garden Racing 2, Amarok's Fang, and Delta Dietus have been sort of pushing themselves through those first 3 slots. So at the very least, on these servers that have started, these guys are definitely running for it. So it's, I mean, if they finish, I feel like it's likely we'll see at least one of these teams on the podium. CCB runners, Exodia Racing Team, and Mutant Motor Mob are currently in our top 3 for the buggy division. And then Catcom Ursa, Chicago Sir Isir, and AAWA Era 404 for the trucks.
Yeah, look how close the buggies and the trucks are in the progress bar right now, which is pretty crazy, right? You see the buggies are a little bit ahead, but like you mentioned, the reason why is that, right? Not only are they the same speed, but the Lynx actually has some great acceleration that doesn't matter if you mess up or not, you should be able to push forward very hard and catch up no matter what. But love seeing, look at this teamwork right now, and soon these teams are going to be starting to get to the Betty, and where they need to check in Croncy again. That support ship needs to be able to go ahead and be like, hey, here's where the Betty's at. That may throw off their line, and that's the whole point, right? They need to be able to reclaim that lead by going under the legs of the Betty on the way to the Quadrille. So very excited so far. Again, big shout out to SCR.GG for providing some incredible tools for us in this year's Daymar Rally with the leaderboard and a progress bar, which I'm loving so far, Croncy.
Yeah. Now, as we have mentioned, we've only got so many servers running right now. You know, we wanted to get it underway, so we're starting some servers a little bit late. Crucian, when or where, rather, will all of our viewers be able to see our final results once everything's been tallied, everything's been fixed? Where are they going to be able to check that out?
So a lot of the places where we put all of the tallies and all of the times is usually first is going to be on discord.gg/Atmo Esports, and then we also will put it up on you know, the times and the top 3 winners of the Daymar Rally. We will do an awesome graphic. We'll also post that on social media. We've actually partnered up with Reddit this year as well. So believe it or not, we have Ian from the Reddit team who actually is being a camera for the Reddit Discord on his end. So they're watching his own you know, POV and getting requests from people. Hey, can I go watch this? Which is cool. So there's a lot of places, right? Discord, social media, and then our website, atmo.gg, where they'll be able to find all of the final times once we get them all tallied up and going. They'll be able to find it up on our website. So, yep.
Yeah, awesome, fantastic.
The Star Citizen Reddit Discord, not the actual company. Before anybody gets confused. So, but yeah, shout outs to the Reddit team for the Star Citizen Reddit team that is, you know, allowing us to, because we work so closely with the Star Citizen team. They're also, you know, working with us to allow us to kind of put those official events on the Reddit for people to sign up, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fantastic. So make sure you guys check that out when that pops up, so that you can get the, you know, the finishing results. Because there's going to be a little bit ifs and ands. We're going to be speculating at the end of this whether those that have finished are going to be, you know, podiuming or not. We're going to make sure that everything is correct. And this right here, displaying just how slow some of these bikes are being forced to go. I can't imagine that is much more than minimum speed here, but you know, probably can push it a little bit more. And I think the second that I said that, they did on this flat section. It's really, really hard to avoid. Like I said, these hover bikes do not slow down particularly fast. They really like to continue going whatever speed you've set them at, you know, moments earlier.
Yep, and shout outs to all of the citizens out there that Croncy, I believe there's an entire group or you know, the teams that are currently racing at a little LAN party in Texas. So shout out to you know, that entire group that is currently waiting to race right now. But they, you know, every year, you know, apparently they take over some office and they are bringing their piece rally, which I think it's incredible. So shout outs to everybody who is coming together for this year's Daymar Rally and just, you know, having a good time out there, which is awesome.
That's absolutely fantastic. That's really cool. It kind of makes me, you know, I want to be in a world one day with the Daymar Rally where yourself and me crew are in a live booth with maybe a couple of big teams in the area and doing a live commentary, kind of like how you see with like world first competitions in certain games, but for the Daymar Rally.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome, Croncy.
Yeah.
But I mean, just
One day,
because you're in
one
the Answer the Call podcast doesn't mean you can take over my my stream booth at a LAN event. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Croncy. I'll love to have you, man. I love to have. I'm just joking. I'm trolling. But no, man. I'm just happy. And by the way, everybody that's watching at home on Twitch, YouTube, X. Once again, I'll say it. Thank you guys so much for joining us and watching. I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast so far. An incredible pre-show, and just something I'll mention if you've already, I can't really see this because I'm not watching chat right now. But if you're subbed, if you throw cheers or whatever, thank you for your support. Again, guys, if you guys want to check out our merch, that is the biggest way to support us. Exclamation mark merch in the chat. Or if you're on YouTube, there's a link in the description. Our new 2954 Daymar Rally merch has officially launched last night, so make sure you guys check it out. And if you like it, go grab one, man. We would appreciate it a ton. So we'll put your gamer tag on it, right, Croncy?
Yeah, of course. It's what's more important than that?
Not putting your gamer tag? I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
like,
sorry, I just saw someone just message me the images from that Texas LAN party. That's absolutely fantastic. That's super cool.
Oh, really? After I just talked about it, that's also cool. But so yeah, I mean, in right now, Croncy, we're looking at the speeds for the X1, and the X1 is not really as fast as the Nox or the Dragonfly because, like the X1 across the board doesn't have any. They're all the same speed, but yeah, we'll probably see some X1s down the line. But I think Rondog is still following the first place of this server, which I believe it's Amarok Spang. Right now, Big Flex just doing a great job at keeping a great pace. And again, he should be done in around 2-hour mark, Croncy. And we thought that we're gonna finish in 3. So good on him.
Yeah, look, we're getting a lot faster, and maybe we're getting a little bit more comfortable. Sometimes, servers can be the cause of your explosion, and so you get a little bit, you're a little bit safe at the start, and you don't want to make as many risks. Then as you start to make risks, you can see that the server may very much well be on your side, and then you just start flooring it the entire time. It's something that I've experienced plenty of times before, and that may be what we're seeing here.
Well, we see Capcom Ursa here in second place, and Capcom, to see Team Capcom doing a great job at staying very resilient, and hopefully they can have a good time to make it to the podium. During that top 3, we have an incredible interview with Capcom. We have Lord Pibe, who kind of tells us a little bit about his team and his experience racing in the Daymar Rally. But just to be sure, a lot of these teams, their native language is not English, but I still appreciate them coming on and doing the interview to give that team the highlight that they deserve for racing in the rally for so long. So let's take a quick look at the interview with Lord Pibe.
Hello, my name is Lord Pibe and I represent Catcom, a team from Catalonia. This is my 4th year participating in the Daymar Rally with Blue Barrufina and Kafran. My favorite division is the bikes, and my favorite vehicle is the Nox because it's very fast and very smooth. The first year we signed up and raced in the Cyclone division. It was spectacular, spending hours in the dunes with the buggy. The community of Star Citizen are awesome, and these events are very well organized and highly valued by the community. I encourage all organizations to participate. See you on the track.
Me, why? How dare you?
I don't know. I thought the cast would be better off without me.
Oh, it's okay, man. Yeah, I mean, you were right. No, but do you know what's going on February 3rd? there's a special bar citizen somewhere.
Yes, in Canberra. In Canberra,
No,
Australia.
I'm not coming to that one, bro. I'm talking about the one
But
where
that's
everybody
the
else is
cooler
going.
one.
Actually, Corsair's going to be at that Bar Citizen. By the way, guys, make
Yes,
sure you check out the Bar Citizen website and go get out your house, bro. Go touch some grass, go touch some weeds, and go meet some other citizens because I honestly, man, the meet communities are incredible. But other than Canberra, Corsair, I think, is going to be at that one. And I'm going to be at the Bar Citizen in Barcelona. So very
Yes.
excited to be there and meet the Spanish community. So I'm very, very excited to be there at the Bar Citizen in Barcelona. So if you are anywhere in Spain and you don't come out to that Bar Citizen in Barcelona, we're gonna have a problem. I want to meet you. I want to say hi. I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have some exclusive Atmo Esports pins that you'll be able to grab. So I would love to see you out there at the Bar Citizen in Barcelona. Yes, I am gonna be there in the flesh. You can touch me if you want, but I'm your bear first.
And if you want to come to a cooler Bar Citizen, make sure you come to the Canberra one. I'm looking at going as well, and it's going to be good fun. We haven't had an Australian, or at least we haven't had one up here close to Sydney since like July last year. So it's going to be good fun to meet a couple of guys that I haven't gotten to meet yet. Like I kept saying Neojet, but it wasn't Neojet. Jet Heller. That's why I kept confusing the two of them. I'm finally getting to meet Jet Heller, who has a couple of Daymar Rally trophies himself. And a couple of other people, so make sure you come to that one as well. That's right, go to both. Go to both, somehow. I'm sure there's a plane from Canberra to Spain. If it's fast enough.
I mean, hopefully not, but I think we're gonna have the CIG Dep team at the Barcelona one, so that automatically makes it better. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Croncy.
Wow.
I'm just kidding, but no, I think we are gonna have some of the CIG team at the Barcelona Bar Citizen. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Tyler, some of the community team, some devs. So it's gonna be pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm just super excited. But look at this right now. Let's take Garden Racing to an Amarok fan, neck on neck right now, Croncy.
Yeah, not much difference between the two, it seems, at the moment. But, you know, they've very likely got completely different routes, so it's hard for us to tell who is actually ahead. You know, you're going to end up in situations where you're forced to go into sections you've got to go slower, so it's going to give the opportunity for the other person to get through. And then not even at the halfway mark yet, right? So, yeah, definitely sounds like it's pretty close.
All right, and you can see the bikes down in the progress bar, and oh, we got a different color. We got it white, so we can see it a little bit better there. We're seeing the Dragonfly almost right there halfway to the Betty. We are about 52 minutes in right now into the rally. So, you know, we're looking at around that 2.5 to 3 hour mark as we continue to see that progress bar happen.
Yeah, there we go. Bouncing off some rocks. Love that. As I mentioned earlier, you do actually want to, as much as you can, especially on these straight sections, try to get as high up as you can from, like, you know, bouncing off hills and whatnot. Because then you get to essentially just fly 200 meters a second the entire time. And you get to land in a pretty safe location as well. There is a lot to be said about the whole strafing mechanic when you are that far off the ground. It can be a bit hard for you to tell what your maximum speed is going to become. And if you have, you know, strafed up enough as you approach the ground to not collide. But I would hope that some of our racers here have the experience to know where they're positioned in that case.
Yep, I mean, looking great so far. No 0-2 for you currently in that top spot in the Buggy division. Mog Nation, CCB runners again. We still have some servers that do need to go that we will be timing on a separate basis. But so far, an incredible already 54 minutes into the Daymar Rally 29:54. Everybody is holding on tight, doing great, and I can't wait to see, you know, for these servers, which bike teams come out on top. I know that, so the way that it's going to work for everybody that's watching at home is that we're going to keep an eye on the first place, and then once they finish, we're going to go back and get the next racer and be able to keep an eye on the racer after the first one, because we only have one one camera per server because you know it's it ain't easy capturing a lot of servers, but I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm gonna throw it out there. If you are a passionate member of the Star Citizen community and you want to help out these events, jump on our Discord, discord.gg/AtmoreEsports. If you want to see how much effort goes into behind the scenes of making these events happen, you're more than welcome to come join us. We're all volunteers. We're all people that just love the game and have a passion for it. And we do this, you know, we just do it to kind of level up, our communities more. And, we do it for fun. So come out. Whether you want to be a checkpoint, a camera person, whatever it is, we'll make it happen, Croncy.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have I mentioned that, I wanted to volunteer myself and I got myself here on the commentator's desk. The biggest regret of my life. I did want to mention.
Wow.
So we have some updated results there on the left side. Amarok's Fang and Gun Racing 2, they do appear to be quite a bit closer than maybe I was thinking. Only 3 kilometers apart, with 10 kilometers after them, right? So once again, the time that these distances are updated may be different, but I feel like it is safe to say, at the very least on the servers that we're looking at, is that these two teams are making a run for each other's money.
Yeah, right now, just to give you a heads up, this is the entire bike division. And we have a leaderboard for each bike division. Again, big shout out to scr.gg, man. Thank you so much for putting this together for us. By the way, Crossy, look, there's a team called after me called The Crew. So shout out to them. Shout out to The Crew. Let me see. No. With The Crew, baby. Let's see. Oh, I found this team right now. Let's see who's part of The Crew, baby, because hey, that's all a great name. So we got a True Madden, who's the driver. We got Dirk's Double, which is the co-driver. We got Madden's 13, which is their Original JR, which is their support co-pilot, and then Notorious, which is going to be their support pilot. So awesome name, The Crew. I wish you best of luck in the filthiest race in the verse.
Yeah, very much good luck to you guys. Another team that I wanted to mention that, right when we were asking what was our favorite team name, Not So Harmful Cycling Enthusiasts are doing quite well up there. So, maybe one of my early teams might be making a run for it.
Hey, man, that's awesome. Delta Dietis is not too far behind from Amarok's Fan and Garden Racing as well, man. I love seeing, how long is Garden Racing? I know that Space Tomatoes team, they've raced in the Daymar Rally before, but man, they're being super competitive today, which I love seeing right now. So if they do put up a win, that's going to be super exciting for that Orgo, 100%.
Yeah, great to see another team like that become very dedicated to the sport and, already showing just how well they've been performing.
Where's your team at? Where's your org team at, Crossy? What's going on, man?
I don't know. They're probably in one of the other servers. Look, it's Herbie. He was probably the one causing the 30Ks, all right?
What do you call it? Is you and Herbie in the same org?
So Herbie started racing after popping up into my stream during the first System 7. And then joined my community, started a team, grabbed some people from my community to join in. So I fully take responsibility for everything that Herbie and co have accomplished. This year, however, they've made a little bit of a change. We have another fantastic Star Citizen streamer, Henkin, as the co-driver of Team Punch Buggy.
Oh, Henkin. Yeah, I was trying to get an interview with Henkin, but he's like, yeah, I feel like I time traveled. We went on vacation and slept for like an entire day. So whatever that man was doing, man, I mean, hey, shout out to you, Henkin. But I hope you enjoyed your vacation, my guy. Give him a shout out here because I wasn't able to get an interview with him recently. But hey, like I said, guys, while everybody's watching here at home, remember you can follow us on our socials at Atmo Esports on X, on Instagram, and Facebook. Would love to see you guys on there and interact with a lot of you guys. We do a lot of giveaways, ship giveaways on there. So make sure you guys are following us on our socials once again. So he's so sorry. It's all right, man. Enjoy your vacation. That's funny. Somebody clipped me that. He's so sorry. That's so funny. Anyways, there we go. I think we're still watching Amrock's Fang. We're still watching Big Flex take it on. So we should have we'll have some other views here coming up soon. But we're gonna stick on this one because he's going pretty fast right now. So, and we know the crew didn't we know the crew didn't pass Garden Racing. I'm sorry.
Well, you never know. You never know. You never know. No, there you go.
Down to the bottom.
I've done it almost immediately. Now, have a look. The bikes, at least the very first bikes, are getting pretty close to that Betty. They're not too far now. I would hazard a guess, probably about 60, 70 kilometers maybe, based on the graphics. So not too long now before we see our first Betty pass. It really is kind of wild that first off, we're about to pass an hour into the first servers racing. But also that the bikes are about halfway. That's pretty crazy. I think, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, that looks like that's what we're going to see today with the bikes.
Yep, and we got some great changes here. Capcom is still saying strong. Turbo up there in the buggy division. Turbo, a great team. They exactly know this is a veteran team that knows how to race. So shout out to the Turbo team. But let's talk a little bit about security. We do have a special interview with Nargosvaj, who is the leader of Walkers of Sigma that has put together all the security team. We have over 16 security orgs right now participating in the protection of the Daymar Rally. So it's not just about the racers. You also have security protecting the skies every single moment of the Daymar Rally when it happens. So let's take a quick look at the interview with Nargosvaj from Walkers of Sigma.
My name is Nargajvog, but most people call me Nargo. I represent the Walkers of Sigma 957, and I've been running security for Atmo Esports for about 4 years. The absolute best part of running security for the Daymar Rally is getting to know everyone who signs up for the security team, everyone from experienced pilots to absolute greenhorns. They get together, they practice and train, and watching them come together to complete the objective is an absolute pleasure. As of today, there are roughly 15 orgs signed up to help protect the Daymar Rally, and we get together every weekend to train and practice against different scenarios to make sure that everyone's ready for the Daymar Rally and anything it might throw at them. My message to the Star Citizen community would be to check out Atmo Esports, because joining them and working with them all these years has genuinely been one of the best experiences in my career in Star Citizen. And if they're looking for an org to join, I'd be happy to have a chat with everyone. You can stop by the Discord at discord.gg/was9. And likewise, if you're looking to join the security team next year, definitely come check us out. We'll be happy to have you.
I promise you, Chad, I did not tell him to say all that, okay? I tell people to say whatever your heart desires, and that's exactly what Nargosvaj said, okay? I keep messing up his name because it's hard to say, but man, he does a great job at really putting this all together, with the security team. So it's awesome. So a big shout out to not only Nargosvaj and Walkers of Sigma team, but the entirety of the security orgs that are out there right now protecting the Daymar Rally. And we give them a big shout out on social media. So thank you all so much for joining us and protecting our skies during this race. But yeah. It's absolutely insane, Crumsy. Absolutely insane how much people are protecting the rally.
Yeah, what a very it's such an interesting element to the race as well, just in general, that we have this, and it's super cool to see them in the skies defending these guys, So very cool, and thank you very much to Nago and the team for everything you guys do.
Yep. Right now we're a little bit over an hour underway onto the Daymar Rally here, and I think we've been going at a pretty good pace, Francie. Yeah. But I want to call out each individual security org. I want to give them everybody that show their love. But we got security org Armco, security org War Machine, security org Semis Intergalactic. We got Blackhawks Defense Force. We got Invictus Intergalactic Federation. Bro, these names are hard, man. Y'all killing me. But, they're really cool org names, though. I like them a lot. But we have Nightingale Industries, PTO Corporation, Talons Out of Haven, Black Shields. We got Cobra Force. Cobra Force is a cool name. I like that. We got Federation of the Rising Dawn. We got Vanguard. We got Das Cartel, which is, I think I saw a lot of the Das Cartel guys at Con 42. So, Awesome to see some of those guys out there. We got the Fleet of the Faithful Knights, FFK, awesome people, and then Ragtag Mercs, and then MPEX. So shout out to all these incredible organizations that are really helping us to keep it all safe. So shout out to all you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a ton, guys. There's so many. I wouldn't have thought that
Yeah,
there were that
I
many
ran out of breath
mercenary
there.
orgs. You know what I mean? In Star System, but it's awesome. I'm gonna have to hire them next time I do my next delivery mission. You know, maybe I just want to deliver some pizza boxes in peace.
Honestly, they all get paid what we get paid. Nothing. It's passion, baby. You get paid in passion. You get paid in love and appreciation.
I'll pay you all one AUEC.
Oh my gosh, man, I love it. But anyways, here we go. Let's go over these top three real quick of each division. Garden Racing 2 still holding out strong. Amrox Fang and Delta Dietist Racing, man. Honestly, I think these guys are going to set a very, very great tone into, putting these times very high. No O2 for you. CCB Runners and Turbo up in that buggy top 3 spot. And then the corporation, Catcom, Ursa, and Star Citizen, Cesco, all doing a great job at staying in that top 3 spot again. There's other servers that are currently running on a different timer. So once we bring it all together, we'll know who our top 3 are for each division, probably towards, the beginning of the week. But great overall by everybody. Love seeing hopefully everybody that's currently racing having a great time until these other servers get up and running. But my Croncy, man, I'm loving the race so far. We should be getting the view of the Betty here very, very soon.
Yeah, shouldn't be too much longer now. It's been a while since we've had a distance update, but I very much imagine that we're almost there at this stage. They were pretty close last time, right? They're probably about 70, 80 kilometers away when we last looked at the graphic. So, it's essentially a little more than halfway for those guys. They don't have much left to go, and we're an hour and 6 into this. It's still slower than last year, but faster than we were maybe expecting.
Yeah, a lot of the teams are like, oh, it's gonna take about 3 hours. And something else, man. Remember that we want to see, Corona Racing Initial D also try to take that spot in the bike division, because that's gonna put Saji-sama, to be the first Daymar Rally competitor to have that, that 3 champions from each division, which is actually pretty cool. But last year, the bikes were done in literally an hour, and it would have been done by now, which is crazy, Croncy. But I actually love that not that they slowed down, but I like that there's a little bit of more. Look, bikes are hard, okay? To control and stay alive the land that they are, it's hard. But I like that we are not seeing super fast times being completed. I love that there's a little bit more of a line and challenge that they have to face by racing a little bit longer. So.
Yeah, very much so. It makes it a little bit more interesting. I just hope that we can also get a situation where, maybe they become, the vehicles themselves just become a little bit more resilient, just to make it, make it a bit more high octane. Just bring our speeds up a little bit to make it maybe a little less safe, you know what I mean?
Yep, we see Saddle Sores there as well. That's currently racing, by the way. We'll talk about Saddle Sores here in a little bit, but we see HVC, Triple R Racing down at the bottom. I think they're racing. I think those teams are racing trucks or buggies, if I'm not mistaken, because those times are pretty behind, or those distances right now, Croncy.
Yeah, it's been a while since that one's been updated, but that's okay because the graphics should be pretty close to accurate here, it seems, based on how far they've been going. But importantly to mention is that it looks like our buggy and truck division has started to reach eager flats now. Still not much of a difference between the two, at least on the servers that we're watching now. That could be different elsewhere, but I mean, right up next to each other. I wonder if it might be that way across the entire race.
Yeah, look how close the buggies are. Buggies are slowly starting to take away that buggy in first place. But, man, already we see a big, big lead and seeing Gardner Racing 2, 253 kilometers out there. And Delta Dietist Racing, look at that, man, coming up from behind. And maybe Amarok Spang still needs to report, but Delta Dietist Racing definitely trying to make up a lot of that time. But I wanted to talk a little bit about saddle sores. We did have an awesome interview with Millshive from Saddle Sores that we'll be able to show right now to everybody here at home.
I am Millshive. I represent the Saddle Sores, and this will be our 3rd year in the Daymar Rally. And our teammates, we have Priam X, we have Mark Hawk, and Joe Hara. Dude, the bike division is the best division. The speed is crazy. You have those boulders flying at you, and you have split-second decisions to make. And the Dragonfly is the only way to race in the bike division, man. It's the OG Gravlev vehicle, and I'll never let it go. My favorite experience is the camaraderie with the team. We get together with regular practice runs, constantly communicating. We're investigating new ways to do our race, and just getting together is the best of the rally. Oh yeah, dude, get involved. I mean, Star Citizen can be played solo, sure, but that's only 10% of the game. Get involved in the community event. Get involved with people and really figure out what this game has to offer. And as for all of you racers, I'll see you on Daymar.
He's going to see you on Daymar. That's what I'm talking about, man. Saddle Sores there, Millshive. Awesome guy. Hey, man, love his enthusiasm about the bike division and OG Dragonfly lover. I love the Dragonfly too. Things like the star kin you can't get anymore. A lot of cool things, man. So big shout out to the Dragonfly. But Croncy, man, what are your thoughts on that interview there with Millshive?
Yeah, no, great to see. And, I do love the whole passion of like, look, we want to run the Dragonfly because it's the classic, it's the first Gravlev. It's just, it brings a little bit of passion to the rally. So love it.
Yep, doing a great job so far. But like he said, I'll repeat what he said. Get involved, man. All right. Yes, maybe things are not always gonna go in a game that's an alpha, right? Like you literally put in the sign-up sheet, like the game, things can happen in the game, right? Things can happen that's outside of our control, and people are like, "Oh, it's your fault." I'm like, bro, like, do I look like a game developer? I mean, it's not nobody's fault. We gotta learn to be patient as a community, okay? Because baby, I'm telling you, man, when they put gas on, I feel like one Squadron 42 is kind of like where we figure out a release date one day after it being feature complete. Like the PU is only going to get gas, so I'm very very excited that we're going to end up doing so much more here at Croncy. And a lot of this stuff, like in the blink of an eye, it could be next year or the year after that. We're literally in a server, putting 1,500 people to race, and I'm gonna be so happy. I'm gonna be smiling ear to ear the entire time. The whole pre-show is me smiling, knowing that we have one server ready to go. Is it gonna be insane?
Yep. The pre-show will be 5 minutes, followed by oh damn, we got a countdown ready. All right, here we go, guys.
I know, man. I know. It's just that sometimes, like, man, like I see a lot of these developers, man, take a lot of heat. Like, people from, I'm gonna say, a lot of people from like, Spider-Man or people taking a lot of heat for, like, Cyberpunk not working. I'm like, bro, like it's a game, man. Like, go play something else. Like it's not that hard. Like if it's not working, go play something else, man. Like people work hard every single day to bring these beautiful games and adventures to you and new stories. Like go play something else, man. But here we go. I think we should be seeing the Betty here soon. So the Mercury is right up there, a support ship here with Big Flex, and we'll see our first pass at Checkpoint Echelon, the Betty, where all they have to do is just drive right under it, and they'll be checked off that they checked in during that checkpoint. So very excited for this moment here, Croncy.
Yeah, and just a quick clarification for any of those watching at home. The leaderboard that we had on the left there for the buggy division, Sleipnir are not 510 kilometers down the way. Don't worry, that's just a little error that we will fix before we figure out where people are going. But a lot of the team further than 90 kilometers, so they have reached the checkpoint. They are well on their way. Now they are on their way to the Betty.
Yep, on their way right now. So, we're seeing a lot of very close proximity runs, but I'm loving it so far. Again, I keep giving you shout outs, but I look, man, the past 6 years of doing the Daymar Rally, to have a leaderboard that gives us at least 95% of the accurate information that we're getting, just makes me smile from ear to ear. But look how close they are to the Betty right now. The Betty is 92 kilometers plus the 209. So we're looking at 311 kilometers to get to the Betty right after you hit that Eager Flash checkpoint. And we are about a little bit over an hour and 15 minutes into the race so far, Croncy. So, like I said, I think we'll finish about that 2 hour and 15-minute mark for these bikes, especially the faster ones. But, just because they're finishing, that doesn't mean, for other teams to slow down or stop trying. Trust me, keep pushing, stay focused, and race your race the way that you practice it, because that's the way you'll finish. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think of the rally sometimes less of a race and kind of more like like doing a marathon. The goal is to do it more than it is to win it. You know what I mean? So it's one of those special things that even though we've got so many competitors, only so many people can say that they have done, they have completed. So yeah, do not give up. See if you can get past the finish line.
Yep. Well, so far we're doing good, and we should be getting other. Still see a lot of other teams still going racing. We see Capcom Ursa still going strong here. It's really, really trying to push that truck division as much as they can. And Skyer won. I feel like Skyer 1. They did a lot of like wasting time trying to probably shoot people down, which is, I guess that's understandable. If somebody's around you, I want to shoot him too. But I don't want to. I want to stay focused on racing. I want to stay focused on getting that top 3, and hopefully coming out on top with that trophy. But I'm happy to see them that they're still on top of that. On top of that top 6. But Croncy, something that why I said that everybody's in a level of playing field. Like let's say Skyer and Catcom, right? They're some of the best veteran racers in Daymar, right? What's going to happen is that if Skyer does, try to shoot somebody else, that's going to give Capcom that advantage to take the lead the entire race once they don't mess up. So, very, very risky.
Yeah. Speaking of risky, that Dragonfly just then, the very risky landing into a little crater right on top of the ascension out of the crater, right? So. Don't want to be getting those sort of jumps. You really want to try to be either landing or just completely moving out of the way there. Can be very risky. But, I mean, for now, they've been able to survive. So all of these little jumps, Christian, they're getting me scared.
I know. Yeah, it does kind of get you scared right there. But Team Delta Dietist Racing pumping the gas there. They're only 3 kilometers behind Garden Racing 2 right now. So I'm going to tell you right now, man, Delta Blue Aerospace as an org racing, they definitely want to win. That is 100%.
Yeah.
They definitely want to win. They're not slowing down here. Love seeing, that they were able to, take that 3rd place spot in their server so far. But man, things are looking really, really good for Team Delta Dietist right now, Croncy.
Yeah, very much so. And, we're getting very close to that 302 kilometer mark, 301 kilometer mark, whatever it might be for some of these bikes. Hopefully we get to see in this camera view the Betty peeking out over the top of a dune.
Yeah, and I haven't seen, I think, again, we're still watching Team Amrock's Bank. They haven't swapped anything yet, Croncy. They haven't taken a break. They haven't done anything at all, man. They're here to race.
I do believe we did see them change. Was it Amarok's Bank? It was someone we did get to see change, and I feel like it was Amarok's Bank. It was very, very early. I think it was, yeah, I want to say it was Amarok's Bank. It was before the first checkpoint. They did a swap of their pilot and their driver and their vehicle. But I think since then they've been on the one. So
maybe on the one? Okay.
Maybe that was their plan all along to swap to that driver. Maybe it was damaged at the start of the race. Who knows? But at the very least, I think we can be confident that they are well aware of when they need to swap.
Yeah, I mean it's all about practice and something also, Clancy, like that's the reason why like this race is not it's gonna get harder and longer for a lot of people and become a true endurance race when they have to maintain one bike or one vehicle or one thing and repair it and refuel it. So I'm very excited to see when we get those mechanics in and see how people react to just having one vehicle, and we're gonna see new winners because it's not going to be as easy, right? Because it depends on if you're hitting rocks, if you're slamming the bottom of your grav lift to the bottom of the floor, and you have to build that durability back up. So I'm very excited to see how this all evolves here in the future.
Yep, 100% same here. A little bit of a bounce there. Every time we either see desync or we see a bounce like that, gets me scared. And I believe that is the Betty in the distance that we see. So there we go. We're going to see, as long as they survive, we're going to see at least one bike get through the legs of the Betty.
Awesome. Well, it seems like, yep, there's the Betty, the massive. I love seeing the reclaimer from that. And this is what, Lord, I think it was Lord Pi. No, it was Neojet talking about when he went through the Betty. He sees the Betty from the distance, and you see the sun come up at the exact same time in the Daymar Rally, and that is a moment that that he believed was it was a perfect moment for him that he will always remember. So he's gonna fly right through the bottom of the legs. Please don't hit anything. Don't hit the bottom. Okay. Jeez, bro, that guy's scaring me, my guy. Like, that's scary. Like, oh my Lord, man. Like, I almost got a heart attack.
I hope that that's desync and not the remnants of an explosion.
Oh no, he's not moving.
100% sure there. We've got Cygnus and not moving.
Cygnus is from what do you call it? From Garden Racing.
Oh no.
No, that is not good.
Hopefully it fixes. Well, while we all hopefully recover from what may have been a brutal collision there, now we get to look at a couple of the buggies. Here we go. We've got a Cyclone. I believe that's a Cyclone RC. It's a bit hard to tell from that distance, but we're getting some great views from Skyborn.
Here we go. Getting that going here, but looking good. I mean, I love buggies, man. Buggies are my favorite. Like I said, I hope to see a lot of these racing variants of the buggies or the G12s or whatever vehicles are going to be able to, to get some of that boost back, I hope. But it's looking fun. And by the way, man, calling it right back, but the sound of these buggies, I feel like I'm in it, man. How about you, Croncy?
Yeah, very much so. Yes, I feel like I'm in it. INNIT.
Oh my gosh, man. I think that's gonna be that's gonna be a meme. That's gonna be a branded meme that's gonna just push the brand to new levels, man. I love it. Hey, if somebody doesn't, all I'm gonna say is if the Init team doesn't get me like a shirt or a hoodie, man, I'm gonna be upset. Like, oh my goodness, man. I'm just laughing the entire time. But honestly, it feels like I'm like the vibrations of my headset. It just feels like I'm literally in the vehicle with them, which is cool. So,
yeah, very much so. So yeah, reminder: these guys crossed past the first checkpoint about 20-ish minutes ago. It seemed 15, 20 minutes ago. So it's probably going to take them about another 2 hours maybe to reach the Betty in the buggy division. Though we'll see. You know, it's sort of new territory for us to see how the buggies are going to do, especially with the fact that they do have a better handling than the truck divisions do. Yeah. We're not 100% sure where they're going to go. We only know their speed.
yeah, right now, by the way, that's a great skin right there. I love seeing that buggy skin. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Skyborn. Skyborn is he does a lot of low flying on Twitch, so you guys can always if you guys are into low flying, Dark Law does low flying, Tarada. A lot of great content creators really get into low flying. So if you ever want some pointers, you guys can definitely go check out Skyborn TV on Twitch. But doing a great job at staying very, very close to the buggy, giving some great views here. And the buggy, hey, no night or day, still racing with that with the lights on, Croncy.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually something really interesting with the Cyclone. If you ever do find yourself in something like the Daymar Rally, the Cyclone has a weird element to it in that the front bar of the Cyclone actually blocks a little bit of the lights. So if you want to, maybe you're in the middle of the night in the Daymar Rally, you want a little bit of extra view, just ram it directly into a rock to get rid of that bar, and then you will see that you have a much further distance that you can see with your lights. Now, I don't think that's going to accomplish much during the day, but it certainly will help you at night.
Well, right now we have a lot of buggies that are pretty close. I think some of these are pretty much bugged. Broken Hammers, that's all inaccurate. But right now, the top three you'll see CCB Runners, NO2 4U, and Turbo. Those are the teams that are currently up there. Mutant Mortar Mob in the buggy division. That's another very, very awesome veteran team that has been racing for a while and actually have multiple bike wins in their division. They Mutant Mortar Mob won in 2951. First place, and then in 2952 they won second place, and 2953 they also won second place. So Mutant Motor Mob, trying their hand in the buggy division to see how they do.
Yeah, and speaking of buggies, we got some more buggies. More looks at some of these buggies, which I'm very excited for because we watched a lot of the bikes for the sort of first half of their race. Now getting to see a bit more of the other stuff. And one thing that I think is very important is it seems like the distances are starting to get very wide between the buggies, right? Like, once again, many different sort of routes that you can take with those buggies, and some of them are going to they're going to give you like an extra 30 minutes of time to take the long route. So, yeah, very likely we've been seeing that.
Yeah, right now we're looking good. We're gonna clear these top entries here very, very soon. But the Cyclone RC still a great vehicle. I think the acceleration got pulled back a little bit, but I mean, love seeing these buggies in. I think we're gonna get a great result once the team is done with the ground vehicle rework. I'm very excited to see how it all comes to an end and how vehicles start to feel. But I'm not gonna lie, Crowncy, it's crazy because we had faster vehicle speeds in the buggy and truck divisions. Like these vehicles back then were like, the Cyclone RC with boost was like going at like a 120 meters per second, which is crazy. And even though they did lower the speeds of these vehicles and kind of rework the mechanics of how it feels, they still do a good job at finishing at a decent rate in the Daymar Rally, which is actually pretty impressive. So, it's just all about perspective, right? Even like as the game gets better, optimized, like, once like, a setup time is not, 2 hours, we'll be able to get done with some of these races a lot quicker in the future. So, like that's what I'm not worried about, right? I just like just coming in here and getting the experience of where the game is at right now is probably the most valuable thing that you can get right now. So to be honest, but here we go with this switch, Croncy.
Yep, so a reminder how these switches work is you want to make sure that you are parked inside your support vehicle before, assume that you're maybe swapping driver before they are allowed to leave, kind of like a passing the baton style thing. So that's what we've been witnessing all day so far. Just we've only gotten the chance to actually see a few of these.
Yep, here we go. And I think we've already been racing for about an hour and 30 minutes so far. So great job to the camera team. But you know what? I want to give a big shout out to some of people that we haven't talked about yet. I believe there was some servers haven't started yet, but it's okay. Want to give a big shout out to Team XGR, and we have Shaqnu, who came on and wanted to show the entire Star Citizen community some love. So let's go ahead and jump into this interview with Shaqnu from Team XGR.
My name's Shaqnu. I race with XGR along with Luigi, Steve CC, and AGT Matcat. And this would be our second year racing at the Daymar Rally. My favorite division to race in is the truck division because of the endurance. I love the challenge that comes out of that. There are not many endurance races out there in Star Citizen that I know of, so what better place than Daymar Rally? And my favorite vehicle to race in changes. shout out to a lot of the
Oh,
current racers that keep me motivated.
Caboose is going to get to go for a WALK. It's going to be a great day.
What server are they in? Discord server.
They're in a hidden one, just like we were.
They're in Sick Nuisance.
No, they're in GII, just in a hidden channel, just like we were.
Okay.
Yeah,
Vital.
Mr. Ed dropped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching his live stream when he was trying to rejoin with him. I put a message in the group chat. Yeah, he said, well, he said, well, he was trying to join back on them, like fly out there in his Aurora. He was out there with him, and Faston was telling him, get away from me. Don't get us disqualified.
Right.
And he said, well, I'm just gonna log off then. Screw you guys. He didn't say screw you guys, but
Sure.
Tensions
fine.
are high. That'll
Yeah.
be brushed off. Don't even try.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even try.
Oh no, I mean
I'm sure if
letting
anybody would
y'all know
apologize.
not to congratulate the man, because he, to my knowledge, ain't done shit.
I mean, he's been practicing really hard.
He has.
No, I mean
he has.
definitely has.
Dick's killing it. He's cruising.
No. That's got to be your default answer next year when Tomato pops in. Azon.
What?
I just love it so much. How you doing, Azon? Unbothered, moisturized, happy, in my lane, focused, and flourishing.
I'll have to write that down.
Place right now. Second right now. Delta Didas Racing just came up out of nowhere and took first place a while back, and they've been holding it. They weren't even on the leaderboard that I recall seeing, and they just jumped right up to first. So
Could be a bad report. You never know. We had bad reports going.
it's on the Atmos stream. They pull them up on occasion.
Yeah, and since you can all see side chat now, just because I know this exists and it seems like others didn't, but multi-Twitch is a really cool thing because you can also pick which chat you want to be in while you're watching all three and jump around, mute and unmute, stuff like that. It's really cool.
Oh, I can totally hear our audio on your stream, Tyrus.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
No.
Still hear it. Yeah, I can hear myself talking.
Good. Okay, let's try it.
We'll ask our officials who currently Officer Ron Dog is still following, if it's still Garden Racing or Delta Didas right now.
He's following Signusion right now.
Yeah.
Still very well may be up there, right? They at the very least, looks like they're in top three. So solid effort so far from a lot of these bikes. It seems like, you know, we've had some very consistent timings from what we can tell. Even though, once again, slower than last year, everyone's, or at least a lot of their competitors are around the same speed.
Yeah, I mean, remember you do still have some of that, you know, that boost on the grav lev, not boost, but you get what I'm saying. But yeah, so a lot of the times I see that there's a lot of height adjustment, which is totally fine. I think that's so yeah, we're still following Cygnusion from Garden
there you go,
Racing
yeah.
right now.
Yep.
So Garden Racing's still right up there and keeping it up there. So I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. You got probably the a garden going crazy in the Discord server, but oh, that was scary. That was scary right there.
these collisions. Now, once again, we're pretty flat. Those sort of collisions, the Dragonfly can usually shrug off. It's really those ones where it comes in right up against a hill or smashes into like one of the massive rocks. And I mean, look at the terrain that we're in right now. You could almost just floor it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are going at least half speed, half max speed.
Yeah, I mean, right now we talked a little bit about the vehicle speeds for the Dragonfly. So you got that minimum around that 67 meters per second. So you know he's. I'm going to say that Cyfusion that they are probably around that that mid raised or maybe all the way to the top. But I think I see a lot of adjustments here and there as they get through a lot of these rocks. But again, it's so important to practice these lines because this is a perfect terrain where you can just do your best to book it and keep your gravel vehicle at a good height where you don't have to worry about hitting a rock right now. But this is Daymar, and again, I think there's more Planet Tech coming, Croncy. So it's only going to get more dangerous, more involved as like if we ever see that sandworm on Daymar, if we ever see things like outposts and raiders and more derelicts in the way, it's going to make the race a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, very much so. I will say, at the very least, the Dragonfly at max height essentially will never hit any of these small rocks unless it sort of lands awkwardly off a bump or whatnot. So really, in this section, you can go a little bit faster, and you just have to make sure you're not veering into any of those large ones.
Yep. Right now, wow. So Garden Racing, oh my mother, they are been booking it, being 20 kilometers over, almost 20 kilometers over Delta Dietis, and Delta Dietis kind of getting a high speed here, being 16 kilometers over Amarok's Fang right now. This is a good top 3 spot to place in, but right now, Garden Racing, man, they are booking it right now and already passing the Betty on their way to cruiser order, hopefully get that finish in that first spot in their server, Croncy.
Yeah, this org really starting to show itself as a big presence in the game, and now looking to show themselves as a big presence in the esports scene. So this is exciting. I'm hoping they are able to push it through and get the podium. And at the moment, it looks like they will.
Well, remember, there's no podium until we get the other teams' times completed. But right now, I'm going to say Garden Racing doing a great job, man. We're going to see a Garden Esports in the future with a big tomato on it. That'll be awesome. I'm buying that jersey, Croncy.
Yep. I do have some news from the chat, Crucian, from Henkin, our good friend Henkin, which it sounds like...
I don't want to hear from chat right now. Nope. Sorry, chat. Nope.
Henkin said that you're a loser.
Wow.
My team has started. My team. So I'm going to be wishing them luck, Team Punch Buggy. I hope you guys can absolutely crush it. And we'll see what you guys end up with at the end of the day.
Oh, wow. So we got another server underway. That's awesome, Croncy. Thank you for that update. Really appreciate it. And so far, bikes are doing very, very well. I know we had a lot of DNFs here as well. We see, I think did triple R Racing and Saddle Swords, and I think Rice are all DNF. That's why they're not moving anymore, Croncy. But we still see a good top 11 still moving, still going strong. So, but man, Garden Racing, I'm super impressed, Croncy. I'm not gonna lie to you, doing a great job, and pushing that as much as they can. And right there, Delta Dietis another report here, and only 8 kilometers away from Garden Racing 2. So this is looking pretty. This is going to be looking pretty tight, man. They cannot mess up because if not, they will get passed.
Yeah, a little bit closer now. I do wonder, once again, we've been watching Garden Racing here from Officer Rondog's point of view, and it's felt like they've been a little slower than you can probably allow on this terrain, right? You can go a little bit harder here, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Delta Dietas did in order to close that 20-kilometer gap just that little bit more, right? It's very flat, especially, well, I say that in the second we see a massive mountain and a big hill, but for the most of the last like 5-10 minutes, it's been very flat. So yeah, I wonder if that's what's happened.
Yeah, I mean, remember when I told you, Croncy, I said after Eager Flats, you get a lot of this flat ground. So, but when they start getting to Kudra Ore, you're gonna start getting those canyons back again. But in between Eager Flats and all the way upwards to the Betty until you start getting to Kudra Ore, you're gonna get a lot of flat land. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of these teams need to find a way to practice to find the best line they possibly can. But remember that the gravel vehicle can still not go all the way down to the ground because they're still going to get a lot of different hills and bumps and these rocks that can still take them out. So I think that a lot of these teams found out that perfect middle ground of speed and how not to crash, and that's why they're getting these results. So great practice by all the teams currently in the bike division, Croncy.
Yep, 100%. I do wonder, now that we're starting to see more orgs and more teams sort of evolve out of these events that are happening more frequently, do you start, sort of teching your team, I'm not going to go as far as saying people are, hiring specific players that are really good at something, but are you building your team so that you have someone that's much better at the endurance races, someone who's much better at, different types of sprint style races and whatnot? I mean, it feels like we're getting to that sort of stage, right? You want to make sure your team is full of a good variety of races.
Yep, totally agree there, and I think that the teamwork here with Garden Racing support ship doing a great job locating the Betty. And I love that you'll be able to see the Betty from a distance, which is really awesome. So back to the buggies here with Shipwreck. Dude, what is that blackout skin that I'm seeing right now?
I'm not 100% sure. And actually, I think it looks a little green. I can't tell. The blue? There is a dark blue skin that it might be. I'm not 100% sure. It's a bit hard to tell from this distance, but whatever it is, it's certainly making an impact.
And that's looking tough right there. I mean, that looks completely black to me though, Croncy.
I think it is, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, well, good to know that other servers are starting to get their race going. Yeah, we'll get a lot of updates on the leaderboard as they go as well. But, dude, I'm loving so far a lot of great bike racing, and now buggies and now trucks are going to be on their way very, very soon. So, that's awesome, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. Once again, guys, the distances on the left aren't necessarily accurate. I would hazard a guess that Turbor are probably the most accurate distance there for our buggy division. So, I mean, not surprising to see them perform this well this early on. So we'll be watching them as they continue, and yeah, we'll see just where everyone is when we get another update.
Yep. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. So, by the way, again, we have, what do you say the bar citizen was at for you, Croncy?
Canberra, in the Australian Capital Territory, Canberra, on the 3rd of February. Make sure you come.
Oh, awesome. And look at this. We're seeing on Knox here, Sevens on the cam, baby. By the way, Sevens is one of my favorite people on the planet. But look at that Knox, man. We're seeing a different bike underway. Oh, man, that is looking really good here. Shout out to Sevens here, another camera crew. Now we got some servers on the way. A lot of people are ready to race, man. Looking so good. Very excited for this, guys. But and like you said, in Canberra, you said Canberra, right? Oh no,
Canberra. Oh,
I told you about the gun.
That's a gun.
Didn't I tell you about the gun? Didn't I tell you about the gun?
You did.
Do not put it on your Knox. I called it out. Give it to me right now, man. I called it out.
The racer heard what you said, and they said, you know what, I do need to remove the guns, and so they forcibly removed the guns. It's just good advice.
I called out. I called out. Don't put guns on it because you're gonna lose it. The problem is that the gun doesn't really tell how far the base vehicle is on the floor, and that's why you know, like that could spin you out and end up your life. But anyways, yeah. So Bar Citizen in Australia, guys. I think Corsair is gonna be there. Croncy's gonna be there. I'm gonna be at the Bar Citizen in Barcelona. You know, along with some of the CIG teams. So make sure you guys come out there, man. I want to see everybody. I think it's at the like, bro, like this. Apparently, the place we're going to be at is called a Space Cowboy. Like, what kind of more perfect place? Like the Space Cowboy in Barcelona. So that's you know.
I mean,
I'm
there
excited,
is
man.
one more perfect place, which would be that space museum that Equinox is happening at.
Hey, that is true. Look,
incredibly cool.
a land event at a space museum, man. I'm very excited. So, but anyways, make sure you guys go. I hope to see a lot of you guys in June. Head on over to equinoxsc.com if you guys want to check out the Star Citizen LAN event. Obviously, I think, yo, by the way, Croncy, I'm not sure if you saw that, but TwitchCon is in September. So that means that we're going to be clearing free, you know, from CitizenCon, hopefully in October. That's what I'm hoping for. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. It's going to be, if it does end up being in Manchester, it's going to be a hell of a trip. I've never been to Europe. Never once been to Europe, so it could be interesting.
I mean, Croncy, come on, man. You got to be out there no matter what, man. So, all right, y'all have to do a live answer the call. So I can just stroll in the crowd the whole time.
Yeah,
That'd
I'll
be
see
awesome.
if I can get Mike to do it. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, you know, we'll see. We'll see. But anyways, getting on here, man. A lot of other servers are on the way, ladies and gentlemen. So appreciate everybody's patience. The garden's still going super strong. Delta Diet is right behind the garden, though. Look at that. 3 kilometers of difference. Yeah. I know the garden racing does have to report, so they might be a little bit further than reported there. But, man, a lot of these teams are very, very close. Not so harmful. Aluminum Falcons. A lot of teams really putting in the work to race. Already 2 hours to the mark. And when we get to that 2-hour mark, we're going to start seeing our first finishes here in the Daymar Rally 2954 presented by Equinox, which is super excited to see some of these guys get to the finish line, Croncy.
Yeah, it seems like on this sort of the second half of the race, at least for the bikes, it's gotten a little bit slower. Not a ton slower, but it's sort of starting to look like it might be about 2.5 hours. Maybe we do end up stretching to 3 hours for the bikes. Especially, you know, once you start hearing that, you know, people have run out of, you know, they've run out of extra bikes and, you know, there's only so many people left or whatever, you start to get really cautious just to make sure you get across the finish line so you can record a time. So, you know, we'll probably see people be a lot safer now.
Yep. And once again, guys, remember, we are currently in it experiencing that oral reality with the Init audio software. So shout out to the Init team that came on and interviewed. Those guys are probably like, you know, asleep by now because like they're taking too long. But hey, man, I'm down. But it was awesome to have the Init team here and answering questions in chat. So the Init team is also in our Discord, discord.gg/AtmoEsports, and you guys can definitely hit up them with any feedback as well. So awesome team there at Init Audio. So shout outs to them. You know, whatever they're doing. But Croncy, tell me a little bit more about you haven't seen trucks yet. We're seeing buggies, we're seeing trucks right now. But how far off you think the trucks are from the buggies right now?
I still don't imagine they're too far from our first couple of servers that launched. I can't imagine they're too far behind. Probably somewhere in the realm of literally maybe 10, 15 kilometers behind if they've reached, you know, the 150 to 200 kilometer mark. The speeds are just so similar that I think it's unlikely that they've gotten past too far.
Yep. Well, you see Catcom Ursa, man, really pushing it. 10 kilometers. By the way, this kind of speed, obviously we see Capcom Ursa already passed Eager Flats, and look at the 890 jump in the background. Papa Freedom, that 890 jump is Papa wheeling right now, and I believe, I think it's Shauzen usually flies in and made in Ariana and team from the Yacht Club, but man, that thing is just Papa wheeling up there and getting us some good views here. Watching the Daymar Rally, that's awesome. I love it. I love the VIP shit,
That's
man. It's
absolutely
awesome.
fantastic. Oh, for sure. It's super, super cool. And that's why we need a skin for it. That's right. I'm back to it. The A90J skin.
Oh,
Let's
stop,
get one.
bro.
At the very least, can we get a Daymar Rally 890J? Right? Give us like a little little Daymar orange like moon with like a line in it, and you can see Crusader in the background. Like, I mean, the skin makes itself.
The skin makes itself. I mean, a lot of people have been waiting, but I'm telling you that when people get that 8890 jump skin, it's going to be bittersweet. I'm still waiting for my PTV. Uh, my PTV vehicle skin. Man, I've been waiting for that because they were supposed to rework the Great Cat Buggy, and I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for my skin, man. That's what I'm waiting for right now.
Yeah, no, that'll be very interesting for sure. So yeah, the buggy's still tracking along. It's good to hear that we've got other servers that have started to head on their way. So, you know, we're going to be seeing most of our reports. We're going to be reporting mostly on these guys that started a little while ago. And I think the way that it's going, we are looking at a 3-hour bike and probably a 6.5-hour buggy and truck. That's feeling about right.
Yeah, I think though that Garden Racing may finish under that 3 hour mark though, but I think which would be totally fine. But we were talking about Team Catcom earlier. Oh, we got a POV Herbie.
There we go
in
from Herbie.
here.
Hey.
Oh man, this is oh never mind. Hey, get this out of there. His favorite team. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So you know what I love though is that Team Herbie just Punch Buggy like he just started racing not even too long ago. I think like when you started racing Crossy, and he's putting a lot of time, and he knows every mechanic of the buggy in the race, and he's definitely one that you will he's done, I think from what I've heard from the community, a 5-hour Daymar Rally race, which is going to be wild if he does it again.
Yeah, no, I don't think we'll see a 5 hours today, but you know, with Herbie, you can't really discount him. The question will be, how many times is Henkin going to be, you know, dropping in the pilot seat and ruining the entire run? That's the real question here. It's a bit rough. But yeah, Herbie, you know, at this rate, no longer really a new racer. You know, like started in 2021 and then just sort of immediately started crushing events. So, Team Punch Buggy, especially with the valuable support driver, which is Australia, who Herbie has said multiple times, you know, Australia is an absolutely fantastic support driver. Just able to get really good, consistent lines and consistent results.
Oh well, that's awesome to hear. But like I said, if he can pull off another 5-hour, race, that's going to be very, very impressive. I know Herbie last year came in third, where Sanji Sama and Kuroda Racing Initial D took, the buggy division in 2953. So let's see if, Punch Buggy can step it up and hopefully come out with a win on top in the buggy division this year, Francie.
Yeah, it'd be a nice little win for sure. Also, a person that I almost guarantee we'll be seeing at the next System 7.
Yep, and man, right now, like, there's so many ways that you can race, and something I want to talk about, Croncy, is the diversity of controls and key bindings that you can have in Star Citizen. So, a lot of like people don't know, but like, there's streamers that play on controller. People race with, with mouse and keyboard. People dogfight with mouse and keyboard. You can race with dual sticks. You can, like, you can be diverse. You can play with a direct drive wheel if you want to. Like it has a way where you can actually set all that stuff up within the game. So I think that's one thing that Star Citizen does so well, Croncy, that it really brings that diverseness for any type of controls within Star Citizen.
Yeah, not to mention the very, very sort of funny one that you missed that we saw during the CitizenCon Fighter Flight was left stick, right mouse, which was that was interesting.
Normal
to watch. No, that was weird. Or was it the other way around? Was it right stick, left mouse? It might have been right stick, left mouse.
Yeah, I mean, I mean,
It's a skill for sure.
it's definitely a skill, but from what I was told, is because, like, let's say the right stick can only go so far when you turn it. The mouse allows you for, kind of faster turning and things like that. So it makes sense. It makes sense, and if you can practice that and make it happen, it's really really cool. So yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
it's
Also,
it's like.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Crossy.
Oh, I was just gonna say the other one was there is a wrong way, however, which if you are
Oh boy, here we go.
SC is using your sticks for FPS combat. That is wild and should be banned.
Why?
It's
why
just gross.
would you though?
It's just gross.
One of those full heals means that you are back to sniping when a team.
Why would you even say that? Just saying that you're FPSing with dual sticks, that just sounds wrong.
Yeah.
That just sounds absolutely wrong. So, anyways, talking about some of the bike teams and then some of the buggy teams here. I'm so just glad that a lot of these guys are being able to race. But let's jump into this was one of my favorite interviews that I've done for player interviews today, and I believe one second, let me find this team here that I want to talk about. This is